Just lost my place.
And it, honestly, I'm looking at it now, and it may not even be 100% applicable. That second sentence in the alternate wording, I had just noticed that in the other guilty plea limiting instructions, that was more the language. So I was throwing that in for y'all's consideration as to whether anybody would prefer wording of that type to the couple of paragraphs above that. But yeah, I mean, whether another person has been convicted of the same charges isn't necessarily applicable anyway.
So, and my concern is that the Honorable Court's not addressing. Yes, I understand that something could be used against. I'm just using his name, but Mr. Kendrick, not against the others. But
Right.
But then it says that you can use the other evidence, and there's no instruction that's only if the jury finds beyond a reasonable doubt that one or more of the persons entered into a willfully and knowingly. And
right, but we're talking about overt acts. I mean, they're going to have to. That's another step or portion of what they're going to have to decide, and obviously they're going to get full instructions at the end of the trial. So I'm not going to get into here's how you're going to consider all of these different parts of the RICO count.
I do understand, but as a listener, I guess, for a juror, they don't even get to decide the acts unless they first find it. They could do it any order they want, I guess, but they first find that there was a willful and knowing joinder of the conspiracy.
Sure, that's a part of what they're going to have to find as to each defendant before they can convict anybody.
And I'd like that language in any instruction, because otherwise, let's assume that this trial ends, the state rests in December. That's approximately a month and a half, maybe 2 months from right now. Meanwhile, the jurors are being conditioned, in my words, from this Honorable Court's instruction that, hey, yeah, we can use evidence against everybody except certain evidence. So I'm going to realize that this is against everybody before there's been no instruction, to my knowledge, in this entire case, that they have to first find that there's a conspiracy, that a person joined the conspiracy. So
they're not supposed to be deliberating until the end of this case, the close of all the evidence, all of the jury instructions. So there isn't a danger of that.
okay, well, that's my problem.
All right.
Because
Well, I'm not going to give them a full kind of mid-trial mini instruction on how to consider RICO. They're not
Okay.
supposed to be doing that yet.
Okay, I'm not trying to say a full instruction, but just a line, maybe. I put it in.
I mean, I can say, I'll give you further instructions later
on
how to consider all of this.
And whether a conspiracy even exists or a person joined a conspiracy. That's what I'd like, because I do find, yes, I understand that they'll be instructed later, but I do find that it is, jurors should have some context of this instruction. This instruction standing alone seems like it's already, that there's a suggestion. I'm not saying the court's doing it on purpose, by the way, but there's a suggestion that other evidence can be used against everybody. Well, that may not be true.
I'm only saying it as to if the state presents evidence aside from the guilty plea as to overt acts 56 through 59, and then aside from Mr. Ryan's trial conviction as to overt acts 79 through 81, which, I mean, they're certainly doing that for the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're doing it right now. So I guess I don't believe that it is broader than what this is saying, which is specifically as to those enumerated overt acts.
Now, I would like something, if you, ladies and gentlemen, find, based upon my instructions that will come at the end of the case or at an appropriate time, that one or more of the people on trial knowingly and willfully joined a conspiracy, then, and then go into something about then you may not use the guilty plea or verdict, whichever,
All right, well, I
against anyone
appreciate
else.
that, but I don't think that's necessary,
Okay.
and I don't think that this misleads them into thinking anything at all
Okay.
wrong, really. Okay.
And
So,
I still believe my original that the evidence shouldn't come in at all because I'm struggling with the instruction. So,
all right, well, I
with that
think
being said.
in terms of if anybody would prefer the language, you may not use this conviction in your consideration or deliberations against any of the other defendants in this case. It is not evidence of anything against these other 5 defendants. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined by the evidence presented against him, not by what happened with regard to a criminal prosecution against someone else. That's one version. The alternate version is you are not to consider the co-defendant's, whatever it is, conviction as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of, charges or something. I don't know what that language is, but any preference as to which of those two the court uses? No, nobody cares. Okay.
I don't want either one. Sorry.
Clea, I don't
Well,
want either one. And I'd
I'm
like to-
definitely going to give one or the other of them, because if I don't give one or the other of those, then it will be reversible error in the event that there ever is a conviction in this case, which of course would be ultimately a benefit to your clients to build in reversible error. But I would prefer not to do that because the court's job, to the extent I can, is to avoid any error at all, much less reversible error. So I'm going to give one or the other versions of that language. Does anybody have a preference as to which version of that language the court will give?
Your Honor, can we, since I have a preference, I still maintain my objection. I don't think it's reversible error if you keep out these pieces of evidence, and that would be my preference.
No, I don't think so either, but that's also not fair to the other side.
Can we just huddle for a minute
Mhm.
so we may have
And
a split?
y'all don't have to tell me right this instant. I just need to know before the conviction is going to get introduced, which may be sometime today. Okay.
And if they're huddling now, once they're finished huddling, we just have another announcement to the court.
All right. How about announce, and then if they want to huddle, they can huddle.
And good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The state does intend to call Mr. Lee this morning.
Okay.
He will probably be our 3rd witness this
All
morning. I know we were, Miss Abbas and I were supposed to speak very briefly. After they're huddling, we can have just 2 minutes to speak.
Well, I may have them huddle later
Okay.
because the Winnie Lee stuff's more pressing, because you can tender the conviction, in any order.
Yes, Your Honor.
So on the Winnie Lee evidence, is there any objection that still needs to get hashed out?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, and then if so, where's the easiest place for me to find the
Your Honor,
evidence?
if I may, there's something we wanted to address first.
Okay.
Your Honor, I've got some members of the defense side here taking a look. Our understanding, and if it turns out to be wrong, it turns out to be wrong, was that the state was undecided yesterday as to whether they were going to call Mr. Bernard Mitchell. I know at the lunch break, Mr. Hiles was on the stand. His text messages had already been admitted. We went back to speak with him. The state went back and attempted to speak with him. So at that point, my understanding was it was still up in the air. I can be wrong. My understanding was it was still up in the air. Per Your Honor's request, we had discussed as many things ahead of time as possible. The discussions with the state were, and it was very clear for both sides that we were not going to be objecting and not asking this court to litigate Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records because the state was going to call him. Yes, with them coming in, there were portions that we intended to use with the understanding that that is what would come out in terms of evidence. His messages would come out, so we would want another section in there. If the first section is in there, we would want the second section in there. But he's certainly not our witness. The evidence he presents is not a theory of the case that we would have brought to the table. And so now the state does not want to call him. And I think we're faced with a confrontation clause issue because we relied in good faith on our discussions with the state. We didn't go through and take the court's time to say this is conditionally admitted based on this happening. So we simply relied on what they represented to us. We had the evidence, came in, it was read out. I contacted the state last night to say, hey, I'm not sure what you want to do about this. We feel in a position that we are forced to ask for a mistrial. We really don't want a mistrial. We'd like to be able to rely on what we were told. And like I said, we're checking to see if there was something definitive on the record. But if Mr. Mitchell is not testifying, then we feel we have no option but to ask for a mistrial.
Would the state like to be heard on that?
I guess the state's response, Your Honor, is that the state, after the lunch hour, indicated to
Talking to the mic, pick one up maybe.
the state after the lunch hour indicated to the court, as well as counsel, at least for Mr. Ryan, indicating that we were not going to call Mr. Mitchell, basically because he told not only the state but defense counsel that he wasn't going to say anything when he came onto the stand. That was the same thing that was told to us by Mr. Uten. And my recollection is that it was an either or is what the understanding was. It was we were going to maybe call either Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell. And yesterday we decided neither. So I don't know how there could be a confrontation issue that's being claimed today. If we decided to put Mr. Uten up yesterday and not Mr. Mitchell, the records would have still come in the same fashion without Mr. Mitchell testifying. More importantly, before any message came in as it related to Mr. Mitchell, the state indicated to defense counsel that we were not calling Mr. Mitchell. We indicated that to the court as well. And
I don't remember y'all indicating anything to the court until the end of the day, y'all. But what I was told by the deputies was that the state had very clearly said they can be transported back. We are not calling either of them. And that was at or right after the lunch hour that I was told that. I asked yesterday morning, is this an either or? And yesterday morning, the state was definitely indicated, you know, it might be one, it might be the other, it might be both. We don't know yet. We still need to talk with everybody. And then we just went on with the trial, and they didn't, you know, after lunch, they went back because y'all had made that determination, and you certainly communicated that to the deputies with regard to transport. And you are making the representation that you also let the defense know that. Do y'all disagree that the state let y'all know they didn't intend to call either witness?
Excuse me. At the very end of the day, I had inquired to the court, said, you know, discuss what's going to be the order tomorrow. And I said, well, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Uten, checking, Mr. Kokomo took a look, and before lunch, what was represented to the court said, you know, who are we going to get to? And they said, we may not get to him today. So
That was before lunch.
that was before lunch, and then we came back in and everything was published.
And everybody I mean, not everybody, but counsel for Mr. Ryan and counsel for the state spoke with, I guess, Uten and Mitchell over the lunch break.
We went back, he didn't want to speak with us, that's fine. We went separately from the state.
Right.
We didn't discuss anything with the state about who would or wouldn't be called at the lunch. And I don't believe before we started in the afternoon. That's not my memory. The announcement before lunch was we may not reach him today. They spoke with him. Obviously, at the end of the day, I still thought they would be called.
My,
Did the-
my recollection is after lunch, I was sitting there, Ms. Abbasi said, y'all are, so you're not calling Mitchell? And I said, no, we are not calling Mitchell. That's my recollection before Mr. Howes began testifying after lunch, and we didn't call Mitchell. And the messages came in unobjected or not objected to, and there's been no conditional admittance of evidence that's been
There
permitted
has not.
or agreed to by any of the parties during the trial of this case, at least the time that I've been here. So it's my indicator, be the state's opinion that any objection to the messages that came in are waived at this point.
Your Honor, our response is, we have difference of memory. That's fine. It is what it is. If the state knows they're not going to call him going into it, I don't think it's fundamentally fair for them to publish and then say, ha, you missed it. I don't think that's good faith. As far as, no, we didn't conditionally admit it, because we've done everything we can, at least for Mr. Ryan, to avoid taking up the court's time. This is what it was. We all agreed. We all understood. So that's how we proceeded. And now here we are, and we're stuck in a position we don't want to be in.
Well, I'm not quite sure what to do with this. I have a representation from Mr. Abadi that the state communicated to defense counsel that they were not intending to call Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Uten, and that was communicated prior to Mr. Hiles' afternoon testimony in which this evidence came in. And Ms. Abbasi, you're saying, well, that it's not my recollection, but I could be wrong. That might be. So,
I will not say my memory is perfect. I have no memory of having that conversation after lunch. I'm not going to say, Mr. Abadi's, I can't promise you my memory is 100% accurate. And I'm certainly not getting up and saying that Mr. Abadi's lying. I'm not going to do that. But I have no memory of that conversation at all. And, as I said, I brought up at the end of the day, what's the order of the witnesses? When are Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten coming in?
I don't remember that.
I had brought it up when we were asking about witnesses because I didn't know if the sheriff needed to bring them over. And that's what was coming up.
Are you saying that you on the record asked when Mitchell and, no, you didn't?
That was at the very end of the day. We were just.
Amongst counsel?
I believe Your Honor was on the bench when we were discussing just who are we getting to tomorrow.
Yeah, I asked who we were getting to tomorrow. I don't recall you saying, when are we getting to Mitchell and Uten?
Well,
I don't recall the two of them being mentioned at all at the end of the day.
I know I asked the state at that point, oh, you're not calling him? No. And at that point, the evidence had already been admitted.
I'm
don't think-
asking you, did you make that statement on the record?
I don't believe so.
I
We can
don't
check the
either.
record, but I don't think so. I think the last statement on the record was we may not get to them today.
I don't recall that statement on the record or off the record. This is all a surprise to me this morning that now there's some debate about it, because everything I knew post-lunch yesterday, although through the sheriff's office, not through the state or the defense, was that a decision had been made and communicated that neither of them was going to be called. I mean, can't really do much else with I don't see a basis for a mistrial. So we need to deal with Wooney Lee's evidence. And y'all are just going to have to communicate or put more things on the record or something if you want to avoid misunderstandings in the future.
That's fine. We'll litigate everything first.
Or just put on the record your understanding.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if the understanding was, these will come in if Mitchell testifies, just say, we talked about all of this and we don't have any issue as to, X, Y, and Z. And these things we've agreed are going to come in if Mitchell testifies. And then there'll be a record of it and everybody will know what they're dealing with.
I mean, I guess the state can make the suggestion. I mean, we can call him and the state will have no questions for him, and then defense counsel can cross him
Okay.
if that will solve the issue. But
I mean, at this point, he might have yet again been sent back, even though my staff was making Herculean efforts this morning to try to get him over because somebody wanted him. At the bench, y'all said, nope, that's fine. We don't need him. And by y'all, I mean you, Miss Abbasi, said, that's fine. We don't need him. If y'all aren't calling him, fine. So we just communicated to the sheriff's office, they don't need him. I don't know where he is at this point.
And Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo checked at the end of the day. I did inquire for the court, who do we need tomorrow? And gestured over to the door. And then that's when Ms. Love said, we've talked about it and we're not calling.
All right, well then, that's even more of a record against your recollection.
I guess I don't understand. There would not have been any reason for me to ask about whether people were coming from the back after the evidence had already come in if I knew he was appointed to be testifying.
So you're saying you pointed towards the holding cell doors?
Right, asking about witnesses for tomorrow.
All right, well, that is no record upon which to grant a mistrial. So let's get to the Wooney Lee evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. We sent it.
What are we doing on the slap quad?
Sent the email on yesterday at 9 a.m., Your Honor.
To whom?
Well, you know what? I don't think Ms. Percival is on it, so let me forward it to Ms. Percival. I'm sorry. We're forwarding the
We're
reduced.
just trying to get the whatever evidence we're going to litigate now up.
All the attorneys should have received it yesterday at 9 a.m.
Right, I'm just saying the court doesn't have it.
Yes,
so.
I just forwarded it.
Can counsel approach for a minute, please? Yeah, well, whomever wants to come out. We've got the jury and they've been waiting for 20 minutes already. And I just think it's not considerate of any of us to litigate things that they can't hear and just make them sit around. So we'll just do if y'all have to take somebody out of order, you have to take somebody out of order, but I'm not going to have them wait anymore. Call your next witness and we'll get to the Wooney Lee evidence when we can get to it. Okay. All right, I'm going to get the jury out. Who's your next witness going to be? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. My name is Al Hogan, A-L-H-O-G-A-N, and I'm a detective with Atlanta Police.
Good morning, Detective Hogan.
Good morning to you, sir.
Can you tell the court how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a detective with Atlanta Police. Currently, I'm assigned to general investigations out on Fulton Industrial, but prior to that, I was a homicide investigator for about 10 years.
And Detective Hogan, can you tell the jurors how long you have been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I have been certified police officer since 1987. Had a couple of different jobs with the sheriff's departments and with the air marshals, but anyway, I landed in Atlanta about 15 years ago.
And you said you had been a police officer since 1987. Prior to working with the City of Atlanta Police Department, where were you in law enforcement?
I started in the jail in Fayette County, was there for a few months. They put me on the road, was certified then in 1987. Worked as a road deputy in Fayette County. I was promoted to detective, worked undercover narcotics locally, and then I was assigned for a good many years, 10 years or so, to the DEA task force at the Atlanta airport. We did drug interdictions there. In between there, I spent a brief period of time as a federal air marshal. This was before 9/11, and that job wasn't for me, so I came back. And that's when I went on through with DEA and then eventually landed in Atlanta about 15 years ago.
Now, you a few minutes ago told the jurors that you were assigned with the homicide department for 10 years.
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, were you assigned with the homicide unit here with the City of Atlanta Police Department back in February of 2019?
I was, yes.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about, I guess, how you're assigned specifically to any homicide case that you're working here in the City of Atlanta?
It is the luck of the draw. We're all in a rotation. There's a big board in the office. There's about 17 of us that are in the rotation, about 6 of us that work cold cases. At the time I was in the rotation, and your name is on a magnetic strip with a label on it, and everybody's name's in a row or in a column. As murders occur, the person from the top catches the murders. That he's the lead, he or she's the lead investigator, and they go to the bottom, and everybody moves up. On this particular day, I was at the top.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 23rd of 2019, were you dispatched or called to come out to the location of 50 Mount Zion Road?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
There had been a homicide, a criminal homicide, what they suspected to be a criminal homicide, and they asked homicide to come. That's to work the case.
And is that address 50 Mount Zion Road? Is that here in the City of Atlanta, Fulton County?
It is. It's in Southeast Atlanta.
Okay. And when you, I guess, can you tell the jurors, we've heard about different zones that are within the City of Atlanta. Which zone does this location fall within?
Zone 3.
Okay. And the Zone 3, does that include the area of like Cleveland Avenue?
It does, yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors when you arrived to the incident location, can you kind of describe for them what kind of property it was? Was it a business? Was it a residential location?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay. And were you the first to arrive on scene?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jurors? Now, with not being the first to arrive and being, I guess, assigned as the lead detective because you're number 1 in the rotation, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the first things that you do when you interact with other first responders who arrive before you, other officers and detectives?
Sure. So they, just by the act of being there and doing their job, they've gathered some information that may be interesting to me or help me with my investigation. So of course, I get there, observe how things are laid out. They have delineated the crime scene and what they think the crime scene is. So they mark that out with yellow tape, trying to make that a pretty big area. This particular one was a fairly big crime scene. So I could see that when I pull in, and then I speak with the 2 officers that are watching the crime scene log. I speak with the general investigator who has started the crime scene drawing. I talk with the ID technicians that are there that are, and I assist them and make sure that any evidence that I see on the scene that I'm interested in or like for them to gather or document, I make sure they do that. And I just try to glean as much information from what they have from them so I can help me further my investigation.
Now, after speaking with other members of law enforcement who are on scene before you, can you kind of describe, I guess, the layout? You said that this was an apartment complex or a residential complex, a little bit about the layout of the complex as you first observed it when you arrived.
Yeah, it's a large complex in 2 phases. There's a Mount Zion Road. Obviously, it faces Mount Zion. The address is 50 Mount Zion. Then there's a phase, I'll call it phase 1, which is in the front that's up closest to Mount Zion. There's a creek that runs behind that phase 1 is a creek. So there's a bridge and an access road down one side of it. I think it's the east side of the property that goes past over the creek. And then there's a large recreation area, a big grass field and then the playground for kids. And then the second phase is in the back, but there's only one way in and out to get to the second phase. And it's in the back of the property across the creek. This crime scene encompassed all of the access road to get to the phase 2, and all the way up into a pretty good portion of phase 2 where the road runs up into the parking lots, the access into the phase, the buildings in the phase 2.
So in a second, Detective Hogan, we're going to put up State's Exhibit 11NN, which was previously admitted into evidence.
Yes, sir.
Can you see it on the screen?
I do.
Okay, so do you see at the top of State's Exhibit 11NN, there's, I guess, a red line that's drawn. It's right by where the time is, where it says 9:33 a.m.
Right there, you're talking about?
Yes. Can you tell the jurors, is that building that you can kind of barely see at the top of State's Exhibit 11NN, is that the first phase or the first building of the complex?
That's correct, yes.
And then do you see in the middle of State's Exhibit 11NN, it looks like something, looks like a brown kind of something that's separating the grass in the middle of State's Exhibit 11NN?
Right here.
So in the middle of State's Exhibit 11NN, you see trees, and there's this.
Oh, that's the creek. There's the bridge.
And then it's the area you described, I guess, where the playground and things, the recreation area.
It's under here, under the trees back over here.
Okay, so it's towards the, I guess, the left side, kind of middle of State's Exhibit 11NN.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, now you described to the jurors briefly about the second phase or the second half of the apartment complex. Do you see that phase in a State's Exhibit 11NN?
I do, it's this phase here.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what areas in State's Exhibit 11NN, if you can see it, I guess, were pertinent to your investigation in relation to the crime scene?
Immediately when I pulled up, I parked in the parking lot up here, if you can imagine the face, goes up Mount Zion Road would be up here. I parked my car on outside the crime scene tape and walked in. I checked in with the crime scene technician. Immediately I could see that there was a blue car resting against the fence, and I think there was a big rock there it ran into right here, where there was some stuff on the ground, and stuff on the car. And as I walked up, of course, that's going to be pretty interesting. It's not supposed to be there. So as I walked up, I saw that it was part of the crime scene. There was blood in the passenger seat. There were bullet holes in the car. There were shell casings on top of the car. Items of clothing were on the ground and on top of the car. And then as I walked further past, I could see there were some tire tracks that were through the grass here, beside the building here, as well as more shell casings that were kind of scattered out in this area over here. And then they had crime scene tape stretched out across here and across there to deny any access into the crime scene.
Now, you talked about crime scene tape and things of that nature. When you arrived, had the crime scene been fully secured?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jurors a little bit about how that's done and why that's done?
Yeah, well, we're trying to preserve evidence. Everything in there may have something of value to us that we could use to further investigation. So obviously we don't want anybody to tamper that either on purpose or by accident. So we try to protect it. We try to make it as big as the officers that responded made it as big as they thought they needed to protect everything that I just described to you. The shell casings are easily kicked or moved. We don't want to touch anything that may have DNA or fingerprint evidence on it. There's just lots of things we need to try to protect so we don't damage our own investigation.
And Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 48NN through 67NN. If you'll just flip through those, have you had an opportunity to go through those prior to your testimony here today?
I've seen them before, yes.
And as you're flipping through them, I guess, what are State's Exhibits 48 and N through 67 and N?
These are all crime scene photographs from the scene.
And do the photographs in State's Exhibits 48 and N through 67 and N fairly and accurately depict the crime scene, 50 Mount Zion Road, when you arrived on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
Around at this time, the state would tender what's been marked the State's Exhibit 48 and N through 67 and N.
Those are admitted.
Now, you talked about the area of, I guess, where you said it was a blue vehicle,
Yes.
and in your investigations, did you determine what type of vehicle it was?
I do. It was let me look at my notes here for the year model, but it was a Dodge Charger.
Just looking at your report,
Yes.
help refresh your recollection?
Say again?
Is reviewing your report, will that assist you in the refreshing? your
Yes, I'm just
recollection?
trying to get a 2014 Dodge Charger.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, when you arrived and began to investigate and look around the Dodge Charger, was it occupied? Was there anybody in it?
No, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, you talked about the tire marks that you had seen. Can you describe the condition of the vehicle as you began to investigate and process the vehicle?
Well, we had run the tag, or somebody run the tag, and it came back stolen out of Cobb County. It did have some defects in it. It had several, which appeared to be bullet holes to me, from my experience. And there were 12 of them total. Again, there was a large amount of blood in the passenger seat, front passenger seat, and some clothing. A baseball hat was on top of the car. There was a projectile that fell out of the hat when we picked it up. And then there was, other items inside the car that were gathered and
Okay.
documented.
In a second, Ms. Knight is going to put up State's Exhibit 15 and N, which has been previously admitted into evidence.
Mhm.
My apologies, 16 and N. And in 16 and N, Detective Hogan, can you kind of point out for the jurors the areas in which you just described as defects? I think you said 12 in the Dodge Charger.
Yep. You can look pretty close. You can see whatever's kind of out of place. In this particular image, my memory serves right. This white is a defect. You can see the different whites that stand out pretty readily. And you can see why I'm assuming they're bullet holes. But in that particular picture, I see four defects.
Okay. And you said that around the car, was there, I guess, ballistic evidence also located, I guess, on the car and surrounding it?
Yes, there were shell casings. Off the top of my head, I don't remember how many, but there was 2 or 3 on top of the car. I think maybe that's what that is. But there were up here were spent shell casings. They'd been fired and ejected out of the gun and landed on top of the car.
And can you?
Objection, Your Honor, that's speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you said they were spent shell casings. How did you know that they were spent?
They didn't have a bullet in them anymore.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, as you're kind of walking around and observing and processing the scene, are you being assisted by members of the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene tech unit?
Yes, and they were there before me, and they started working the crime scene. So they were really very familiar. They showed me a lot of stuff, and then I just went in behind them and made sure that everything they showed me I was interested in, and make sure that if there's anything that I saw they didn't know about, and make sure they knew about it to gather it.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to your working in conjunction with the crime scene techs that were present that early morning, what type of shell casing do you remember was identified as the shell casings found around the car and in the general area?
On the car, and then a little further up on the crime scene, they were all smaller caliber shell cases, like 9mm.
Okay.
Later on, we did find some 7.62 as well, some larger caliber.
And you said around the car, and then I guess a little bit further up from the car. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 52NN. Can you tell the jurors when it comes up what to your recollection, the yellow placards in this photo are marking or representing?
Sure. You can barely see them on this one, but there's a little yellow square there, and another one up around the corner. Those are placards. They have numbers on them. ID techs, when they document stuff, they document right where it says. So they put the placards up next to or adjacent to the pieces of evidence, and then take pictures and document where they found them. Later on, after they do that, then they'll gather that, and it will be delineated on their report by that number, whatever number is nearest to the piece of evidence. But this, if you can imagine, if you were in this picture, if you turned around directly 180 degrees, that's the access road that goes out to the front of the property, and then the blue car is down right behind you.
Now, if you are looking at the right side of State's Exhibit 52NN, and it looks like a raindrop that reflected off of the photo, if you see where there's a vehicle or a red car kind of in the middle right-hand side of State's Exhibit 52NN?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you continue to go straight down the access road and take a right where that red vehicle is, can you tell them where would that take you?
That takes you to the parking lot in between two of the buildings in the complex.
Okay, and is that the buildings that I guess would be the front buildings, the first one we saw that was closest to Mount Zion Road, or the back set of buildings?
That's right.
That's what?
The back set,
Backside. Okay.
phase 2.
Now, you reference or talk to the jurors a little bit about the fact that there were additional shell casings that were found in a different area in relation to the vehicle.
That's correct.
Can you kind of describe to the jurors? I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10NN. And using State's Exhibit 10NN, Detective Hogan, can you kind of orient the jurors as to the area that you described that you found the second set of shell casings?
Sure. Well, I told you about the shell cases that were on top of the car. Those were 9mm. There were several more that were scattered around in the roadway and the grass over here in this area. Then there were several that were found in the grass. These were the larger caliber shell casings over here. Over here at the corner of the building and around and on top of the car were the 9mm. The larger caliber 7.62 or.
And if you can recall, in that area that you just kind of described and oriented the jurors to, where the second set of shell casings you found, how many did you find? And looking at your report will refresh your recollection.
Yeah, let me look and see.
Just,
I don't
ask-
remember.
If and when your recollection is refreshed, just look up and I'll re-ask you the question. If it helps, I can direct you to maybe page 4.
Yeah, if you would, because it's not jumping out at me.
Yeah, if you look to page 4 of your report, and if that helps refresh your recollection towards the bottom.
Oh, 15. Thank you.
All right.
15 7.262 caliber shell casings.
So it sounds like after looking at page 4 of your report, your recollection's refreshed?
It is refreshed.
Okay. And you described them to be a larger type of, or larger caliber of ballistics or shell casings. Can you describe to the jurors a little bit about that?
Sure. Well, a handgun is a smaller caliber, usually somewhat smaller caliber. Police carry 9mm or 40 calibers. Each caliber is a different size. So each shell casing is going to be a different size to accommodate whatever size bullet it shoots. For example, the 9mm the bullets are about as big approximately as into your pinky finger. So the shell casing has to be the size for that to fit in. A 7.62 is normally associated with a long rifle, like an assault rifle. And it's a much bigger bullet. It has a lot more gunpowder behind it. It shoots a lot faster and longer. So the shell casing for that is going to be larger and distinctive for that caliber of weapon.
And based on your investigation, is it based on what you saw and observed, were, I guess, all of the shell casings that you saw as larger, the 7.62, kind of grouped in one area?
Yes,
And
they were all
then-
found in one area.
The shell casings that you described earlier, a few minutes ago, that you said were smaller caliber or 9mm, were those all kind of grouped within, one small area, separate and distinct from the 7.62?
The majority of the shell casings, the 9mm were discovered here. The only exception to those would be the ones that were found on top of the vehicle when it was abandoned.
Now, can you tell the jurors, do you see the red line that kind of travels throughout State Exhibit 10 and 10NN?
The long one?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, based on the investigation at that point, the shell casings that you had found in different areas and the tire marks that you described, why, I guess, that red line is there and what it represents?
For me, that was, I created this. So, I know it's pretty rudimentary, but I'm not a computer guy. The little red dots it's not accurate, but it just indicates where the shell casings were found. This is a line based on my investigation of where Richard said they had parked. And this is the access that they took trying to get out when the shooting broke out. So there was a shooter that came out here when it started shooting. They drove out. Another shooter down here drove past, you can see the tire tracks in the grass. Drove off the road, back on the road. The car was not functioning, so they rolled to a stop here in the next. It's just a line to kind of show where I thought they went when the incident happened.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked and tendered and admitted into evidence. It states that it's 59NN. And in this photo, Do you see kind of the grouping of the yellow placards that are seen within State Exhibit 59 and N?
Yeah, same procedure as what I described earlier. Where there is a shell casing, they put a placard, and next to it is a corresponding number that indicates that particular shell casing. This is coming out from the Rick Breezeway, and this is where they, all the different placards indicate the different shell casings that were found.
And do you see kind of in the middle of State's Exhibit 59 and then towards the, I guess, the breezeway? Let's see if we can get this your way. In this area right here?
Yeah.
Are those placards, are they also the larger caliber shell casings?
Yeah, they were all the same shell.
Okay.
Caliber.
And are photographs taken of each placard from, you know, a far away distance or a full range distance, mid range, and then close up?
Yes.
Okay. To your recollection, was that done in this case?
I wasn't present, but I'm assuming they do it the same way every time.
Okay. And for kind of an efficiency, is that what we see in State's Exhibit? The rest of them, 60 NN through 67 NN.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you completed kind of walking through the scene with members of the City of Atlanta's crime scene unit, while on scene, did you get information that two males had contacted 911 indicating they had witnessed what happened at 50 Mount Zion Road?
I did.
Okay. And I don't want you to tell me what anyone said as I go through the next questions. As a result of that, did you go to APD headquarters just down the street here off of Peachtree?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you arrived, did you speak to the two males?
I did.
And without telling me what they said, can you tell the jurors who you spoke to that early morning?
Sure, is Bernard Mitchell and Rodney Uten.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, without telling me what they said, kind of the circumstances and of the setup of the interview? Let's start with that.
Oh, it was just an interview. Well, there's two different areas at headquarters that we speak to people in. One's an interview room. It's just like if you guys came in and had something to tell us, we put you in an interview room and we speak with you. The other is what they call interrogation, or when they're in custody. In those rooms, you're secured, chained to the floor, and both rooms are audio and video recorded. Both types of rooms.
And you said they were in the first room, the interview room that you described?
They were in yes.
And
witness room.
can you tell the jurors, do you interview them together or do you interview them separately?
They were done separately at different times. Same, one after the other.
And after speaking with both Mr. Uten and Mr. Mitchell, can you tell the jurors, do you speak with a female, Miss M. Smith, after speaking with both Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten?
That's correct, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you speak with her that same day, later on February 23rd of 2019, or at a later date?
It was on the same day, on the 23rd.
Okay. And can you kind of explain to the jurors in relation to when you arrived to the scene and kind of worked and processed the scene with members of the police department, about how long after you arrived did you begin to interview people in relation to your investigation?
multiple times in the report. It all came together fairly quickly once it started rolling. Let me see if I notated it in my report. Do you know specifically in the report where I need to be looking?
Let me ask you generally this question based on your recollection. Was it a matter of hours that you began speaking with witnesses, for example, Mr. and Mr. Mitchell?
It was all in the morning time. Yeah, it was like 6 in the morning when I got to the crime scene. It was well before lunch when I was talking to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Hogan.
Okay. And when you spoke to Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors kind of the setup or the arrangement for that interview?
That was in the witness area. It was later on in the day. I think it was after lunch, thereabouts. But same, voluntary. She came in and I spoke with her.
And when you're speaking with Ms. Smith, is it just you and Ms. Smith, or are there any other members of your team that are also present?
Detective Casey was with me.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you began the interview with...
You're talking about Mariah, right? With Ms. Smith or with the other two?
So I'm talking about Ms. Smith.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Detective Casey was with me. Yes.
Yes. So can you tell the jurors, when you began the interview with Ms. Smith, can you kind of describe for the jurors her general demeanor that early morning?
Sure. Yeah, she was upset, nervous, crying, young girl, and you can imagine. She said she was a witness to a shooting and a murder, and she was upset.
Now, as you began the interview, can you tell the jurors, how did you start?
Sure. Well, I started all the same way. I introduced myself, and we start talking about, and I asked, talking about the situation that they witnessed, and I asked for their statement. And she began by telling me a series of events that she relayed to me at that time that I knew were not to be correct based on what I knew from the crime scene.
Okay. And when you say knew what not to be correct in relation to the crime scene, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, what you mean by that?
Yeah, she was saying that this victim had been shot by one of his companions. The way she described it, it was not possible based on what I knew from the crime scene. So I brought that to her attention. After some consoling and some speaking with her by me, she realized that she changed the story to what the truth was, because we knew that she was not telling the truth.
Okay. And as you continued, I guess, to confront her with the physical evidence that you had located on the scene and through your investigation while on scene, did she provide you with names or nicknames of individuals she knew to be involved?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And do you recall, or can you tell the jurors the nicknames that she told you of the people she saw shooting that night?
Yes.
And if referring to your report would help refresh your recollection, by all means.
One was Little Rod and Bali.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as she described what she saw, did she tell you, or tell the jurors what she told you about the firearms that she saw Little Rod and Bali having?
Judge, Your Honor, I'm going to object that this is improper bolstering. She's already testified to this.
This is impeachment, Your Honor. She testified she couldn't recall at times during her testimony as it related to the firearms, what they look like. Hogan, you described, you've been describing the fact that the first part of the interview you had with Ms. Smith, she gave you a number of facts and scenarios that were not aligned with what you knew to be consistent with your investigation of the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And as your interview with Ms. Smith continued, I believe you indicated earlier about the statements that Ms. Smith made going forward about what she observed on that early morning of February 23rd of 2019 as it related to the shooting. The facts that she relayed to you after you confronted her with what you knew to be true about the physical evidence on the crime scene, the facts that she was giving you, did they become consistent with what you knew through your investigation at the crime scene?
They did become consistent, yeah.
Okay. And as you continued to interview Miss Smith, did she continue to provide you statements as it related to what she saw and heard that were consistent with what you've described to this?
Ruled based on our discussion at the bench.
So let me see if I can remember what I was asking you. So as she continued to describe things that she saw and heard and observed on the crime scene that early morning when the shooting was occurring, were those statements consistent with what you knew that you found on the crime scene earlier during your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, we talked a little bit about, she was able to provide nicknames. Can you tell the jurors, without telling me what she told you, but was she able to provide you with Instagram handles or usernames for the two people she gave you nicknames for?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, I guess in conjunction with that, was she actually able to pull them up and show you photographs as it related to the person she knew as Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 23NN and 24NN. While she's pulling it up, I will give you a physical copy so you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
And while Ms. Knight is pulling it up, if we can get the technology to work, are those the photographs that Ms. Smith was able to provide you in relation to the person she knew to be Little Rod?
That's correct, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see her signature on those photographs?
I do.
Don't pull it up. And can you tell the jurors what date is her signature on those two photographs?
The 24th of February of 19.
Okay. And was Miss Smith able to do the same thing as it relates to the person she knew to be Mr. Bali?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, after receiving this information from Miss Smith as it related to who she saw shooting, can you tell the jurors, were you able to determine the identity of the people she knew to be Bali and Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay, and who were those people?
Little Rod's name is Rodelius Ryan Jr. Bali's name is Damon Blaylock.
And let's see. Now, before we move on from Ms. Smith's interview, can you explain to the jurors, so during Ms. Smith's interview, you described how you confronted her with the physical evidence as it relates to the statement she made initially at the beginning of the interview. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors when you confronted Ms. Smith with the fact that what she was saying didn't make sense with what you already knew, did you tell her the identities of the people who were shooting?
No,
Did you, before speaking to Ms. Smith, have any idea who they were?
didn't know him from a can of paint. No, sir.
And was that something she was able to tell you based on what she described as what she saw and heard that early morning on February 23rd of 2019?
That's correct.
And while you were interviewing Ms. Smith, did you provide her with any facts as it related to the identities of Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock during that interview?
No, sir.
Okay, and was that information that she was able to provide, or did she provide you information that assisted in your investigation in identifying both Little Rod and Mr. Blaylock?
That's correct.
Now, after speaking with Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you attempt to identify another female described to you during Ms. Smith's interview?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors who is that?
Her nickname was Brazen. She was with Miss Smith.
And if, your report.
Tyhera Hartfield. Oh, excuse me, that's her mom. Oh, yeah, Tyhera Hartfield. That's right.
So it sounds like using your report refreshed your recollections?
Yes. Sir.
Okay. And in your identifying Miss Hartfield, can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation into Miss Hartfield, what her living situation was?
She was a runaway, listed as a runaway at the time.
And ultimately, before, let me ask you this question. Based on the information that you've talked about here today, can you tell the jurors, did you make charging decisions?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you swear out warrants for the arrest of Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock?
Eventually I did, yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you ultimately get to speak with Ms. Hartfield?
I did.
Okay. And without telling me what she said, did you, I guess, speak or interview her in a similar fashion that you've described as it relates to Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Uten, and Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. And during your investigation, can you tell the jurors, did you also receive a social media posting as it related to Mr. Ryan hours after the homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you used and utilized in your investigation in taking out the warrants that you've described?
Yes.
One moment. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions pending redirect.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
There are, I do want to make sure I can get a hold of at least one of these snippets.
Okay.
All right, good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Coming into today, have you had a chance to review the interviews you did with the witnesses you spoke to?
Not all of them, but yes. so
Okay. You haven't had a chance to review them?
I haven't reviewed, I reviewed Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten's recently. The others have not.
Okay. All right. So I want to start. You've been an officer for quite a while, yes?
Yes,
And so you know that when you are getting information from people, it is of the utmost importance to make sure it's accurate, right?
yes,
And that's one thing you were doing with Ms. Smith, is confronting her with facts to test whether what she was saying was accurate, correct?
that's correct.
All right. And especially in a situation kind of with young people, they may not always be fully forthcoming in the beginning, correct?
It's not limited to young people, but yes.
Right. Especially if they think there's something they could get in trouble for, correct?
Yes,
All right. And the folks that you were speaking with in this situation, they were not, well, the two young men you spoke with, they were not lawfully allowed to have weapons, were they?
no, I don't think so.
Okay. So that's something they theoretically could get in trouble for if they admitted to it.
Yes,
Okay. So when you're speaking with them, when you're speaking with Ms. Smith, you're asking questions to make sure you can verify things. One of the things you told Mr. Mitchell you would do was get his Instagram records, correct?
I may have, that doesn't come to mind off the top of my head, but it would be something I would do, but I don't remember if I told him that. or
Would
not.
it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of a transcript from that interview?
Sure, yeah.
Right. One moment. Here we go. All right. I'm going to direct your attention to page 19 here. If you could quietly read that to yourself. Let me know when you've had a chance to refresh your recollection from that.
Your Honor, before he answers the question, I'm going to object to hearsay what Mr. Hogan said during the interview to anyone would be hearsay.
He's-
Out of court statement.
He's on the stand. He can repeat what he said.
That doesn't make it not hearsay, but
I mean, I can ask whether he asked somebody.
yeah, I don't, I think it's not hearsay in
this circumstance, so overruled.
I mean, in this circumstance, it would be being,
That's overruled,
Okay.
so.
so were you planning on getting Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records?
I may have been. It's hard to say. This was a lot of years ago. So it's part of my tools that I use for in each, or any case that I have, that I work. If there's an opportunity to pull those, and I need those, then yes, but I don't remember if I wrote a warrant for his Instagram or not.
Okay. You said if you have the opportunity, you certainly had the opportunity, right?
Yes,
Okay. And with those, if you had them, you could come back to him and say, hey, was this true? Was this not true from what you told me, correct?
yes, I could, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, they were both cooperative, correct?
Yes,
So if you wanted to follow up with them, they gave you no indication that they wouldn't speak to you or anything like that. They were readily available.
yes, not at the time they were cooperating with me that day, yes.
You didn't attempt to contact them any other times, though, did you?
I don't recall doing so, no.
Okay. So in this case, do you recall what search warrants you did take out?
No, not all of them, no.
Okay. Do you recall taking out warrants for Instagram records?
I do.
Do you recall whose records you requested?
No, I got little rods. I got Bally's. And without going through the index on my report, I can't tell you exactly, but I know I got little rods and I got Bally's. I got Rodelius Ryans and I got Damon Blaylocks. May have gotten Mariah's and Brazy's as well, the Tyara Hartfield and Miss Smith.
Okay. What was your purpose in getting those records?
It's any information there that might help with the investigation.
Okay. Did you look at those records?
Not personally, no. I looked at some of the pictures. It comes in a format. Again, as I indicated, I'm not a computer guy. I'm not even on social media. I gave that information to somebody who could put it in a format that was easier to read, and then those people looked through it and they let me know what they found.
So it wasn't for you to get more information. Someone else was supposed to get more
The
information.
information is going to come to me. It just didn't come through me.
So at what point did you get the information of what was contained in those Instagram messages?
When they gave it to me, I don't know what day it was.
Who's they?
I don't remember who the analyst was that did the examination of those records.
Okay. And the examination of those records, I would assume you included in your report?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them. Could you let me know then when? I assume if you put them in your report, it says then when you got them, correct?
It says when I put it in the report. Let me see.
I mean, that's something you would put in the report, right?
One that jumps out at me was from February the 26th of 2019. Somebody sent me an Instagram post on that day, and it was a short video that showed Mr. Ryan riding in a car.
Okay, but that's not the Instagram records, right?
It's from Instagram.
That's not the Instagram records for which you obtained a search warrant to get so you could get more information, correct?
I haven't verified it, but if it came from his Instagram and I got a search warrant for his Instagram, then yes, it would be in there. I
Right.
just got it before I got the search warrant records back.
I'm sorry, if you
It
could
was
repeat that last
posted.
part.
It was posted. Somebody saw it. They sent it to me. If my search warrant had not been executed and the information sent back to me at that time, it would be included in both records, but I got it before the search warrant records came in because somebody sent it to me right after it was posted.
Okay, I think a second ago, because you said you didn't confirm it, right?
You're gonna have to, I don't understand what you're saying. I've confirmed it. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, I think About the content of the messages, you said you did not confirm with the records.
I just said I'm assuming
Right.
if it's in his Instagram records, I received it before the records came back from the search warrant. I'm assuming that that information that I received that day before the records came back would be in the records when they arrived to me.
Okay. So without those records, having looked at them, there was no way for you to go to Ms. Smith or Mr. Mitchell or anyone else and say, hey, you told me X, Y, Z, but your records say something completely different. Right?
I did not do that. No.
Okay. You could have done it though, right?
Yeah, sure.
And that would have been confirming, right?
Sure, yes.
I want to ask you about what you testified to earlier about the actual crime scene. Mr. Abadi asked you questions about where you found certain things. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you answered questions about where you found those 7.62 shell casings, right?
yes.
But you didn't actually find those casings, did
No, I did not.
you? Those photos, you weren't there when they were taken, right?
No,
You never saw where those 7.62 casings were.
not physically, no.
So when you say you found them, you didn't find them. Someone else did.
I said they were found. I'm not sure that I said I did.
Okay. When did you learn about those casings?
Later on the same day that the murder happened, I was at the office when I got the call.
Okay. And when you spoke with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, were you aware of those casings?
As I recall, it was around the same time. I don't remember exactly the sequence of events. But I spoke with them later on in the morning. It was sometime around the same, a lot of things were happening at the same time, that we got the call about the shell cases. That's one of the reasons I did not physically see them, because I was busy at the office. So I asked the responding officer to collect them and supervise them. But I don't remember the sequence of when exactly they came in.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy from your trial testimony?
Sure.
I'm sorry, not your trial testimony, the last proceeding, several proceedings ago.
Okay, sure.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 1076 from the prior hearing. Also turn to page 1078 if that's helpful as well.
Okay. All right, so what's your question again?
If when you spoke with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, you were aware of the 7.62 shell casings?
I was aware that they described to me 2 shooters, but I don't recall if I knew about the shell cases at that time. I may have, I don't remember.
You said that they described to you 2 shooters?
Yes,
Okay. You've got a transcript in front of you, so you've testified about this before, correct? This matter?
yes.
Okay. And you don't recall attorneys asking you at length whether anyone besides Ms. Smith mentioned 2 shooters?
I read here that they were asking me about that, yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that Ms. Smith was the only person who said there was 2 shooters, right?
Yes. That's what it says here.
I mean, when you,
Wait, before we get too far around here, let's make sure we got the right context.
if you want to flip to page 1,100.
No, let me read these first.
Okay.
On page 1076, as I recall, they were asking me about my interview with Ms. Mitchell. And I had mentioned to her that I had 2 sets of shell casings. They were trying to determine if she,
Okay, well, I don't need you to testify
Yeah,
about what someone
what-
else
what-
was trying to do.
so what I'm saying is context matters. In this particular instance, I was describing my interview with her, and in the process of the interview, when I was confronting her with the evidence, I told her that I had 2 sets of shell casings.
Yes, I understand that.
You said page 1100?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So having reviewed that page, Mariah was the only person who said there was 2 shooters, right?
According to that transcript, yes, ma'am.
That was your sworn testimony under oath,
That's
right?
what I said. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, so that was the truth that you said it then, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to back up for a moment. I think you said Mr. Mitchell and Uten, they told you about not 7.62, but a weapon which would have fired larger shells. Is that right?
Yeah, they described a long gun coming out of the breezeway. Yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with them, that was not consistent with the scene as you had seen it, right?
Again, I don't remember exactly when I got all the information about the shell casings. So at that point, I was getting his statement. And I took it as he gave it to me.
Did you not previously testify about the shell casings? I did not know about it when I interviewed Mitchell and Uten.
Okay, well, if my recollection was that then, I don't remember that now. If I didn't know about the shell casings then, if that's what I said, then that's what I said.
Okay. But you didn't confront them with what at that time would have been their testimony inconsistent with the scene, right?
No.
Okay. And they both told you one shooter. The number of shooters they told you was not the same as Ms. Smith, correct?
That's the same question, just worded differently.
We've already been through this.
I'm gonna overrule that one.
Bernard Mitchell described the shooter coming out of the breezeway. And also the shooter, when he was going around, he was right beside he described the person right outside the car, shooting in the car.
So that
Described
would be,
dreads and a hoodie.
so that would be he described to you two shooters, based on what you just told me.
Yes, based on my, just reviewing my interview with him the other day.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna have you take, so you don't recall testifying that Mr. Mitchell actually never said anything about two shooters?
I got a sneaking suspicion you're going to show me that I did. But as I sit here, I don't recall that, no.
You were able to review your interview with him, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You still have that transcript in front of you?
No. Oh, is this it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
You could take a look and see if that helps refresh your recollection about whether he told you there were two shooters.
It may or may not refresh his recollection, but I'm going to object against hearsay with Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to object to hearsay.
This is impeachment of what the officer previously said.
I'll let you ask about whatever he previously said.
Do you have a page or an area that I need to look through? Exactly, it's a long interview.
No, sir.
How many pages are we talking about?
Can't see, maybe about 20. I can't see if that's right. It could be more. You know what? We can come back to it. We'll probably have a break and you can take a look and get back to me.
Okay, sure.
Cool. So when you went out to the scene at the time, you were looking to speak with other witnesses, correct? If there were any.
Originally, when I first got to the scene, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You were trying to speak with as many people as you could, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had access to the CAD reports and the 911 calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had access to the 911 calls themselves, correct?
Eventually, yes, I did.
Okay. And anyone you spoke with, you would have put that in your report, correct?
Not, yes, most of the general information. I don't necessarily put all the details, but yes.
Okay, but like their name, right?
Not always. If they don't wish for the name to be included, if I can exclude them, I will.
Fair. But you never spoke to the 911 callers, did you?
No,
Even though you had their name and contact information, right?
that's right.
Even though you were aware that one of them wanted to speak to the police, right?
If I was aware of that, I would have spoken with them.
I'm going to approach you with what has already been previously admitted into evidence and marked as states 1NN Nancy Nancy.
Okay.
Okay. And that is one of the CAB reports you've reviewed, correct?
It appears to be a CAB report from the case. I can't say I reviewed it, but this seemed to be from the case, yes.
So you didn't review the CAB, or you did?
Well, I look at it, I verify that it's got the right address on there, and if there's any information as the case progresses, and if I need to get back in touch with anybody like a 911 caller, I would do that.
Okay. So you didn't see the.
And I would use the CAD report to get that number
Okay.
and name. In this particular case, I didn't see the instance to it, didn't need it.
You didn't need to see the person who wanted to speak with you?
I wasn't aware of that person.
So you didn't review the CAB?
I looked at the front page, I didn't read every word, no ma'am.
Okay. And so you didn't listen to the 911 calls?
No.
Okay. So if you're trying to speak to as many witnesses as you can, why wouldn't you speak to the 911 caller who wants to speak with you?
Again, I didn't get the word that they wanted to speak with me, or I would have. My plate was pretty full. I talked to a lot of people when I did a lot of work that day.
Oh, okay. You were too busy.
Yes, I was busy.
Okay. So when Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, no, let me back up. The photos of the 7.62 shells, you didn't take those, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were they just sent to you? Is that right?
Yeah, they were included with the report, yes.
Okay. And so is it from those photos you pieced together, say 10 NN that you've drawn a line on? Thank you. 10 NN, you drew this line, correct?
I did.
Okay. And this earth image or whatever it is, that accurately depicted the apartment complex as you observed it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and the line on the left side where it starts, that's your belief, that's where the 7.62 shell casings were?
That's correct, yes.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen for you what has been admitted as 59 NN. I don't know if it needs the share screen. Thank you. All right. So looking at 59 NN, what is it you see next to kind of that entryway, exitway by the sidewalk to the building?
Well, I see satellite dish and an AC unit.
Okay, AC unit. And then you were standing at that AC unit looking at the parking lot. What is to your right? We have a line of bushes.
I'm turned around here. I don't understand what.
If you're standing next to that AC unit with the AC unit on your right, you're looking at the parking lot. Do we have a line of bushes there?
Yes.
All right. Could you flip back to 10 and then? So looking at 10 NN, officer, you said it was consistent. What happened to that line of bushes?
They're not there.
Okay, what happened to the AC unit?
It's not there.
So how is that possible?
Well, when I got the information from the officer, Bob memorialized what he told me, what he found. He said it's by the Y building. I was assuming that that Y building was where I indicated right there.
Oh, okay, so
on
you
the
just
map.
assumed that.
I did, yeah.
Okay,
It's in the same complex. The picture with the shell casings is in the same complex. I think it's in the next building back in that little courtyard.
okay. But so you didn't go out to the scene and see where those 7.62 casings were, right?
I've said that a couple times.
So you can't say for sure actually that 10 NN is even where those were found, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
I can say they came from the complex, but
Fair.
exactly where in the complex, I don't know.
fair. And with this image, I'm going to point you to, that corner right there, right?
Yes.
That's where Ms. Smith indicated one of the shooters would be, correct?
I don't recall that.
Where do you recall she said the shooters were?
She said, if my recollection is correct, she saw somebody walking out of the breezeway.
Here?
Yes. I believe, yes.
Okay. So all those casings should be right there.
Yeah, but the buildings are very similar
Oh.
in design, and there's two sets. So there's breezeway that goes through both sets of buildings.
Okay. So they're very similar, so,
So it's easily confused is what I'm saying as far as locations, because the buildings look very similar.
okay. So you may have been easily confused, right?
I was confused, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, during the earlier parts of her interview, she had only talked about one shooter, right?
I recall she said she saw someone with a long gun, and she heard shots. I don't recall if she indicated whether there's more than one shooter or not. I don't remember that. Should I refer
Okay.
to something?
So earlier on in the interview, or when in her interview, I think you talked about, she said some things which weren't consistent.
Yep.
And then you consoled her,
Yes.
and then she was more consistent after that, right?
Yes.
So when was it that she began telling you, back this up. At what point between those did she go from one shooter to two shooters?
I know when she described to me, she said she described the two guys that she was with, and she described each one of them having a different kind of weapon. I recall that, but I don't recall if she stated that she saw anybody shoot. She just stated that she heard shots and ran.
Okay.
Saw both of them with guns, but I don't recall if she said she saw them shooting.
My question was, when in her interview, before or after the consoling?
It was after the consoling.
Okay. Because before that, it was only one shooter, right?
I knew that story she was telling me was crap, so I really wasn't paying much attention to it.
Okay.
So I don't remember what
Okay.
she said.
And it was between what was the consoling? We'll go there.
What was what?
When you consoled her,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm a husband and a father. I've got a daughter. I just spoke to her in a fatherly tone, assured her of her safety, and calmed her down and encouraged her to tell the truth.
Okay. But she didn't start doing that until after she was told to, I think, sing her ass off, right?
I don't recall if that was said or who said it.
You don't recall that.
I'm not saying it wasn't said. I just don't remember who said it. Yeah.
Okay. And there were discussions during that interview about whether she was implicating herself, right?
I don't recall.
Whether she could be going home or not?
I don't remember that.
She wasn't concerned with, or didn't seem as though she was concerned about getting in trouble?
She was concerned about getting in trouble. Yeah.
Okay. And so I want to back it up. She came in, she's telling you a bunch of things, they're not adding up. You console her, and then she is telling you something consistent with the evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. But that part didn't happen until you were the first one to bring up that someone had a rifle, right? As opposed to just a small gun, right?
I indicated that there were two types of shell casings, a rifle round and a small caliber.
Okay. Before that, she had not described two types of rounds, correct?
Like I said, I haven't seen that interview in quite a while. I do not recall.
Okay. You're the one who brought up a second person there to ambush, right?
I described two types of shell casings indicating that it was two shooters, yes. Implication there is there's two shooters.
Okay. So you made that implication and then we had two shooters, right?
Yes.
Okay. What more did you do to confirm what she was telling you?
And do you have an example that you'd like me to answer? Because she told me a lot.
Right. She told you about different things that Mr. Mitchell did or Mr. Uten did, right?
Yes.
And those weren't consistent with what you learned from them, right?
Yeah, they were fairly consistent.
Okay. So when you spoke to Mr. Mitchell, that's when you learned about him putting a gun to her head?
Oh, yeah, she did say that about him, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, that's the story I didn't believe her, so I
Right.
forgot about it, yeah.
So it would make sense if she's telling you these stories that you would want to confirm them, right?
If it's the truth, yes.
Right. And she told you things about, well, let me ask you. You never went back to Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell and asked about whether everyone had been chatting together, like she told you, right?
Oh, no, they described in their interview that they had been texting with the girls.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant that everyone, the defendants, everyone came out and was chatting together before this happened.
I don't think that came out with Mitchell and.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So they didn't say it, she did, but you didn't go back and say, hey, this witness told me this. No?
No.
Okay. And you didn't go back and look at her Instagram records, right?
I don't think so, no.
So you couldn't confirm whether she said she'd been talking to the victim every day, right?
Bless you, the victim. No, I didn't.
Okay. You could have though, right? Because you said you got a record or you ordered them, did a warrant for them?
Yes,
Okay. And she told you about a specific type of van that Mr. Ryan's mother drove, correct?
yes,
You didn't go check and see if she actually had a van like that, did you?
yes,
You did.
yes.
And that's in your report?
I don't think so, but I did do it. I noticed it. Let me go check. It might be in the report. We went to go talk to his mother.
Mm-hmm. She was cooperative, right?
She was.
You didn't ask to search the van, did you?
No,
That van would have been, based on what you were told, used basically as a getaway vehicle, right?
yes,
So it could have a murder weapon in it, right?
yes.
Could have gunshot residue all over the steering wheel, right?
No, unless it was shot from the car.
Okay, those wouldn't transfer from someone's hands?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. But you didn't get a search warrant to check either of those things, did you?
No,
And within just a few hours, you had an address for Mr. Blaylock, correct?
I did.
And you didn't get a search warrant for that apartment either.
No,
So you made no effort to look for what would have been the alleged murder weapon, right?
that's correct.
Okay. That would have been useful, right? If you had that, that's great evidence.
I've worked 100 murders. I never got one.
Never.
Ms. Abbasi, let's pause for a minute and take our morning break. And if you, do you want him to look at whatever that
Oh, sure. thank you.
portion was while we break? Okay. All right.
Sure. He's welcome to, and Officer, I'll hand you your other transcripts and you can look at whatever you need to.
And can I ask you to actually step outside if you don't mind?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I've just got to deal with another matter. How about you start with whatever it is that you wanted him to actually, that you asked him on the stand about? Okay. I mean, you can give him all of them, but I'd like for him to start with the one that you specifically asked about.
They'll be here.
All right. Okay, so there's been some back and forth about the whole Mitchell, that's his last name, right, thing. And Ms. Abbasi, you said that you kind of gestured in a vague direction towards the holding cell door at the end of the day without mentioning anybody's name and asked who the witnesses would be tomorrow, which is now today. And the state's answer did not include either of those people. And then, of course, there was some point in time in which the state was maybe going to get Mr. Mitchell, and I don't know what they were going to do, put him on the stand, just, I don't know, as a concession to Ms. Abbasi, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, just FYI, Mr. Mitchell is here and available. I'm just letting y'all know that. And I kind of need to know before the lunch hour, or whenever this next, the witness that's on the stand right now is over with, if he's going to be called, let's go ahead and call him next so that he can be whatever's going to happen and then transported away back to where he has been
The-
staying before this time.
The issue raised on the defense is his messages would kind of affect what sort of road we went down with the defense. We've already gone down that road.
All right.
The mistrial has been denied. There's no further, I'm no longer insisting at this point he be called. Whatever damage has been done. So working
All
with
right,
what we have.
just wanted to let y'all know. Okay, so then, does the state want to call him? If not, tell me now and I'll have him shipped back.
No, I think this line of hearsay questions has cured any sort of issue as it relates to a mistrial and confronting Mr. Mitchell, since she's been able to do it without Mr. Mitchell even testifying.
All right. Thank you. Let's take our break.
In the chat for Army Nurse. Love that. And last night got caught up with everything. Hope y'all have a good day. You too, Army Nurse. Oh, I think it's hilarious. People were like trying to catch up with yesterday. It was such a drag. Hope you got through it okay. That was pretty tiresome for us. A lot of yawns yesterday. Good to see you here with us in real time, Army Nurse. FFS says, I'm telling you the honest to God's truth. What's the difference between a lie and lying? Well, it's apparently whatever a detective determines is the truth before they actually investigate, right? There's a bit of a sticky web going there. He says, well, I looked at the scene and I determined that what somebody was telling me couldn't have been true. Fair enough, right? But then Leah Abbasi, I think, does a really good job breaking that down. He didn't really look at stuff. He didn't really know the stuff that he said he knew at the time he was already confronting Mariah Smith with certain things. So you said you knew, you had a better idea of what the truth was and that somebody wasn't being truthful. And you just wanted them to get comfortable telling the truth. But then Leah paints this picture where you weren't just consoling Mariah Smith. You were in a room with somebody yelling at her, berating her, sing your ass off. You might not be going home. You might be implicating yourself. Doesn't really seem like you're consoling somebody or sitting in a room with somebody who's consoling this person you're interviewing. And then we find out you didn't really have all the context together. You admit yourself you didn't know at the time. So how did you already know the truth? I think Leah is doing a great job creating the doubt there. And FFS, I always love the God's honest truth and then a lie comes out. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Black Butterfly says, Kat, the writing is on the wall. They canceled him because Leah brought up BJ, that's Bernard Mitchell Jr.'s Instagram, that they never researched. They don't want that Instagram info in. And I don't really think it's necessary. I do want to see it I want to see the testimony just because I want to see it. At the same time, I do believe that he could get up there and just say, I don't know. And what are you really going to do? Hold him in contempt when he's already incarcerated? I don't really think that does much of anything. So you'd really just be putting someone on the stand to get a bunch of I don't knows. And maybe that could look a certain way for the jury. But I think the jury wondering, who's Bernard Mitchell? Why isn't the state calling Bernard Mitchell? It could be just as effective. Big shout out here to STS gifting 10 memberships. That's a ton of new slimes. All right, I better see some STS spammed in the chat. And in a way, you get to use all caps when you say STS, because it's all initials. So there we go. Super, super generous. Thank you so much, Stephen. And if you guys, especially if you got a gifted membership, make sure you're saying thank you. Let's see. So I'm not really sure why. So Uten and Mitchell are both in jail. I don't really know why. Or I think one's in prison, maybe. One's in jail. One's at the Fulton County Jail. I forget, but I don't really know. Fashionably Fit Life says state sent Mitchell and Uten back because they weren't going to cooperate and testify the way the state wants them. They didn't want a Miss Bennett or D'Angelo White on their hands. Take me back. Well, what's one more witness doing that? What's one more? So, yeah, right? Being transported for nothing, all that for a second day in the row. There we go. STS Mlat. Lots of love here. Thank you guys in the chat. That's what Lay says. You can tell who the war on drugs narcs are. Yeah, right? He mentioned like he was doing DEA at the airport for a while. Listen to how he talks to people. A good old boy, smarter than everyone, ordained by God and Ronald Reagan. I don't think Ronald Reagan can ordain people. But yeah, he did mention, I didn't catch the time frame, but he said he worked as DEA at the airport. So, and that was before he got to where he is now. So coming into his work with the APD as a detective with that background context, you might be on the lookout to sniff certain things out. So that's a good point. Bella Moon says, I'm so angry for the defense. And now revisiting this, Whitaker calls a break in the middle of that testimony. And I think what Whitaker was trying to do was, let me call a break now before these questions get too far out and let the state and the defense have a chance to decide if they want to call Mitchell to the stand or not, rather than exhaust it. But Abbasi said, we've gone over it, we're good. So big shout out here to Simon Beebe gifting 5. Get some W's in the chat for Simon. I've got to get this banner up. Probably have to update it. We'll update it in a second. Thank you guys for sponsoring so many new slimes today. We are growing. We'll get that to 28 new slimes. And Lottie B, I don't know if there's been a date set for Merchant's client, but they're supposed to have sent one. So, and thank you for all the W's here for Simon. Appreciate you guys. Connie B says, love it. When caught in a lie, they always scream context. Yep. So we have Hogan refreshing his recollection, looking through this transcript of his interview with Mariah. And then suddenly we get the mention of the word context. And I mean, you look at it, you get the context, you're reading the transcript for a while, and then when it comes back to this question about when Miss Smith started talking about two shooters, was it only her? He says, according to the transcript, which to me is just a tell you're still trying to wiggle out of giving a clear-cut answer. You either don't want to give the answer, or you don't want to contradict yourself, but there's something inconsistent about it. So, yeah, always interesting wording. And again, very different between the direct examination demeanor and the cross-examination demeanor of this witness. And yeah, trench coat, Tom. Who knows, STS? Who knows? Thank you for the 2. My name, Jeff, says they really are all squirrel brain, the whole APD. Right, and it's so funny every time because for a while we're like, it was Thorpe, it was Thorpe. Woody said it was Thorpe. And every time a new detective would come up, they'd be like, is this squirrel brain? Like a bunch of people would say, is this squirrel brain? And I'd be like, well, that was Thorpe. But now it's just like, all right, they can just all be squirrel brain. All of them. Especially on cross-examination, they go a little squirrel brained. Oh man. Leah's dad just says, go Leah, go, with amphibious emojis, green hearts, and the yelling emoji. Thank you for the 2, Leah's dad. Oh, great name. I just clicked that. Love that. Kristen Vasquez says, did he not take this case seriously because zone 3? I don't know. Like, is it only zone 3 investigations that get botched like this? Or we figured out the truth even though we didn't look at everything at the time we were already saying we determined the truth? Like, I mean, zone 3, that's really where all of this is happening, right? Dunbar Rec Center, TIG Studios, all of this stuff falls into zone 3. We have no reports. We have no surveillance video from the key places that the gang members got together to conspire. Like, what did we investigate? Who did we talk to? Even with TIG Studios, oh, we didn't talk to anyone. Okay. We didn't look up what vehicle, who owned the purple truck. Okay, good job. Good investigation. You didn't even try. So yeah, I think there might be something there to the zone 3, but I'm also wondering, is zone 3 just something they don't care about? Is it bigger than that? Is it bigger than that? So good to see you, Kristen. Touche says, morning all, I'm catching up, but man, Pouty Page is at it again. Not Pouty Page. Oh man, I love that. And yeah, I think she was, and I wonder when she kind of like clicked and revisited that, because I really do feel like she was being sympathetic with, I think she properly overruled one of the objections, but she like lingered, like she was looking for, and then finally said, all right, I'm going to overrule that. And I paused to say, is this like sympathy from Whitaker for this morning's response to the motion for a mistrial? And I'm wondering when she got this news. But yeah, definitely Pouty Page. She's got that birthday lunch to go to, you guys. Don't forget. Peter Ortiz says, never make a woman mad. Right? Just lighting the match. Scorched earth. This is decent advice. This is good advice. Legally Brown Girl says, been too spoiled with engaging Cross. Direct examination of Detective Hogan has me somewhere else. Yeah, and that was a little bit lengthy. And I think it's because he was the lead detective on this case. So when all was said and done, I think it was kind of nice that it was only 49 minutes or so of direct. But at the same time, I think the reason it was only that length was because he himself and the state, either he didn't investigate certain things that could have been testified to, and or the state didn't want to question him on certain aspects. So I think they kept it shorter, but not necessarily for the right reasons. But you're right. Cross is definitely much more exciting and fiery. I'm with you there. Jennifer Devine says, bet a body is thrilled he called this guy instead of BJ, right? Oops. Yeah, his tone gave that away. I think you saw the future here, Jennifer Devine. I agree with you. Definitely thrilled. Definitely thrilled. Thank you so much for the super. You making is this a donkey emoji? Sorry, it's really tiny on the screen. Let me zoom in. Yeah. You're making a donkey out of yourself when you assume. Yep. And then when he reads the transcript, instead of assuming, it's only according to the transcript, as if we got to cast some doubt on what's in the transcript there. Good to see you, Survivor Speaks. Hope you're doing well today. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, as Samuel L. Jackson put it, we all know what happens with assumptions. You make a donkey out of you and umption. All right, we can drop some donkey emojis in the chat and have a 60-second all caps, sponsored by Survivor Speaks and Chloe Albert's Revenge. If you don't have anything to say, you could just throw some donkeys, whatever emoji you want. And also, okay, we are up to speed. You know, sometimes the stream is behind and I'm like, oh, I could skip this break, but we are all the way caught up. There we go. Is Earless Donkey in the chat today? Always love to see Earless Donkey. Because these donkey emojis, I know they're tiny, but they probably have ears. Oh, man. Also, shout out here to Heart of Inspiration. Guys, we are speaking about North Carolina. Army Nurse was doing some good work out there. Heart of Inspiration was also not just raising money, but also feet on the ground, boots on the ground, buying supplies, making deliveries. And that stuff is so important. There are also a few programs I've seen where you can adopt a family, right? And sort of sponsor them while they recover and get through everything that they're getting through. I've got to get some names because the person I'm familiar with, she's a real estate agent and has some properties in the area, so she's kind of just doing it when she takes trips. She's bringing some supplies. But she mentioned, I don't think it was Samaritan's Purse doing the adopt a family, but an organization similar. So I'm going to try to get some names of the organizations that are doing adopt a family type programs. Because I think that's really something important, right? You know, we get all this initial relief for cleanup and all of that, but the adopt a family program can help for the longer haul get somebody back on their feet. So let me get some organization names. And if you know any, drop them in the chat. And also make sure you are following Heart of Inspiration. Great friend of the channel. Talks about some of the stuff that we talk about here, like the YSL trial, but also great advice, life coaching, small business advice, lots of courses, great educator. So always good to see you. She says, love Cat, Mlat, Chat, and KNW Slat. That's a lot of rhymes. Free YSL. At least give some bond. Oh, and this is great too. So Judy, yeah, we got the holidays coming up. I do that in Massachusetts for Christmas. And there is that also the adopt a family where you help them with the meals and the Christmas gifts and I think decorations, right? What's it called? Like getting the ornaments and a Christmas tree to make sure families can have the holiday spirit. Also great. I think those are great programs too in the same adopt a family sense. And let's see. Yeah, and that's the thing, like finding a good organization to donate to. I feel like it's a little rough. You don't want to just donate to something that ends up going like 85% to admin costs, 90% to admin costs. So when we get back, I'm going to go try to find her post where she talked about the other organization so we can get that name. And I have heard good things about Samaritan's Purse. Again, it just wasn't something that was offering. I don't think that was doing a adopt a family, but they're still out there bringing a ton of help and aid, not just in North Carolina, but I think Tennessee and some of the Georgia flood victims. I think they're widespread where they help. So, and I'm gonna go with Shadiggy here. Says all zones garbage. They knew and had no evidence and wanted to be part of nothing. Yeah, I think it's beyond a zone 3, but certainly zone 3 seems like, oh, I had a lot of work on my plate, but I was also too busy to investigate this Jamari Holmes murder. Like, kind of doesn't make sense. And then Cutthroat Radio Podcast. Hey, good to see you. Gifting a membership here. And I know earlier in the stream, I think you said you were just getting caught up. So glad to have you watching with us in real time. And now, have you been doing any live streams? Let's see. Or was it a video that you did? Let's see. Okay, it's making my stuff freeze. Well, in any case. Now, Cutthroat Radio Podcast is another channel that we talk about YSL sometimes. I know you did something on Rich Homie Kwan as well. That's what I was thinking of. But you go beyond just the trial commentary. You do like culture commentary, the crossroads between entertainment and legal news a bit, and get into all the hot takes. So, great channel to follow. And there's a link in the chat there. Great to see you. Connie B says, yeah, well, we got this. But yeah, when they're caught in a lie, they always scream context. David Leibold says, clat clat, what about a Miss Persefield emoji? We could do that, but it's gonna look horrible because she's mostly at a sideways angle and it's gonna be blurry zoomed all the way in. So there are some pragmatic considerations when trying to put a tiny emoji on YouTube. So it's possible. And shout out to Miss Persefield. I think she does a lot in that courtroom. You know, kind of like she's been referred to as like the IT person in the courtroom. So she's out there holding it down. So all respect to her. I'm just not sure that grabbing an emoji of her would be the most visible or apparent once it's in the tiny YouTube box. And plus, I'm capped at how many I can actually upload. So it's on the table. If you guys like revolt in the chat for it, we can do it, but we'll probably have to kick an emoji out. So thank you so much, David, for being a member. Heart of Inspiration says, you know it's going to be a spicy day when Paige comes in with her hair pulled back. Let's see. Because sometimes she'll come back from a break and it'll be back down or it'll be up. So we'll have to see if she changes her mood. And don't forget, she's got that lunch today, you guys. She's got that lunch. Thank you so much for the 5 Heart of Inspiration. KC Dog says, this is why Mungtuk sentencing upsets me. Detectives, DAs, etc. lie and send people to prison and then go home. No disciplinary action when they change lives. And even if there is some type of disciplinary action, it's like maybe a slap on the wrist and it's like 3-4 years down the road from when something actually happens. So not really a deterrent in the name of justice to prevent the same type of thing from happening in the future. I'm really curious. I still think it's weird. Not weird, but I think it's another eyebrow raiser that suddenly there's a probation violation for Antonio Sumlin for something with a date of occurrence back in August. Like, is it really usually like a 2.5-month window when you do something to violate your probation that you wait to file something like that? Too much on the plate? Like, is there an excuse that might not be a great excuse but at least it's not coincidental timing when Antonio Sumlin's supposed to be called soon. I don't know. It just made me scratch my head a little bit yesterday. So, yeah, and I don't know. Good question. How long is this break? I don't know. It seemed like a morning break. How long have they, after they did their conversation? About just under 25 minutes at this point. So, oh, and I think the camera just wiggled. You guys are speaking it into existence. Also, very kind here, and thank you again, KC Dog here. Marlena Mack, very kind of you, gifting 5 memberships. Let's put double M's in the chat. Shout out to Marlena. That's super generous of you. You're going to be one of our slime sponsors. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that guy Nick says the breaks will last until Abasi completely loses her rhythm. And thank you for showing all the love to Marlena in the chat, you guys. Oh yeah, sorry, MM with the pumpkin. We love you too, MM with the pumpkin. Nick Johnson, thanks for the 2, says, remember Whitaker wants the court respected. Sometimes, selectively. Selectively a little bit. And I think she's setting up a catch-22 here this morning. If she wants the defense to put summaries of what was stipulated to on the record, she's going to then get annoyed if they're putting stuff on the record and taking up too much time. So she says she wants the courts respected, the jury's time respected, and then she's creating a scenario where she's going to get annoyed by the very situation she is setting up. So I have to see how that plays out. Thank you for the 2 and food for thought. Elemental says, I feel like I'm watching a TV attorney with this defense lawyer. I'm loving it. It is like very spicy. What you'd expect to be scripted. Court audio still, there you go.
For murder.
The only person who ever gave you any indication that Mr. Ryan, victim, anyone in the car, was Mariah. She's the only person who said they knew one another, right?
That you confused me a little bit. Say that again. Say it again.
The only person who said that Mr. Ryan knew Mr. Uten, the victim, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Mitchell, only person who said they knew each other was Mariah, correct?
I don't recall that.
Did you look at your interview?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I did, but I forgot what you asked me for to be looking for in there.
Okay.
Maybe it's a question. Ask me each person at a time. So Mariah, you're saying Mariah said she knew Mitchell.
Mariah told you was the only Mariah indicated, whether through this or something else, Mr. Ryan had some contact, knew the existence of Mr. Uten, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Holmes, right? You never went to any of them and said, hey, do you know this guy?
No,
Okay. And they never, gave you any names saying, I think it was this person, or I have a problem with this, nothing.
they, who?
Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten
They said they did not know who shot at them.
had no idea.
That's correct.
And didn't ask them if they, had any problems with Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock, right?
Yeah, they're correct, yeah.
Okay. And Mariah, she never told you anything about being locked in a basement, did she?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And she didn't tell you anything about Mr. Blaylock attacking her, did she?
Other than when Mr. Blaylock. Oh, no,
Okay.
no, not that I remember.
All right. And so based on the evidence you had, the person who fired the 7.62 was tall, right?
I was described, he was described as being tall, I believe.
All
Just
right.
a second, let me double check it. They said.
And I can get you a transcript of your interview with Mr. Uten if that further helps. too,
I
right?
bet you can. Let me see. Yes,
Okay. So Mr. 7.62 is tall. And based on all of that evidence, was your conclusion that Mr. Blaylock was the one with the 7.62, right? Page
go-
18?
Page 18. Of what? Which one am I looking at?
Your report.
Well, if you got a page 18, you're doing better than me. I got 17 pages.
Oh.
Okay, wow. You got more than me. Okay, I see what you're referring to, yes.
Yep. So final conclusion you came to based on everything you reviewed was that Mr. Blaylock had the rifle.
That's what I wrote, yes.
Gotcha. All right. So we have rifle rounds, and then we have all these other casings from a smaller gun, from a 9mm, correct?
Yes,
All right. And those casings were found very, very close to the vehicle where the victim was, correct?
there were casings on top of the car, yes.
Okay. And casings on top of the car, you don't know how they got there, did you? Or do you?
I didn't see them be placed there or fall there, no.
Okay. Did you speak to the EMS, the emergency services people who
They-
would have been there responding?
They were gone when I got there.
Okay. So you're not sure whether they had to move anything to get to Mr. Holmes?
It was obvious that the hat we found on top of the car was placed there by someone.
Right.
I don't know who. But I guess it's plausible that somebody would say, hey, there's a shell casing, let's put it on top of the car.
Yeah. So they
Don't know-
wouldn't want to lose it.
Don't know why they do that, but yeah.
Okay. So you discussed with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten whether they had guns, correct?
Yes,
They both had guns, right?
yes.
And you never asked them if they shot, did you?
Mitchell said his gun was empty.
Okay.
Uten, I don't recall ever asking that specific question.
Right. You didn't ask him what kind of a gun he had, right?
I don't recall
Okay.
asking him.
You asked him what happened to it though later, right?
Yes.
And he indicated to you that you should.
All of this is hearsay. What whoever indicated to whoever.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to either you yourself or have somebody go looking in the woods for a firearm?
Wasn't me, but yes.
Okay. And beyond that, you did not have any follow-up to tracking down those guns, right?
That's correct.
All right. And your reason for that, you previously testified, was you had no reason to, right?
I had no further leads. Once we tried to find them and couldn't, based on where they said they put them,
Okay.
there was nowhere else to go.
So you had no reason to try and find out whether Mr. Putin was the one who fired all those 9mm.
Say that again?
So you had no reason to try and figure out if Mr. Uten is the person who fired all those 9mm.
Right, I didn't try.
Because if he did, that would be your second shooter, right?
Your Honor, objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You at some point had an occasion to review Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records, correct?
Again, I'm not a computer guy.
Far later.
I allow other people on the team examine those. I trust them in what they can do because they're
Mm-hmm.
a teenager is better than me on that stuff.
Yep.
So I looked at the report or what was given to me. Did not do a deep dive. No, ma'am.
No deep dive. You didn't look at them.
Say it again.
No deep dive. I mean, you did not look at them, right?
I don't recall if I did. Yeah.
Okay. So you never did any follow-up with Mr. Mitchell about him shooting back, did you?
No.
But you learned that at some point he said he did, right? Or they did.
Yes, I did hear that. Yes.
Thank you, Detective.
Oh, you're welcome. You didn't give this stuff back?
Are there
That's all yours. You're welcome.
other defense counsel with questions for this witness?
Good morning, Detective Hogan.
Did take the time. Good morning. Good morning.
We've met before, but my name's Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
All right, and the case that we're talking today does not involve Shannon Stillwell at all, does it?
Not that I know of. No.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you one question on cross. You were asked about testing a car, the inside of a car for gunshot residue.
Right. Yeah. I remember.
And you responded that it would not make any sense to do so unless a gun was shot from that car, correct?
That would be the most obvious reason to do so. Yes. To
Okay,
test
so
for that.
if a gun is shot from inside a car, if your investigation leads you to believe that a gun was shot from inside a car, you certainly would test for gunshot residue, correct?
If there was any question that a gun was used inside the car, so if there's an allegation that it was, and
Yep.
then there was reason to believe that it wasn't, we needed to prove that a gun was used in the car, then certainly we should process inside the car for gunshot residue.
Okay, when you say process inside the car for gunshot residue, what does that mean?
Well, we asked the ID unit. I've watched them do it several times. They have a Q-tip, and they swab areas, and they preserve that Q-tip, which gets sent to the GPI crime lab. And then they do their analysis, their whiz bank stuff over there to say, if there's any presence of gunpowder, I guess is what it is.
And we're talking about microscopic particles,
Yeah,
right?
if you shoot a weapon anywhere, if somebody shot in here, the residue would be however tiny, microscopic, but it would be here on everybody, everywhere.
It would go all over.
Yeah, yeah, it goes everywhere.
Okay, and you would ask the collection team, we'll say, to the crime scene technicians, I guess is the formal term, correct?
Yes.
You would ask them to collect from the different areas within the car.
That's
What
correct.
are there any specific areas that you would have them focus on?
Generally let them do their job. They know more about that stuff than me. I ask them to process it and I allow them to do it.
Okay.
So wherever areas they are. Another's, the GBI has been a little more stringent on their testing of that. They're getting away from gunshot residue because of the fact it goes everywhere. It doesn't really prove anything.
Okay, so the concern when they're going away from it is not that it gives false negatives, but it gives false positives.
Right. So for example, if you're a gunshot victim, you're obviously a gunshot victim. Guys that in the past I know have tried to test them for gunshot residue. Well, that's kind of silly because they are a gunshot victim. They're going to have gunshot residue on them. Also, the fact that if they're in a room such as this or other people, and somebody shoots, and then that person gets away, but somebody else is alleged to be the shooter. Well, if he was in the same room, he's going to have gunshot residue on him as well because it goes everywhere.
So it sounds like what you're saying, if you get a positive result from gunshot residue, it may be unreliable for proving what you're intending it to prove.
You don't necessarily have to be the shooter if you were in the room when the shot went off.
But if you get it, but from what I'm understanding, if you get a negative, that's still a reliable result. It's just the positives can mean different things.
Yes.
All right, great. And in your experience at times, you said you defer to the experts on the collection method. Have you known them to remove different parts of a car for further testing for gunshot residue?
Yes.
Sustained.
I can approach it. It is going to be relevant.
All right, I'll give you.
And
some.
I'm just going to ask one more question. Is
Okay.
one of those parts that the experts remove at times the headliner of the car?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Any other defense? Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Steele.
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, in your work, have you ever had the need or the opportunity to ask for and secure surveillance cameras from businesses?
Several occasions, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, in your experience, have you ever had a surveillance camera operation where it would be a specific period of time that was captured, the images were captured by the surveillance camera?
Sure. Every system's different. There are some, from my experience, some common denominators. Most surveillance systems capture a certain period of time that's generally around 2 weeks. And after those 2 weeks time period, it stops. You can kind of imagine that you're shoving the video into a tube, and as it comes out, there's just so much space to capture and to maintain. So as you capture more video, it starts falling off the backside after 2 weeks. So for example, if 3 weeks ago there was a crime that we became aware of, and we needed to try to get the video, we call if it's past that 2 week time period, the video is no longer accessible. It's been deleted. It's been overwritten and it's gone.
So in your example about the 3 weeks, so a video can hold up to 2 weeks of information is what you're telling the jurors
That's-
in our example.
It's kind of a general rule, Brian. But there are systems that capture and they keep them for longer periods of time, but those are expensive to maintain and that's pretty rare that we have, but they're out there.
So if, just hypothetically, if we start on day one and the surveillance equipment can hold 2 weeks, so on day 14, from day 1 to day 14, it's all there if it's all working correctly. That's what I hear you say.
Yes.
I'm gonna object to relevance.
It goes back.
Overruled.
Now, on day 15, so day 14 ends, now it's day 15. Are you telling the jury that in your experience, day 1 is now gone, so now we'd have from day 2 to day 15?
That's my experience, yes.
Okay. Have you ever, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, on day 15, so day 15 starts, all day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 are gone?
Without a catastrophic failure of the system, I have never heard of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody else? All right, redirect.
Detective Hogan, do you recall Ms. Abbasi asking you about your interview with Ms. Smith and how she, I guess, about how she described the long gun? Remember her asking you about that?
Yes,
Do you remember her specifically asking you about the use of the term rifle?
yes.
And do you recall, based on your interview, Miss Smith was only able to describe the gun as a long gun, correct?
Yeah, she was not well-versed in,
Overruled.
You can answer the
she
question.
was not well-versed in guns. She was using pretty generic terms, yes.
Now, I want to bring your attention to something that Ms. Abbasi just, one of her last questions, she talked to you about how Ms. Smith just kind of described or said how Mr. Ryan or somebody would know any other parties. Remember her asking you about that?
Yes.
And do you remember what Miss Smith's response was, or conversation with you was about how Mr. Ryan knew Mr. Mitchell?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. It was
Right.
not the question. The question was whether anyone besides Ms. Smith described them knowing one another.
I think she opened the door as to how.
Go ahead.
Do you recall?
Of how Ms. Smith knew Mr. Mitchell?
No, about how the question that Ms. Abbasi asked you was about how Ms. Smith described to you and talked to you about how Mr. Ryan knew Mr. Mitchell. Do you remember her having that conversation with you? And if looking at a copy of the transcript would help refresh your recollection of your interview with Ms. Smith.
Sure, man.
I want to direct your attention to page 93, where the minute marker is 2:18:21.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to this at this being hearsay. We're not impeaching her.
What are you going to ask?
What she said. I mean, counsel opened the doors when she asked the question as it related to the conversation that the detective had with Ms. Smith about how the parties knew each other.
So are you refreshing his recollection as to what you said
That's-
about it?
That's correct, Judge.
I'm going to permit it.
Your Honor, the question was about whether anyone else described them knowing one another, not what she said, how they knew each other.
All right, I'm going to allow it.
I can ask the question again, Detective, after you've reviewed.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, give me a second. Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, so in reviewing page 93 of the transcript of the interview with Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, is your recollection refreshed as to what Ms. Smith indicated or told you about how Lil Rod or Rod and Mr. Mitchell were familiar or knew each other?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, what did she tell you?
She said that little Rod told her that BJ took his gun, Mitchell took his gun.
Now, I also want to talk to you about a question that Ms. Abbasi asked you as it related to describing, as you spoke with Ms. Smith, that this was an ambush. Do you remember her asking you about that, using the term ambush?
I remember using that term. Can you tell me where to look? I don't recall it in the interview.
No, what I'm asking you is during your cross-examination, Ms. Abbasi had asked you some questions as it related to you describing or using the term ambush. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors or describe to the jurors why your investigation and through your investigation, tell the jurors why you called it an ambush?
It wasn't a robbery. The shooters never approached the vehicle. They were lured to a certain spot.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to him testifying as these are actual facts. He can say what he investigated, what he did or did not find.
Sustained.
So I'll rephrase the question. Can you tell the jurors what in your investigation drew you to characterize or classify this shooting as an ambush?
It wasn't telegraphed. It was sudden. They snuck up from behind and
I'm going to object again.
Sustained.
Same thing.
I'll move on. I want to put up State's Exhibit 10 NN. Well, before I move on, and as she's putting up the photograph, based on you said you were in homicide for how many years?
10 years.
And you said you've worked in law enforcement since you said 1987.
Yes.
How many years is that?
A lot. 36, 37.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on your training and your number of years of experience, have you, well, let me ask you this. Before you worked in homicide, did you work cases that also involved shootings, but no deaths?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years of experience and your number of cases that you've worked that involve shootings, what the term ambush means in relation to your investigations?
Something that's sudden, unexpected, where the victim in that situation is pinched in or in a small area that he's hard to get out of or he can't get out of. Sit and duck kind of a thing.
Okay. Now, you see the photograph in State's Exhibit 10 NN.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that drawn to scale?
No.
And can you tell the jurors, did you intend that photograph to, or that drawing to be an exact replica of the scene?
No.
What was the purpose of using State's Exhibit or drawing State's Exhibit 10 NN?
It was just a way to kind of demonstrate what my theory was at the time when I created it.
And in your drawing, can you, well, I want to take you to State's Exhibit. (18NN). Now, in State's Exhibit 18NN, can you tell the jurors in this photo and you're actually being at the scene, can you tell the jurors how many breezeways are in the building that we're looking in front of right there?
Just one.
Okay. And in your drawing, how many breezeways were depicted in your not to scale drawing?
One.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit, I think it's 17NN. Yes. So do you see 17NN?
Yes.
Can you point to the jurors in this different angle of the building, where on this exhibit would the breezeway be? Would it be on the left-hand side, the right-hand side?
The sidewalk leads to, it's off camera right here.
Okay, and then you see where on the right-hand side of State's Exhibit 17 and the building kind of intersects or meets.
Are you serious? 4.5 hours?
And
Wow. You stayed in your car.
59NN.
You stayed in your car for 4.5 hours instead of walking in. You should have just walked in. If I'm reading that correctly.
Now, in this exhibit's 59NN, can you show the jurors where in that exhibit are the shell casings that you described previously that were found in that area of the crime scene?
They're indicated with the yellow placards.
Okay. And in comparison to or in relation to your not to scale drawing in State's Exhibit 10NN, did you place red dots on that photograph to depict something similar?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were putting the red dots on State's Exhibit 10NN, did you put exactly 15 or what were the dots there to represent?
They were there to represent the shell casings.
Okay. And were they there to represent the shell casings, the general area where they were found?
That's correct.
And was in reviewing your drawing, State's Exhibit 10NN, is where you generally put the red dots consistent with where we saw the actual shell casings found on the crime scene?
When I created the drawing, that's where I thought they were, yes.
And while on scene, let me ask you this question. How long was law enforcement generally, if you know, on scene that night or that early morning at the scene of the shooting?
3 to 4 hours, maybe a little longer, I guess.
And in the time that you were there, did anyone approach you who had called 911 to speak?
No.
Now, Ms. Abbasi asked you some questions as it relates to how many shooters Ms. Ms. Smith described. You remember that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors after the initial part of your interview that you described earlier with Ms. Smith, did she consistently, when she began, after you confronted her with the physical evidence, describe the fact that there were always two shooters?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, during that interview, was it you or was it her who placed nicknames in relations to those two shooters?
It was her.
And before Miss Smith told you that, did you have any idea of the nicknames of who she said the two shooters were?
I did not.
And do you remember during that interview, Miss Smith describing Mr. Uten and Mr. Mitchell running from the blue Charger?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors at any point during her interview, did she describe to you that as they were running?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as leading.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. But I do want to ask you, Ms. Abbasi asked you about, let me ask you this question. Through your number of years as a law enforcement officer, have you received a number of trainings as it relates to firearms?
Yes.
And through your work with the Atlanta Police Department and the other law enforcement agencies you worked with before that, can you tell the jurors, are you familiar with a revolver?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, how is a revolver different from, let's say, a 9mm handgun or pistol?
Namely, there's several big differences between a 9mm semi-automatic handgun and a revolver. Revolver is self-contained. It has a cylinder. It's in the middle of the gun. When you, it's either double or single action. If it's a double action, when you pull the trigger, it rotates the cylinder and at the same time pulls the hammer back. When the hammer falls as the next shell casing comes up into the barrel, it hits the firing pin and it shoots the projectile out of the front of the weapon. Biggest difference there is there's no shell casings that come out. The operator can open the weapon and dump the shell casings out, but it doesn't automatically eject them. Semi-automatic, 9mm. When you pull the trigger, it's a very similar action, except there's no cylinder. There's a spring that when you pull the slide back, a shell or a projectile with a shell is lifted slightly up from the clip. There's a clip that catches the projectile and puts it in the barrel ready to shoot. And then when you pull the trigger, a firing pin goes forward, projectile goes out the front. The slide automatically from gas pressure gets pushed backwards. The next shell casing is lifted up by a spring. It ejects the shell casing out, usually to the right, and then it goes forward, picks up the next projectile and shell casing to go into the barrel, ready to shoot again.
Okay. Now, in the vehicle, the blue Charger, can you tell the jurors, were the defects that you observed in the car in the front or in the back of the vehicle?
Back and side.
Okay. And were there any, I guess, defects in the front of the vehicle?
Don't think so, no.
Okay. And is the defects being found in the back of the vehicle consistent with the vehicle being backed in or parked with the back end closest to the breezeway and the front end kind of closest to the access road?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to this as speculation.
Well, he said consistent with overruled.
The damage that I saw was consistent with it being attacked from the rear and from the driver's side.
One moment, Your Honor. No, no, I'm further at this time.
Be very quick, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Detective, when you were speaking with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, you were trying to figure out if they had any idea why the shooting would have occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you addressed with them whether either of them had stolen anything, right?
Overruled.
I did.
Okay. And you had no indication that that would have been the reason here, right?
I tried to figure out with Mr. Mitchell, especially of the motive for what happened. Wasn't successful in speaking to him about
Okay.
that.
And Ms. Smith's statement about Mr. Ryan having stolen a gun, what did you do to vet that statement?
Mr. Mitchell stole a gun.
I'm sorry. My apologies. What did you do to vet that statement?
Nothing.
You said no?
I didn't vet it.
Okay.
Just took it.
Mr. Abate asked you about whether after Ms. Smith began talking about two shooters, whether she remained consistent about that. And you had no reason to press her and suggest otherwise, right? Because that was your theory, right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. Well, I guess I shouldn't have assumed that no other defense attorneys had recross. All right, I just happened to be correct. Okay, all right. Thank you for your time. You're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
And this seems like a good time to break for lunch. So we will break for lunch until, I think we've probably got some work to do during lunch. So I'm going to give the jurors until 1:30. All right, we need to deal with the Wooney evidence. How long do you think that's going to take?
It should only take about 15.
All right, why don't we just do that before we break then? And I'm sorry, did y'all get to the point of forwarding
Yes.
the document
Did I forward it to you, Ms. Percival? Yes.
this morning? Yep, there it is. Okay. All right, so I've got that open. So if you can start directing me to which items are at issue. This is okay. Instagram. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, Your Honor. And I'll say most of the items in this packet will probably only come in if I have to impeach Mr. Lee. So we can definitely go through it, but just to set the stage, Your Honor, about what the items in here are.
Okay, so w- is everything that's in here we need to litigate? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll begin pages 1 and 2. So let's start with 1. Page 1 appears to be a conversation. Mr. Lee is the slime life shoddy.
Uh-huh.
This is a conversation where he says, get somebody to buy my switch. The next page is a photo of a firearm. I'm not sure how that suggests any sort of illegal activity whatsoever.
Your Honor, the fact that he has access to a switch in and of itself is illegal to have a switch for a firearm, Your
Have y'all
Honor.
charged him with that?
No, Your Honor. And for the first page,
Mhm.
he has not been charged with the switch. And so we can we won't enter in page 1. Page 2 or page 3, Your Honor, which is Mr. Lee with a firearm, Your Honor.
Are
Again,
you talking about that hand?
the hand, yes,
Can you establish that that's him?
it's his Instagram record, Your Honor, and it's something that I would ask.
No. If that's the best you can do, that's just a picture of somebody's hand holding a firearm. So that is not going to be permitted. Unless you ask him, is that your hand? And he says yes.
And that's why I started around that most of this is for impeachment, because it would depend on the questions that I ask of him, whether or not this becomes relevant. So that's why I
Well,
started.
I mean, I guess you
with
can
that.
present him with it if he said, if you for some reason are able to ask him, did he ever have a switch? And he says no, you can, without showing the jury, present this. And if he says, oh yeah, that's me, then we've got one thing, but okay. Moving on to the next item.
Page 3, Your Honor, I don't know how Mr. Lee is involved in this. I don't see his screen name on here, so.
I'm not sure which page you're calling, page 3. Page
Well,
3 I
the
have is
third
doc-
page of this document, which
I'm sorry.
is
Page
page
4.
17 and or page 2313.
Yeah, we're withdrawing this page.
Okay.
Page 2314 is a photo of, this time it's a leg for the gun.
Your Honor, it would be the
Mhm.
same position as the
All
first
right.
one.
Next.
The next one, page 5, which is the top Instagram page number 24836. The majority of this conversation is from author Foevakt. That would be hearsay. I'm not sure under what theory it would be admissible. It seems to be talking about business and a song.
Your Honor, we're going to withdraw this one.
All right. How about page 6?
I would defer to other attorneys if they have any objection to page 6.
Your Honor, I object unless there's a better, or some foundation. I heard what the prosecutor said, that they would not attempt to use it unless they lay a foundation or impeachment, but I don't know who these speakers are, except I assume that Slime Life Shawty, Shawty, is the witness. But other than that,
Right.
I would object. I don't know if it falls under any type of hearsay exception.
The first post on June 4th of 2019, the witness who's testifying says the YFN expletives are at your house.
Mhm.
And then a couple lines later, he says, just stay out of their way, bro. Too much going on. I'll come light that bitch up if they play with you. So considering that we put testimony in about the mother of Mr. Bennett's home, who is a member of that same YFN group that was shot twice, we've been discussing this back and forth rivalry quite
Mhm.
extensively. So the fact that he's talking about explicitly stating the YFN group and he's going to come light it up in reference to shooting either at or towards those people, I think it's quite relevant, and he's testifying in the stand. So any questions or explanation he wants to give for that, he most certainly can.
So what about the other part of the conversation, though? Are you not offering that part? Gonna redact that part?
So, Your Honor,
Hmm.
this is a back and forth conversation that he has with this other individual. And so I don't know what specifically, I mean, the bottom three, I don't know what specific line that defense is stating is not needed for the context of what Mr. Lee stated here.
Well, certainly the last
The last,
bit of it isn't needed, but I mean, not since all that X has been happening, we don't know who this is, and that is indicative that stuff's been going down.
yes, Your Honor. And the state, what I just read and what's highlighted is what the state, that's why we included
Okay,
this.
and I'm
so-
asking if you're going to redact it, because if you throw that up on the screen, I know that the highlighted part is what you're highlighting, but the rest of it is easily visible.
Yes,
So
Your
are you
Honor.
going to redact?
We can redact it and keep that just the username, so it doesn't appear that he's just speaking to himself.
Okay,
And we will take out where he says, everything else he says, that's perfectly fine, Your Honor.
all right. Page 7.
Yes, Your Honor, page 7, this is going to be a combination. We have a hearsay within hearsay. We have Mr. Lee asking who Fat was talking to. I'm not sure the relevance because I don't know who Fat is. They might ask questions which make it relevant, different conversation. But the response from someone who's not testifying is what that person heard. So we have hearsay within hearsay. The next statement is also from this other person who I'm not familiar with who the speaker is. Mr. Lee's response is ambivalent, just say no more. And there's not any further conversation that I see would be relevant.
What's the state's response?
So, Your Honor, this specific exchange, it's very predicated on what Mr. Lee his response is on the stand. If he says, just like the post I just referenced before, if he says, I've never heard of YFN, I have no problems with them, I'm actually quite friendly with them, they're not opposition to me, I hang out with them weekly, then these kind of threads could become relevant, where they're saying, I just heard he was with Slime, he told him he was with YFN, and then the person, again, not Mr. Lee testifying, says that those people are ops, and then he responds, say no more. That in conjunction with like the one we just spoke about, I don't know the exact question we would ask Mr. Lee, but none of these conversations, if an improper question is asked and the court sustains the objection, you will never have the predicate foundation to introduce this. And so I do think it hinges very much on how his testimony.
I think that
Yes, Your
before
Honor.
you think it's appropriate to use this, y'all need to approach, because I am having a hard time envisioning how
Yes, Your
this
Honor.
would be appropriately used.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The next page, Your Honor, is going to be page 8, and a conversation between Slat Quay and Mr. Lee. Again, I think we have hearsay. We don't know who Slat Quay is or what his possible involvement could be. They're talking, it sounds like, about something which happened in the past. I'm not sure how that would come in as any hearsay. It would be, if anything, spilling the beans, not furthering the interests of the gang. If that's even the exception they're trying to use, I don't know.
Your Honor, I think that falls in the same line of argument that this conversation will fall into that same line of what Mr. Atkins just articulated, Your Honor. Page 29, Your Honor, would be, I think, in line with the same articulation that Mr. Atkins just did for the page before. It's the same individual, it's the same conversation, the same
So
two people in
It
conversation.
would be to potentially establish that, yes, he did know who YFN were, and that was significant to him in some way.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's potentially a better example of it than the one above. Talk into your mic. Talk into your mic and talk to me.
Was talking to you, Your Honor.
Okay, because you're gesturing over at them.
I know, but I believe this is what I referred to the other day with regard to the person that is identified as Slat Qua, not Quay, but it's Slat Qua. One has not been identified, but it is certainly no one in this courtroom, and I believe that the state will elicit that. This is my understanding, and I'm looking at you, Judge. It's my understanding that that would be the testimony. If there is anything else, I want an opportunity to.
It was my understanding that the state and the defense were going to enter into a stipulation that any reference to a qua here or wherever it comes in this Instagram, there was a stipulation that it wasn't any of the people nicknamed Qua or Quay in this courtroom. Have y'all not done that?
Judge, that's been my understanding as well.
We're-
However,
We're still working on that.
All right, well, sounds like we might need to get to it before Wooney Lee testifies.
I agree.
Your Honor, myself and Mr. Harvey had spoken a short while ago where asking this witness, this is his thread of who is this? And then I do not know what his response will be at this moment, but I do not expect him to say it is Mr. Nichols or Mr. Huey. And whoever he says, if he says, I don't know who that is, you can ask him, is there anyone in this courtroom here today? And if he says no, I think it will be crystal clear that that was what me and Harvey were, we hadn't finalized it, but that was what we were discussing. The state's not trying to insinuate.
Discuss
it's
it with
anyone in the
Mr.
courtroom.
Matthews also.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
If y'all come to an agreement, that's fine.
Your Honor, I will.
And why don't you let me know what that agreement is before Mr. Lee testifies?
Your Honor, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Lee's attorney is here. I will ask Mr. Rubin and we'll have that answer before lunch, by the
Okay.
time we come back from lunch.
And Your
I'm going
Honor,
to ask the attorney what the answer to that question is.
So he
gonna
can
be.
ask his client, that's Mr. Lee's attorney, so we can get the answer of who Slat Quay is over the
Okay,
break.
and then what if he says one thing to his attorney now and then he says another thing on the stand? Are we going to have another specter of putting an attorney on the stand?
No, Your Honor,
Not.
I believe that we have been in communication with each other. So I don't think that result
I'm not
will
sure
occur.
that that's going to resolve it, but if the state and Mr. Matthews and Mr. Harvey come to an agreement about that, that's fine. Y'all let me know.
We will.
Okay, next.
Your Honor,
So is there another objection besides we need to make sure that everybody knows who this is or isn't the Slat Qua?
I do, unless it's
Okay.
coming in under 248807 D2E. All that Mr. Lee, according to this document on page, all he says is you all got into it with them. Everything
Mhm.
else would come from this other person. So that's my objection as well. That page really is not very illuminating on what Mr. Lee is doing to further the interests of the alleged conspiracy.
So it would be, as I understand the state's position, it would come in to impeach Mr. Lee if he claims not to know who YFN is. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so do you need the entirety of it?
On a different page anyway.
This is, I'm looking at page 1397, the highlighted portions of 1397.
To the court on page 854, which I think is 2 pages forward or above. It's Mr. Lee. It's identified as Mr. Lee's Instagram account, and it says YFN ends be by you house. So I don't see why we would need it on another page.
A different one. Oh, that's true. Okay, so.
The state's position remains the same. This will become relevant depending upon the question. So this might not come in at all. And so what would the court like for us to answer?
So if there is already something in, Mr. Steele makes the point that you actually have Mr. Lee on page 854 of the Instagram record talking about them YFN ends. And so that would establish that he knows who they are. And so you don't need the others. So that's true. All right. And if you think for some reason one of those others is going to be relevant, again, you're going to need to approach before you use it,
Yes, Your Honor.
because it shouldn't be needed for the reason that y'all just offered, considering page, whatever it was, 854. Okay. All right. And then what is this? What's on page 9?
I'll defer to Mr. Steele for the remainder.
All right.
It looks like there are notes, internal notes written over the document. I would not want that shown to the jury.
Yes.
We don't intend to introduce these notes. We're actually going to pull the actual thread. And I believe that was communicated in the email that we sent. But for brevity's sake, we wanted to show defense counsel where the language we're speaking of, but this is actually in Mr. Lee's Instagram return. So we'll find the actual, we'll have the
Okay.
actual pages of.
But what we need to be looking at is just the thread.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And is there objection to the thread?
No.
Okay. All right.
If a proper foundation can be laid, which I believe it will, no otherwise.
All right. And then I just got another email forwarded about Wooney Lee exhibits. These are pictures, maybe posts from somewhere. Is there issue about these? Do we need to litigate these? Do y'all know what I'm talking about? States 36, 37 through, I don't know.
This is just the PowerPoint of the exhibits we plan to introduce during Mr. Lee's testimony, Your Honor.
All right, is there an issue, is there an evidentiary objection to 36 through 46, NN, and then 4Y?
And most of these, Your Honor, were in the Wooney Lee folder that we went over a few weeks
Yeah,
ago.
I mean, if we've already litigated it, great. I'm just asking, so we don't.
We did litigate it a few weeks ago, but as far as 36 NN, 37 NN, and 47 NN, issues that I brought up on behalf of Mr. Still.
Have any objections with this witness? Does anyone have any objections with Mr. Sprinkle, with Agent Bernie? And we went through number by number. And of course, if an objection is raised, this honorable court will hear it from any party. But, you know, when we say we haven't litigated or have litigated, in the state's minds, when these issues are brought up, does anyone have an objection on the floor for this witness and the exhibits the state has indicated that they may use with that witness? If there's no response.
All right, well, take the lunch break and look and see if you have objection, and come back at 1:15. Yes.
And I can speak to one, just so everyone knows. I know I have an objection now. I didn't realize it was in this PowerPoint, but it was something that was recently, the state recently indicated that they plan to use, which is number 12. That's a screenshot.
I don't know what you mean by number 12.
Number 12 on the PowerPoint. It's
Oh,
46, slide 12,
Okay.
46
46
NN.
NN.
And that's just a screenshot. I believe that to be a screenshot of the beginning of a 15-minute video. And I believe that video is titled something like A Night with YSL and 4L. I've watched that video. I've reviewed the video. It's basically a group of young men at a music studio and in the parking lot outside the music studio, and they're kind of interviewing each other, and I guess it was released as a promotional type thing. But I don't know why that 15-minute video would be relevant or admissible.
I can email over the different timestamps that are the most relevant portions of this video. It's not the entirety of the 15 minutes, and I'll do that before I leave court.
So are you saying you are only planning to play
Certain portions of the video.
certain little distinct parts of it?
Yes, and I'll send that over right now.
Okay, do that right now. And then when we come back at 1:10, now we can take it up. No, I'm not. No. All right, so anything else we're gonna need to deal with? Oh, so the limiting instruction, if nobody has anything else to add, does anybody have anything else to add on that limiting instruction that I'll read before Mr. Ryan's conviction is entered?
Well, I don't know as to whether we made a number 1 or number 2 decision.
Yeah, I decided it on my own because
Oh,
nobody
okay,
got
well.
back to me. I picked number 1.
That probably
So,
would have been my pick, but
all right.
I
good.
want to reiterate, though, that I agree with Mr. Steele's position that ultimately neither one of them eliminate the confusion from, boy, we can use some of this against some of the people, but we can't use some of this against some of the people. So I want to reiterate that.
Okay.
And just reinforce that as well.
All right, so I have, at this point, I mean, I can send it back out, but let me just do that. Let me just do that real fast. And I haven't changed anything with regard to, let's at this point just focus on the Mr. Ryan one. Let me get that over to Ms. Pursfield so she can get it over to y'all. But I've taken out the reference to overt acts numbers or overt acts at all. Because when I started trying to craft something that would explain, hey, this is to overt acts, but that's not all you have to, find. If you're going to find, when you're making your determination on count 1, I realized that it is not really just to overt acts anyway, that it could be taken into consideration in their determination of whether they think anybody was conspiring to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity. And that just goes down a whole, I don't know, wormhole, black hole, I don't know what, of having to stop and give the final jury instructions now, which I'm not going to do. So
So
I'm just saying, count one.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
sir.
on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we appreciate the court's efforts. And this is a difficult situation, and we are just, for the record, joining with the thoughts of Mr. Steele and with Mr. Harvey, that a jury instruction is not
Not
going to be,
enough?
is not
Okay.
enough. But I just wanted to place that on the record.
I mean, I assume everybody's joining in
Okay.
that objection, and that's fine. I've looked at a lot of different federal circuit case law involving RICO cases. And it appears that even when a conviction of a co-conspirator comes in, as long as a limiting instruction is given, there's not a confrontation clause problem.
And I just feel the need to bring this up at some point sooner rather than later. There are convictions of Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, my client, Mr. Stillwell, and I believe Mr. Nichols that have come into evidence.
Right.
We brought up these issues previously with the prior judge, and we were not given, we asked for them not to come in. We asked for limiting instruction, and we were not granted those things. So I don't know how we're going to cure that for those.
So I mean, I thought that we had discussed the Winfrey one, and I said I would just, at the end, when I remind them of all of the things that are only for certain purposes, do that. I didn't know that anything of Mr. Stillwell's had already come in without a limiter.
They have, and I believe Mr. Nichols.
Okay. All right. Well, then I will add those two to the limiter I'll get at the end. And again, they're not supposed to be deliberating until the end anyway.
Okay, so when you're saying at the end, you're talking about
The-
jury instructions.
My jury instructions, yes. All right. See y'all in a fairly short amount of time.
Oops. Did Steele just say Your Honor? Or thank you, Your Honor. All right. So it seems like they're finally going to the lunch. Guys, if you missed it this morning, I do think the cross-examination with Detective Hogan was a really interesting watch. So definitely check that out if you had missed it. If you just joined in, they were doing some evidentiary arguments about Wooney Lee, who there's one more witness being called today. I think it's a medical examiner. And then they're going to, I guess, put Wooney Lee on the stand. So see how that goes. His attorney's here and ready. And I think that will be a very interesting chunk of testimony there. Wooney Lee has an Alford plea, just so you guys know. And hopefully Love doesn't get up there and read the factual basis out loud again like she did with Mungtung. As an update there, I did go and look, and the adopt a family thing that I saw, it's actually my friend doing it like in person in a close-knit circle, so I don't have anything to share in that regard. But Army Nurse had also gave a shout out to the organization Inota, I'm probably saying things wrong, CASA in North GA. Now that stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. It's a program for children. So I grabbed that link and dropped it in the chat. At the recommendation of Army Nurse here, Army Nurse says the organization I endorse is Inota CASAs in North GA. Their mission is to mobilize community volunteers to advocate for abused and neglected children. So sounds like a great program to me, and I'm hidden here. I'll say hearts up here for an endorsement of vouch from Army Nurse. So thank you for that shout. Link is in the chat there for you guys, and also add it in the description of this video. So that'll be there pinned for you guys. Thank you so much for pinging that. And I also did see a bunch of vouchers in the chat for Samaritan's Purse. I did see that they do an adopt a family program for the holiday season as well. I just didn't see anything specific as far as adopting a family for, flood relief. So that was my update there on that, since I had deferred that earlier. Shout out to Toothless Tiger, who says, Kat, isn't it amazing how the experts / professionals remember nothing from 2 years ago, but they want these drug users at the time to remember it all. And it is really interesting. It's like they give no consideration or just want to barrel roll over how somebody's memory could be impacted by a substance or, whatever they may have been doing during the incident that they're being asked to recall, especially years later. But, we'll prep these other witnesses, we'll prep particular witnesses, we'll show them what we want them to be able to remember fresh when they get on the stand. And it'll be a very good direct for someone like Detective Hogan. You guys were saying he caught cross amnesia. On direct, he was able to answer questions with details. Then on cross, well, I'm sure you're going to have a transcript to refresh my recollection, or at least according to the transcript. So, it seems like a cliche, and this is not unique to this trial at all, but it is a great reminder. Good to see you, Toothless Tiger. Toothless Tiger also does a ton of content, you guys. So I'm going to drop Toothless Tiger's channel link in the chat. If you want to go and check out more content, make sure you do that. Jennifer Devine might be right here. Leia needs an emoji. And I think I saw in my notification someone had tagged me in a picture, but it's like a side profile and it's so blurry. So maybe we'll Google one and get one up for her. I imagine we're going to see more of her and or Mr. Williams today with the medical examiner and Wooney Lee on the stand. So I'll try to do that one. At least a special limited edition Leah Abbasi emoji here. I tried to actually find one for Mr. Williams yesterday, and I only really had an old picture of her come up. So trying to figure that one out too. It just sucks when they're at the lectern, like they're not facing the camera. Thank you for the 2. I think we'll get on that one. And then YouTube Watcher says, or maybe it's White Watcher, YT gets used in 2 ways here. Says we don't want to call anyone to help them any further. Yeah, right? I still think it's very interesting. They did not want to call the other 2. But I do think the point came across. The detectives either took them at their word without verifying, didn't call them to confront them with the things they felt as they learned more didn't add up. So I think the point was made without having to put them on the stand. Elemental Neon says, I feel like I'm watching, we read this one, but a TV attorney with Miss Abbasi. I'm loving it. That was a really nice, exciting cross-examination. One happy white girl says, I was born and raised in Zone 3, Browns Mill Road. The policing has been this way since I was a little girl back in the 70s, especially back with the Red Dog Squad. Oh boy, I can imagine. Thank you for sharing your insight there. We were talking a bit about Zone 3. And, the same type of policing and or lack of investigative work, proper investigative work, work that seems like there's actual care for the pursuit of truth, justice, keeping the community safe, might be lacking. And it could expand beyond Zone 3. But really great to have your insight here. Thank you so much, and always good to see you in the chat. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, when witnesses say transcript on the stand, it's a symptom of a condition called Jen McCabeosis, not Jen McCabe. Oh, put a 1 in the chat if you know what Jen McCabeosis is referring to. Oh boy, that was a heck of a cross-examination, cross-amnesia. There's no cure, but going to confession helps. Shout out to Chloe Albert's Revenge. And side note, Chloe, have you caught any of the Sarah Boone stuff? Did you catch her testifying? Curious what you thought about it. KL says, everyone please hit that like button. Appreciate you, KL, for the reminder. Thank you so much. If you guys could hit that like button while we're on lunch, that'd be awesome. Yeah, a bunch of ones in the chat from people that, and I guess I didn't give a 2, so I won't see a 2. But, all she seemed to remember, we made peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the back of the car. And we listened to It's Raining Men. It's Raining Men was playing on the Bluetooth speaker in the kitchen. And everything else we forgot or just said it was a butt dial. That was Jen McCabe's cross-examination testimony in the Karen Reed trial. And what a trial that was. David Newth says, I feel like the judge has reached a point of being just done with everything and not willing to deal with the consequences of the state's sprawling case. It only took her 50 days to get there. And it's like, this case is just a monster, and I'm still a little bit surprised that the defense attorney didn't make the argument that, hey, these jury instructions, we get that they normally work, but when this is a case of 150 days, the jury's ability to remember what they're instructed to do is one thing, but the implication, if we instruct them one time to not consider this against somebody else, the reverse implication is, okay, we consider everything else about everybody else all the time. So that might not be that significant when there's only 2 instances that we're talking about. But when we have 150 days of trial, a ton of stuff that besides count 1, it doesn't really relate to all that much else for the other co-defendants. We've seen entire testimony where the act itself is supposed to fall on the shoulders of somebody that's not sitting in that courtroom. And so Steele is arguing, it's going to give the reverse psychology to these jurors that, all right, well, we can use everything else against everybody if we instruct them specifically on one thing. But I didn't really hear a specific argument be made that I think this is a unique circumstance because we have 150 days so far. He did mention going through December for a case in chief. But I think if you argued that a little bit more strongly, maybe it would stick. So, oh man. Right, I'm her says, we forget about what happened from day to day. You can't think the jury will be able to deliberate this. It will be in the chat and we'll be like, wait, didn't someone say that? Didn't that happen? And they don't really have that same type of like crowdsourced resource access. So, oh boy. But David New, thank you so much for the 10. I agree. Always love to see the hedgehog. Peter Ortiz gifting 10 memberships here. Peter Ortiz, I hope you are feeling better. We have an injured index finger, so Peter Ortiz unfortunately can't make all the gang signs. Got to use different fingers now to do the nose wipes. Great to see you, Peter. I hope you are doing well today. And you guys know the drill. If you could drop some boom emojis in the chat, we throw those for Peter when he gives us gifts. So big thank you, Peter, for your support and for generously gifting 10 memberships. And then SDS says, thank you to the chat. Leah Abbasi is the lady's name. Yeah, we definitely need to know her name. If you didn't know it already, definitely got to know it after today. Thank you so much, Stephen. Touche says, Abbasi proved once again that the defense attorneys are just better. They can take an L from the judge, pivot, and still fry the witness and serve them on a platter. And this is a really big deal for Ryan's counsel, right? We don't get to see too much of them because he's like stuck in here because of this Jamari Holmes murder and the state's theory that it was done as a conspiracy and, as part of the RICO. So now this is their time to really shine, and they've got this appeal coming up for him. So any statements they can lock in from somebody under oath can really be a big play in this appeal. Same for the state. They should really have that on their mind as well if they care about, keeping that conviction in place. So really big day, medical examiner. I think that's where we'll see some of the autopsy photos and stuff. But I think Wooney Lee is going to be very important testimony for a lot of reasons. So good to see you, Touche. Always love your food for thought. Sean Diggy says, here's to the people planning to protest at Rice Street. Fresh meat, sorry. And that can be true too. So I guess the protest is going to be at Rice Street and not at the courthouse. I think I asked earlier if it was the courthouse. So, but that's something to watch out for too, looking for fresh meat, looking for an excuse. And I don't necessarily agree with people getting in the way of somebody's right to peacefully protest. I don't agree with that. But at the same time, I don't trust people to, not people, I don't trust the government to just say, hey, people were gathering peacefully, so it's fine. I can picture very often someone going, they weren't protesting peacefully, so we have the right to arrest them, detain them. So unfortunate, but that is a concern. I think you're right. And thank you for the context that it's at Rice Street. She Sells Seashells became a member. Thank you so much. The Honorable, yeah, that says, if a tall shooter never approached the vehicle, then how were bullets on/around the car? 2 shooters and neither were Rod. BJ or the other friend shot back. And, you know, that's still unclear to me. And I think the defense's job was to create some doubt. And I think they created that doubt. I think there's a possibility, there's still a possible storyline that the way the detective thinks things happen could have been how it happened, but I don't have the most confidence that that's the most reasonable conclusion after that cross-examination. So I think the defense attorneys did their job. I think they really did their job. Thank you so much. The Honorable, yeah, that. You know, I love these name changes. David Newt says, am I the only one who thinks the witness sounds/looks like the actor Jim Beaver of Deadwood and other Westerns fame? Hold on. Jim Beaver, Deadwood. All right, guys, let's do a comparison. Oh, I can see it. Okay, let me pull this up. No, wait, the other picture was better. Why'd it go away? We'll just do the image gallery. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, man. I agree. I don't know the show, but I agree with this comparison here. And then David Newth says, state needing to hire actors to play witnesses now? That might be a little bit more consistent. Thank you. That's a really good comparison. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, it looks like Detective Cowboy Santa attended Lil Woody's Testimony University of Mechanicsville too. I don't recall. I didn't think they would accept his enrollment. Yeah, just showing up there, kicking his feet up, sitting in one of those little old school desks, learning how to say, I don't recall. Shout out to Chloe. Thank you so much for all your support. And not just here, but also, you know, other channels as well. You always bring great commentary, no matter the subject, which is just incredible how much stuff can fit in your brain. The Fashionably Fit Life, thanks so much for the super sticker. It's a mic drop. There we go. Love it. And Fashionably Fit Life also says, I feel the state did a short direct so they can see what will come up in cross. And then on redirect, they'll ask more questions. I'm sure Steele is taking notes since he's the attorney for appeal. And we've had some commentary and even some sustained objections about, you know, going beyond the scope of what was in direct. I think even redirect sometimes we've had some beyond the scope. It just kept happening. They kept trying to expand it. So good point. Possibly an argument for appeal. I don't really know how strong of an argument compared to some of the others I think they're going to argue. But man, Steele's notes for an appeal, his whole team, really all of these attorneys, the amount of stuff they have to put together for this appeal is just probably awe-striking. Like just crazy. And thank you so much for this is a generous super chat. Thank you so much, Fashionably Fit Life. Tofo, or maybe it's TOFO, says, we all know you're going to use it, Hilton, though we don't intend to use this unless we impeach the witness. We might need a we don't intend emoji. If we can fit it. We don't intend. That might fit. Because that is a common one. That is a cliche of this trial. Thank you so much for the 2, Tofo. Lisa Waller says, prosecutors have been showing the videos to all their witnesses before they take the stand. So why didn't the prosecutors show this detective? Right? Seems like they prepped him. He said he reviewed, I don't know specifically if it was just transcripts or whatever, but he did review some stuff in preparation for his testimony. So why not refresh on certain things? Is it a question of pragmatics or is it a question of strategy? We don't want to have this at the forefront of your memory. Great point, Lisa. And I think a lot of the chat was asking the same thing. Peter Ortiz says it would be nice if the government would do half as much as the volunteers do to help people in need. Well, and I think at the end of the day, change really does come down to people, and it sucks that sometimes people have to get through some red tape to be able to bring help forward. I always think back to the example of, you know, if someone's homeless, needs food to eat, restaurants could be afraid of lawsuits, right? So they don't want to give away extra food to the homeless because of potential lawsuits and liabilities and insurance risks and all of that. And it just kind of seems like, so I agree, Peter, this is a great message. And shout out to the people out here doing it. Hold on, what am I saying? Not you two. I don't know what I'm missing. Could be anything. But yeah, again, especially with these disasters, I mean, a lot of people are still talking about flood, hurricane victims. There's also been some fires, some wildfires that have been an issue. And, you know, when I go to a news ticker, that stuff doesn't pop up on the screen. I hear continued coverage about that stuff from you guys here in YouTube chats and other chats. And then I open up X and see people talking, combining resources. And I really love crowdsourcing in that way. So always, if something's going on, feel free to drop it in the chat. We do try to keep politics limited, but you can talk about the causes and the helpful things. As long as we don't end up biting each other's heads off. That's all I ask for. Make the mods' jobs easy. Lightning Flow says, Woony the slime, Woony the slime. Yeah, and that's like, it's in his username, right? So I think he's a little bit, in his name, he inherently seems like he's slime, even though you can self-claim and make any name you want. But I would imagine if you're hanging around affiliated with people and nobody yells at you for using slime, if you're not supposed to be claiming or false claiming, maybe the jury will infer that you are in fact slime. But if I was a defense attorney, I would say he does music. So he could be slime because he's YSL, the music label. And we're going to see these plea terms. As part of his plea, he had to say YSL was a gang. And he's made public statements saying that it's not illegal to be part of a gang. And that kind of reinforces, yeah, I said they were a gang. And then out of court, if I'm saying it's not illegal to be in a gang, kind of seems like I'm telling the truth when I sign my plea deal. But it's still a plea deal. Woony Lee had a murder charge and he got this Alfred plea, right? So I think we're going to see some very interesting cross in terms of this plea deal. We'll have to see what they do. We'll have to see. But yeah, Woony the slime, and I love that you put the bear emoji in here. Violet says, Abbasi is an impressive litigator. I agree. Very nice to see Ryan's counsel in action. It's rare in this case because they're not tied into all that much. But it's been really interesting to watch. Lightning Flow says we need an in as much as emoji. We might need it to be like one word, in as much as, and it just like runs and connects. That could be a good one. Although Love hasn't been around as much. She loves to use in as much as. Also, big shout out to Kendrick for the 2 on Cash App. Very nice of you. And Rodney also sent over a 20. Thank you so much, Rodney. And no comment, just appreciate you guys. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Sarah Boone wouldn't have happened if she'd gotten the Polly Pocket she wanted for Christmas as a kid. Maybe Cowboy Santa can help with that. Her testimony, better than expected, but she thinks it's in the bag. Yeah, I think she's overconfident. And I really liked the way Excited Utterance put it. In Dolly, they had a whole panel with MLS, Dolly, and Excited Utterance. You know, everybody thought Excited Utterance was crazy for saying that Attorney Owens could be Sarah Boone's Jose Baez. But yesterday, the consensus is no chance in hell for an acquittal for Sarah Boone, to maybe some chance at all. Not a very good chance, but from 0 to some, however minuscule chance, which is a pretty big deal. So it was a great panel. Excited Utterance is doing Sarah Boone rewatches every day starting at 6 p.m. So we'll make sure to link to that again as the court day winds down here. But if you want to hop over there, since we're on lunch break anyway, and give Excited Utterance a follow. She covers other trials as well, but that's, you know, Sarah Boone is the court trial to watch this week. So there's her link in the chat there. And yeah, it was great over there last night. I was behind, so I didn't really get to chat, but really, really great panel over there. And then Q has been a member for a month and says, pushing P. Pushing positivity. So let's see, we are, thanks to Thugger Daily, and it's not going to be the most interesting thing because we don't have the PowerPoint. But yesterday at the end of the day, do you guys remember Whitaker and Steele having some conversation about the PowerPoint presentation that the state plans to introduce through Detective Marissa Viverito? And Whitaker said, is that like the Operation Planters PowerPoint? And Steele said something to the effect of, it's just as bad or it might be worse or something like that. So we have a motion to eliminate here. And as always, shout out to the Honorable Thugger Daily. Let's get his link in the chat. Pulling this one out for us. And we won't really get all of the context because the slides aren't here, but we can see some of Brian Steele, Keith Adams' reaction to it. So let me make this bigger on the screen, move myself up. And so comes now Mr. Jeffery Williams by and through undersigned counsel and hereby files his motion eliminate number 67 to exclude the PowerPoint exhibit entitled State v. Marquavius Huey that the prosecution is purportedly introducing at trial through investigator Viverito in the above referenced case. Now I imagine this is supposed to be et al., but who knows? The state may have left that out of their PowerPoint. In support of this motion, Mr. Williams shows as follows. Mr. Williams is innocent of all charges in the above referenced indictment. The first slide is entitled State v. Marquavius Huey as an introduction. Mr. Williams asked that this slide not be used as it is not relevant to the trial of this case. And we have a footnote that says the YSL background. So there is a background on the slide with something with YSL, the background of this slide. Objected to on all slides. So they use a theme. They go into their PowerPoint, they go into Canva, and they choose for their theme to put YSL as a backing image for all of the slides. So slide number 2 is cumulative of previous testimony given on numerous occasions by numerous supposed experts over objection. And this is why I thought it'd be interesting, is this language here, this shade from Steele. Numerous supposed experts. And also shout out to Flesh of the Gods. He said it's not as bad. Not as bad, but close. And thank you, L1915. Mr. Williams objects to slide number 3 based upon OCGA 24-4-403, prejudicial, and 704B, deeming Mr. Williams the gang leader, and that Mr. Williams' musical career promoted the gang on a national level. Moreover, pursuant to OCGA 24-7-704B, investigator, and this is, if you guys got to look at that transcript, I haven't had time to do a reading of it. It's like 100 and something pages. But there were a ton of arguments at this Daubert in October of 2023 for investigator Viverito. And I think Bruce Harvey, I think even Carrington Matthews, and Steele kept making, these objections that she can't get into the intent, the mindset. So here Steele's going to preemptively mention the same issue. Investigator Viverito cannot testify, even as an expert, that there were attempts to conceal criminal activity through Young Stoner Life Entertainment label, as same improperly comments on Mr. Williams' intent, an essential element of the crime, and is speculation. The balance of this slide is also cumulative / repetitive and has been testified to by other supposed gang experts. Slide 4, also cumulative. Non-admissible expert opinion, and same is prejudicial pursuant to OCGA 24-4-403. Again, cumulative, because the same information has already been testified to over objection by previous supposed experts. We're just going to keep repeating this. Just going to keep repeating this every time. Mr. Williams objects to slide number 5, as same contains a photograph that has already been shown to the jury, and the cutouts defining slat as this term has been discussed multiple times by multiple witnesses, including supposed gang experts. Mr. Williams continues his objection to slide number 7, which targets lyrics from art, specifically songs without proper foundation, as some sort of admission against interest. This honorable court has already overruled this objection. So we're just putting it in here for keep it on the record. Slide number 8 is cumulative because it's simply emojis from the internet that have already been discussed through numerous experts, witnesses, and non-experts. And the background is a platform of YSL, which really did not go with the emojis. So I want to see slide number 8. Is it just like a bunch of amphibious emojis, green hearts? Do we get the cactus to make an appearance? Just getting a bunch of emojis. 9, the law comes from this honorable court and not from a supposed expert witness, and hence slide number 9 should respectfully be omitted. So it seems like they have a slide in there trying to define the law for the jury to consider. Slide number 10 is a photograph and social media posting and a recitation of reports and opinions, which are testimonial. And Mr. Williams objects to the same under confrontation clause. So they're trying to bring in other stuff through Viverito where the actual individuals writing or speaking the message aren't going to be called to testify. Slide number 11 is a screenshot from the Atlanta Police Department of Mr. Huey's booking photograph and arrest in 2019. This is objected to by Mr. Williams under OCGA 401, 402, and 403. Mr. Williams objects to slide number 17, as same is hearsay, and same should not be displayed to the jury concerning an October 2nd, 2020 jail call between two persons who are not witnesses and are not part of the supposed conspiracy on trial. So no co-conspirator exception. Hence, this is hearsay testimony and the slide should not be shown. Mr. Williams objects to slide number 18, as same contains photographs of the alleged speakers, especially with the word in red, victim, and the background YSL, as if this is a crime of YSL, which was determined already by this image. So basically you're bolstering with this. Slide number 19 is a summary of a purported October 4th, 2020 jail call between Ms. Alford and Mr. Alford. This should not be summarized in writing before the jury, violates the best evidence rule, is hearsay, and does not further the conspiracy. Mr. Williams objects to the photographs in slide number 20. Mr. Alford and Miss Alford and the backgrounds of YSL. Slide 21 contains investigator Viverito's explanations that she is confident. So just imagine what the slide says. Viverito's explanation that she is confident that Mr. Huey committed armed robbery and carjacking, and contains other statements which are inadmissible pursuant to 704B, so intent. This slide is not relevant and is extremely prejudicial. So see 401, 402, 403. Further, this decision / conclusion is not beyond the ken of the jury, so they don't need an expert to decipher this for them. It's their role and it's within their capacity to make the determination themselves. Slide number 22 contains items supposedly belonging to Mr. Durham, as well as other items purportedly located in Mr. Huey's home at the time of his arrest. Based upon this information and belief, investigator Viverito was not present at the time of Huey's arrest. So this is a confrontation clause violation / inadmissible hearsay. So who's saying that this stuff belongs to this person? Who's saying that it was located here? We're just going to have Viverito say, I have the answers just because. Mr. Williams objects to the photograph of Mr. Huey in custody on slide number 23. Mr. Williams objects to slide number 25, which contains text messages from an unknown person known as BGs, which appears to be requesting illegal contraband, specifically illegal drugs, and is hearsay. Because a buyer/seller are not in a conspiracy together, this cannot be a co-conspirator statement. See Darville v. State. Additionally, there is no evidence that this is an act to further the supposed conspiracy. Slide number 26 should be excluded because 401, 402, 403. Now, as we're going through this, like, obviously this is the full context because we can't see the slides. But what do you think, like, the balance of either stipulations, what the state will agree to without needing a ruling from the judge, and or the rulings from the judge? Where do you think that balance will lean? So, slide number 27 contains a text message involving a presumably illegal drug deal with location data. Unless this can be tied to an act on behalf of a conspiracy, the individual drug deal is not admissible under 801D2E. Mr. Williams objects to slide number 28, as same contains hearsay through a telephone number ending in 8076 and does not appear to further conspiracy and is double hearsay. Slide number 29 contains hearsay from an unknown person texting with telephone number ending in 8076, and these texts do not appear to further a conspiracy. So we don't know this person, and so there can't be a co-conspirator statement exception because there's nothing to suggest a conspiracy. Mr. Williams objects to slide numbers 30 and 31 on hearsay grounds, as same is not a co-conspirator statement to further the conspiracy by wanting to give back property and being tied into killers. This statement cannot be used against anyone. And I wonder if this is the, like, you better give it back or whatever text between Huey and Jeffery Williams. Slide number 32 is an exact replica of slide 30 and 31, and hence is repetitive and should be excluded. Mr. Williams objects to slide number 33 based upon the summary and improper opinion on what excerpts of Mr. Huey's cellular telephone shows. This is more like a closing argument. Slide 38 contains hearsay from an unidentified speaker, which does not further the conspiracy. 39, unless the photograph contained in slide number 39 is properly admitted into evidence and a foundation is laid, this...
Yeah.
I was able to review the times indicated by Ms. Hilton in the
Okay.
email. And on behalf of, I've discussed with Mr. Steele, we don't have any objection. I don't want to speak for anyone else. But I didn't see anything that we object to.
Okay.
In those
Have
specific
anybody-
times, in those
As to
specific
the
times.
specific times, which Ms. Hilton, that's all y'all intend to play for that one video, 48 in or whatever it was. Okay, anybody else have objection to those specific times? In 48, I think it was, I don't know, I could be making that number up.
I think it's
Whatever the
46
video
November,
was.
November.
It's 46.
46, okay. All right, I'm taking the silence as no one has any objection to that. How about any of the other exhibits that are contained within this Wooney Lee?
Yes, Your Honor, page 5, 40 November, November. Just have an objection unless they can lay the foundation because Winnie Lee is tagged, but I don't know who tagged him.
What is this a picture of? In
It's a picture of him sitting in the courtroom during Mr. Ryan's trial.
45?
No, 40 November, November, page 5.
Oh, page 5. 40, okay, sorry.
Your Honor, we actually redacted all of the other content that was actually on this post because I believe Mr. Lee will say that is him while he was sitting in the courtroom. This was during Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock's initial trial of the murder of Mr. Holmes. And our initial understanding, and he has said something different today, was that he was in court when the witness who testified yesterday, Ms. Smith, was testifying and sent her a brain emoji and a rat emoji. And so this was evidence of him being in court.
Okay.
However, he has said to me today that he was not present during her testimony, but this does show that he had actually went to court that day. So things have changed just slightly, given his testimony. But at one point he was in court, watching that trial, and essentially he sent these emojis to Miss Smith. And so someone captured him on video and tagged him in it, along with the tag. The post also reads "free little Bali, free little ride." We've taken those parts out of it because the individual who posted it is not.
All right, I'm not following. I follow what this is a post of, but I'm not following why you're going to be using it, or I don't understand what you're saying, because you're talking about his testimony and his statements changing. So what do you mean?
So
Why would you be how would this come up at all?
To show that this was a photo of him in court
Okay.
when we believe when the witness was testifying, and based upon what Ms. Smith advised us, I believe, or matter of fact, his phone was taken on the day that the posts were made. So back in 2021, during the trial of the case, we believe that Mr. Lee was present in court. While in court,
yes. And that while in court, he sent those emojis?
he posted those emojis. We believe he sent them while in court. He posted those emojis. Whether or not Ms. Smith was on the stand is something he is saying. He never saw her on the stand. That's what he is saying. What we know is he was in court when those emojis were posted. Whether or not she was on the stand or not, we don't know. But he was present in court, we believe, when those emojis were posted. And so this was just proof of the fact that he was sitting in court in or around the time that these subsequent messages that are coming after this post were posted.
This is a picture of him in courtroom 7E, apparently.
Yes.
How are you proving that it is during Mr. Ryan's trial? Am I missing something?
He is a part of our,
Are you going to be able to establish when this picture was taken?
Yes, I believe he will admit that he went to the trial and saw the trial
Okay.
himself.
And
I believe he will admit that.
Why will you need this picture?
To show proof of those things. The same way we have a responding officer who goes to a scene.
So you're going to put it up and then say, is this you in court during the Ryan Blaylock trial?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess if he says no, he says no. Okay. So in terms of the objection, then.
If they lay the foundation.
I'm not sure what you mean by if they lay the foundation. So they're going to present it to him and say, is this you in court during the trial? And he'll either say yes or he'll say no.
Right. If he puts himself there at the date and the time that they're saying, then that's this foundation. But if he doesn't, I don't. If he says no, then it shouldn't come in because he didn't lay the foundation.
I agree. Okay. So that's that one. What else?
And then the next one. 41 November. That's just a screenshot of his Instagram.
41. Okay. Hang on. Hold on. All right. And so what is this? A relevance objection?
Correct.
Your Honor, so for 41 and this screenshot was taken along with 42 and 43 and on the day that we learned of the emojis being sent to Ms. Smith. And so this captured that this was his Instagram account direct messaging the witness, Ms. Smith, with these emojis. And so 41 NN, 42 NN, and 43 NN established.
So that would be,
I am sorry that I am not following you, but are you saying that that day in court, his phone was confiscated and screenshots from his phone were taken?
So we learned about the emojis being taken.
Thank you.
Our office then went to his actual page and they were able to, excuse me,
Okay,
Let me
you said
confirm.
something about his phone having been taken, but
his
that-
phone was also taken in court, separate and apart from being able
Okay.
to capture the images from his Instagram page that showed him communicating with the witness.
All right,
And I
so walk me through what on 41 NN shows him communicating with Miss Smith. And I'm sure this is me just being from a
No.
different generation than the Instagram generation, but
And I misspoke. So 41 NN, when the witness reached out to our office, she screenshotted 41 NN, which is his page. Then she also screenshotted 42 NN to show the individuals who are following her, which it shows Mr. Lee's Instagram handle. And then she also screenshotted and sent to us 43 NN, which is the actual direct message he sent, which is of the brain.
which is what?
An emoji of a brain. He also sent an emoji of a rat, but that emoji was deleted prior to the witness being able to screenshot that as well.
Okay. And so how are you getting these things in?
As a part of his plea agreement, one of the things he admitted to was the fact that he sent the emoji. So this is just proof of that fact that he sent them,
So how are
And-
you getting the first two in then?
because this is
He
his,
admitted that he sent a screenshot of a brain?
yes,
Is
Your
that-
Honor.
Okay.
And a rat
so
emoji.
If he denies that on the stand, you'll show him this and is that what you're saying?
No, if he admits or denies, this is just proof of it the same
Okay.
way of
All right, so then I guess I understand 43 NN and I guess 42 NN.
because this is her page. So you have to be able to show that.
How are you going to show this is her page?
So
But that would have been something you asked her while she was on the stand.
her Instagram records are
So-
blessed auntie.
on,
What?
Her Instagram was blessed auntie or blessed auntie. That's what the ADA Hiles testified to.
that was her Instagram in 2019. The trial was in 2021. So she changed her Instagram.
But how are you going to show that this is her Instagram?
He admits to who he sent it to. So he is admitting that he sent this brain emoji, which is but from Slime Life Shawty.
I'm not asking about 43 NN. I'm asking about 41 and 42 NN. I'm sorry to not be clear about that.
So 42 and then shows that he is someone on her page.
How is this how are you going to show this is her page?
Her pictures are at the top of the page, Your Honor. That first picture is the young lady who was here yesterday.
Is that just how everybody's Instagram looks? They have pictures of themselves at the top of the page. And so everybody who's young knows, oh, that's so-and-so's Instagram?
Yes.
Or can you post whatever you want at the top of your page? Or could somebody else have posted her picture at the top of their page?
No.
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I could pull up a picture of Elvis and put it, I mean, I actually don't know that.
Your
'cause
page, the
I
applicant-
think I probably could
So this,
find my Instagram and put a picture of whomever I want on there.
the-
But I don't know that.
so
the course
Your
correct.
Honor,
You can,
this-
you can put whatever
All right.
image you want to on your page.
So how does this establish, how are you going to be like, okay, see, this is her
This is her
page.
Instagram story. So at the top of this story are pictures, Instagram videos or pictures that she posted on her story, which lasts 24 hours. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 images
Uh-huh.
on the top of 42 NN. When you actually, you can't see it as well on here, but when you have it on the screen, you can
Mhm.
zoom in and that is her.
I mean, I believe that's probably a picture of her.
So then what she sent to us is a screenshot of her Instagram stories and she could see who was viewing her stories at the time.
Right, but you didn't ask her yesterday when you had her, hey, are these 2 screenshots that you sent us back in the day from your Instagram? So how are you going to establish that this is from her Instagram?
Your Honor, I think circumstantially from the fact that he's going to admit that he sent it to her, that he is on 42 NN, you see an individual with the same vanity name that he has
Uh-huh.
viewing her page, that there's pictures of her at the top of the page, and then 43 NN showing the slime, showing his same vanity name with the brain emoji.
What
I
does
believe
41 show at all?
41 is simply to show that this was his Instagram page. Slime Life Shorty is Mr. Lee's vanity name. So this is just the front of his.
All right, we already know that. Don't we know that from some other witness already? So do you need,
We know that Slime Life Shorty is Winnie Lee, but the individual is taking the stand, so we can.
fine, you can say, is this your Instagram page? And I guess you can ask him if 42 is her Instagram page that he followed. But if he says no, then I think you're stuck with that answer. No. Okay. And then 43, sort of the same thing. Okay, what else?
That's it on behalf of Mr. Ryan, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else with any objections to any of these in this compilation?
And then it's gonna ask you for more
Okay.
questions and then.
Nobody else.
Here, thank you for listening.
Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Okay, go ahead and, well, check me if you need some more help. No problem.
Yeah. Question. Y'all didn't want that witness shown, and you're about to put up a picture of her.
We're not, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's get the jury in.
Your Honor, Dr. Sullivan is next. We're just trying to
Okay.
find where she is. We did tell her to be back at 1:30, so if we could just have.
Okay, well then she should be back because it's 1:34.
So we're trying to make contact with her, Your Honor.
Will he be arriving soon?
Yes, his attorney went to go get him one.
Wani Lee, W-U-N-I-E, last name Lee, L-E-E,
And good afternoon. How old are you?
25,
And are you employed?
yes,
What do you do for work?
music,
And when you say you do music, what do you mean?
I make music,
What type of music do you make?
hip hop.
Do you have a name that you perform under?
Slime like Shouter,
And are you signed to a record label?
yes,
What label?
Alamo Records,
And when did you first sign to Alamo Records?
2018,
And I should ask, how long have you been in the music industry?
since then,
Since 2018. Have you been signed to any other label besides Alamo?
no,
Where are you from originally?
Atlanta,
And what part of Atlanta?
Southside, Cleveland Avenue,
And did you go to school?
yes,
Where did you go to school? Elementary, middle, and if you went to high school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary School. You said middle school too?
Yes, sir.
Crawford Long Middle School and Carver High School.
Carver?
Yeah, Carver High School.
Carver. After leaving high school, is that when you started your music career?
During high school, like my last year in high school, or like 11th grade or something. I didn't get serious till after high school though.
You said you didn't get serious until after high school?
Yeah.
And that was around that 2018 year we just talked about?
Yeah.
Okay. As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
I heard of it growing up. I didn't know if it was a gang or what it was, but yeah, I know what it is.
And how did you know about Rock Crew?
Because they had popular songs.
What were some of their songs that they had that were popular?
I don't know by heart right now. I just knew like there was the music back then.
Do you know who were some of the artists who were with Rock Crew?
One of them, Big Boo.
And was he performing as a hip hop artist?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
It was some younger people too, like my friends and stuff.
Who are some of the younger people?
They locked up or dead.
Do you have names of some of those individuals?
Let me see. My partners who locked up right now, twin, they used to rap.
Do you know their given name or
The first and last name?
or their first name?
Nah.
Anyone else outside of Twin?
Rudy. He rapped too back then when we was younger.
Anyone else you can think of?
As of right now, yeah, that's it, I think.
Now, you just spoke about Big Boo. Did you know his given name?
His real name? No.
And did you have your own personal relationship with Big Boo?
Yeah, when I got older.
Now, did there come a time when you were younger that some members of Rock Crew began calling themselves YSL?
Mm-hmm.
You said, mm-hmm.
You asking me that, or
Yes.
you what?
I'm asking you.
Can you say it again?
Sure. As you got older, were there members of Rock Crew who then became members of YSL?
Yes.
Who were those some of those individuals?
Everybody, because YSL music took off and rock crew music died, or just I don't know. Boo got old, so I don't know.
So who are some of these people? You're saying everybody. So who's the everybody who was a part of the music?
Basically, everybody from my neighborhood.
So everybody from your neighborhood was doing music?
There's a lot of people from doing music from my neighborhood though, but not everybody was doing music though. I'm just saying like everybody in the whole, all the people that were rapping or doing music or supported the music was on some YSL stuff now. Like it wasn't rapping Rock Crew or under that name.
Okay. So tell me some of the people that we're talking about.
Me, myself,
Okay.
my friends who I just told you about. Jeffrey. I can't think of everybody's name.
And what does YSL stand for?
It has multiple meanings.
Tell me some of the meanings.
I say it has multiple meanings, definitions, or what it stands for.
So tell me some of the meanings.
Young stoner life, young slime life, young successful lifestyle. I think that's all I can remember right now.
So let's talk about young stoner life.
Mm-hmm.
When do you distinguish between young stoner life, young slime life, and young successful lifestyle?
You said when? Did I?
Yeah, how do you distinguish between the two? When do you use young stoner life versus young slime life?
Slime part is just like the lingo of it. Like, we would just call each other or something. You wouldn't call your friend or something like stoner. What's up, stoner? We just say like, what's up, slime or something. So that's how I think young slime life is used. Young stoner life, from what I know, was I'm just say like a way of life as far as music. I mean, not the music, but like getting high or like a hippie or I don't know.
And outside of the music, is YSL a gang?
You said outside of the music?
Yes, sir.
Some people treat it like that.
What do you treat it as?
I treated it that way before.
You treated it as a gang before?
Yeah.
When did you stop treating it as a gang?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know.
You said you don't remember. And when you say you treated it as a gang, what do you mean?
I don't really know. I never thought about that. Mhm. I don't know how to answer that.
How old were you when you joined YSL, the gang?
What do you, can you tell me what you mean by like join? Like, are you talking about?
What would you consider joining?
I'm saying like, do you mean join like, cause you know, like to get in the gang, you join the gang, like you get beat up or something like that.
How did you become a member of YSL?
My music got popping and I became a known face in my neighborhood. And I started coming around and going to studios and stuff.
So was that how you became a part of the gang YSL, or that's how you became affiliated with the music of YSL?
I'm gonna say that's how I became affiliate of the music of YSL. But as far as joining a gang or something like that, I never like joined. We just all grew up together. There was no time to join or when I joined. We just all know each other from school and grew up together and stuff like that. But I mean, I came around like 20, I forgot, was 2019 or 18, one of those years, when I came around as far as like officially being YSL.
How do you become officially YSL?
Just coming around more and rapping.
Is everyone that is affiliated with, and I'm talking specifically the gang YSL, rappers?
Some people.
So, but not everyone?
Some people rap. A lot of people rap, but everybody doesn't take it serious. Some people just rap just to, because they want to rap, because they want to follow the trend.
I definitely understand that, but I want to ask specifically, is everyone who's a part of YSL a gang trying to rap or rappers?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is everyone who is a part of YSL the gang rapping or try to be rappers?
I don't know. I think so. Everybody try to rap.
Is there anyone in YSL, the gang, who's not trying to rap?
Yeah. I think.
Now I'm going to ask if you know a few people, okay? Do you know Marquavius Huey?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I didn't know his real name until this trial, but how do I know him? Me and his little brother went to school together. Me and his little brother was in the same class. And I always just knew he had a big brother named Quay.
And
And seen him a couple times, stuff like that.
And is that what you called him, Quay?
Yeah, I think that's what his name used to be back then.
And you said you went to school with his little brother. Do you know how old he is, Quay?
Quay, how old he is?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did you ever used to hang out with Quay?
When?
At any time?
Not growing up. He came to the studio with me a couple times. That's it. We never hung out outside of the studio.
When did you start seeing him around the studio? About, if we're in 2024, how long ago was that?
I don't know. I can't remember the exact date.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
You said identify what?
Identify him by article of clothing he is wearing.
He next to the lawyer with the brown. I think he got on brown too.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Huey.
Yes, sir, reflect.
Do you know another individual by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
Yeah.
Or another Quay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm, is that yes?
Yes.
And how do you know, how long have you known Quay?
I know him. I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just knew who he was. I was younger than him though.
And do you have a friendship or a relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
And do you see him here today?
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
And if you identify him as well?
I can't see what he got on. He just got the dreads up
Okay.
in the air.
And okay. Is he towards the back of the room, the front of the room, or
To the
somewhere
back.
else? Is he sitting in between anyone?
Yeah, I think his lawyer.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified.
It's really not, that could be a couple of different people.
There's two lawyers right there. He right there, and there's a lady next to him on the left side of him.
Right now, let the record
All right,
reflect.
it'll so reflect.
Do you know someone named Shannon?
Yes.
And do you call him Shannon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you call him anything else or just Shannon?
I think I just say Shannon. I don't know.
How long have you known Shannon?
I don't remember.
Is
I don't
it,
remember when I met him.
is it longer than you've known Quay, the two Quays?
No.
Shorter than that?
Yeah.
And what is your relationship like, if any, with him?
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we were cool.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. What, I ain't supposed to say that?
Disregard that.
And just listen to the question that I ask you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Yak?
Yes.
How long?
I got a question.
Do you need to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something. Well,
Don't worry about it. Just move on to the next question.
all right.
How long have you known Yak?
I don't remember when I met him. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Is it longer than you know any of these other people? The first three people I asked you about.
Not longer than I knew the Quays.
Okay.
I knew them when I was younger.
Okay.
I probably met Yak when I was about 18, 19, 18. When I started rapping seriously.
Next, Jeffery Williams. How long have you known Mr. Williams?
Like the same thing as Yak.
Okay. And then Rodalius Ryan.
I've known him since a kid.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know how much older you are?
Not exactly. A couple of years though.
And do you have a nickname for him?
I can't hear you.
Do you have
A nickname that I have for him?
do you call him something?
Oh, Lil Rod.
What is your relationship like with? Just generally, what is your relationship like? Good, bad, indifferent? What is your relationship like with Little Rod?
Right now?
Just period.
Oh, good relationship.
And do you see Shannon, Diamante, Jeffrey, and Rodalius in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Appreciate that. So that's stipulated too. All right.
Do you see Diamante? Just describe him by the article clothing he's wearing.
You said, do I see who?
Yeah, or Diamante.
Yeah.
What is he wearing?
It was like a trench coat,
Is he sitting next to
a
him?
yellow, I mean, a tan, I don't know what color that is, but trench coat next to the lady.
Y'all let the record reflect. Is he sitting between two ladies?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see the other lady right there.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified Diamante Kendrick.
Okay, the record will so reflect, and I don't know if jury, y'all been explained what a stipulation is. That just means everybody agrees, so you can accept that as a fact. That as to Mr. Stillwell, that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Stillwell.
Did you see Mr. Williams?
All right. And so it is now, you can accept as fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Williams.
And then last, Mr. Ryan.
Yes,
And where is he seated and what is he?
in the front row, next to his lawyers.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified. Is he sitting on the right side of his?
Right
office?
side.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Ryan.
We need to probably do a little bit better than that with the identification.
What is he wearing?
A suit.
All right. And so you can now accept this fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. All right, just a few more people. Do you know someone by the name of Trontavia Stevens?
Yes.
All right. And do you have a nickname for him?
Talking about Slug.
Is that what you called him?
Oh, yeah.
All right. How long have you known Slug?
I don't know, like 2018 or something, I think, when he got out.
Okay.
I think, I don't know.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Darius Ford?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when he was living, how long had you known him?
Like all my life.
Did you all grow up together?
No.
Okay. How did you know him all your life?
My brother was best friends with his big brother.
Okay.
And they played sports together, so I always knew him when I was a little kid.
What about Christian McMiller?
What about him?
Do you know him?
Yes.
All right. What you call him?
Christian,
Okay. How long had you known him?
since a kid.
And what about Durante Beebe?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We grew up together.
And then last, Demekion Garlington.
Who?
Demekion Garlington.
You asked me how long did I know him?
Do you know him?
I know him. Yeah, I know him.
And how do you know him?
I don't even know how I know him.
And does he have a nickname?
D.
Now, do you have any tattoos, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
And specifically, I want to ask, do you have any tattoos with the wording Rudy?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Rudy?
My little brother.
Is he your biological little brother or someone you call your little brother?
I just call him my little brother.
And your tattoo with Rudy, what, if anything, does it say?
Long live Rudy.
Long live Rudy.
Long live.
And within the Cleveland Avenue area, do some people call themselves the Rudy Gang?
You said there's some people who call themselves that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not really a gang though.
What's the significance? Tell the jury about a Rudy Gang.
His family made that for him. They're just showing that they for him. Like they're doing it for him. I don't know. They just say a gang.
Okay. Now, do you have social media?
Yeah.
And specifically, do you have Instagram?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. What is your IG handle?
Slime Light Shopping.
How long have you had that Instagram handle?
I don't remember.
Okay.
When I made it, I don't know.
We're in 2024. Did you have it last year?
Yeah.
You know what, let me ask you a better question. From the time you got into the music industry in 2018, have you had that Instagram handle?
Yeah.
What is your primary purpose of using Instagram?
My primary purpose is just social media. I think I would have had an Instagram whether I rap or not. So it was just social media.
And have you used IG to post photos?
Yes.
Have you used IG to direct message people?
Yes.
Have you been in group chats on IG?
Yes.
Right. Have you been in group chats or had DMs on IG with Jeffery Williams?
Yes.
What was his Instagram name?
What is his Instagram name?
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey. I don't know. What's his Instagram name now? You said what was it then?
Yeah. When you were communicating with him using your IG, what
I think it's the same Thugger.
is it? Thugger or something else?
I think it's Thugger. I think that's his Instagram name right now.
Have you ever used the handle Thugger1?
I think. You said, have I ever used it?
Have you ever messaged him using that handle Thugger1?
Yeah, I think so.
Trontavious Stevens or Tick, did you ever IG him? Or excuse me, direct message him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you recall what his Instagram handle was?
I don't remember by heart.
Have you ever heard of the handle _1slug?
Yeah, that probably was it.
Okay. Christian McMiller, did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you ever direct message the Instagram OE5 or O5E and Drive Slim?
Ocean Drive Slim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Was that Christian McMiller?
Yeah.
All right. Darius Ford, did you ever IG or direct message him on Instagram?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And was his Instagram at real1_FR?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Demikion Garlington? Did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
From what I've seen in the indictment, yeah. But I don't remember his Instagram though.
And then Shannon Still, have you ever Instagram him or direct message him on Instagram? Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall sending here what his Instagram handle was?
Not by heart.
Okay. Have you ever IG'd him on an Instagram handle OG.BOOL?
Yeah, I think so.
Today, have you had the opportunity to look through or look at some of your Instagram records in preparation for your testimony today?
Yeah.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Or no, Mr. Chart? I'm showing you what's been marked as 31NN, 31NNA, 30NN, 30NNA, 32NN, 32NNA, 33NN, 33NNA, 34NN, 34NNA, and 35NNA. Are these the items that we went over today?
Yeah, you showed me that.
Okay. And were they the items associated with your Instagram account, slimelife.shawty?
Yeah, from what these papers say.
Okay. And you're on this time say would like to tender Stacey did with 30 NN to 35 NNA, 30 NN and 30 NNA through 35 NN and 35 NNA into evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
You may.
Your Honor, say what like 10 to 30 and NNA through 35 NN and NNA into evidence.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
I'm going to approach again. And Ms. Westmoreland, we're getting ready to do that. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 NN, 37 NN, 38 NN, and 39 NN.
I need to keep that.
Yes, you keep it. Did you see those earlier today as well?
Yeah.
Okay, no?
I said, yeah.
Okay. And first looking at 36 NN, do you recognize the people in that photo?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the people who are in that photograph?
Yeah, I think so.
Now showing you 37 NN. Do you recognize the person that's inside of 37 NN?
Yeah.
Looking at 38 NN, do you recognize the person in 38 NN?
You said, do I recognize who?
The person standing next to you in 38 NN.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of you and the person standing next to you in 38 NN?
Yeah.
And 39 NN, do you recognize the individuals in that photograph, 39 NN?
Yeah.
And how did you recognize? And excuse me, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the people inside of 39 NN?
Can you repeat that?
Does that look or appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the individuals inside of 39 NN?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 36 through 39 NN.
Those are admitted.
And I'm going to first show you State's Exhibit 36 NN. Who is in this picture in 36 NN?
Me and Shannon.
And was this photo taken in October of 2020, or was this photo taken at a different time?
I don't know when it was taken. I just see when they post.
All right. And earlier we talked about Instagram pages. Is this Mr. Stillwell's Instagram page?
I think so.
All right. And can you read for the jury what the caption says?
Fuck the other side. Put them on TV about my
Hold on.
dogs.
You got to slow down because the court reporter is taking it down.
Go ahead and read it. Just read it a little bit more slowly.
Fuck the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody teeth, Glock with beam about my dogs. Cause a scene about my dogs. I'm going too fast.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Slow it down. I
Where
know
you
you want
want
to
me to
wrap
go
it,
to?
but slow it down.
Where you want me to start at?
You can start from the beginning.
Say it again. F the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody tees, Glocks with beams about my dogs. Clear the scene about my dog. If he F with them, you can't F with me. No, he is not my dog. That's it?
No. No, keep going. Keep reading the rest of it.
The rest of it is not my song.
Okay, so the first portion is your song.
Yeah.
All right. But I want you to read the rest of the post though for me.
Even if our position ever come down to being back to back, that's just how we're gonna rock out against whoever with you.
All right. And are there some hashtags?
No slime left behind.
All right. And is that an emoji next to that hashtag?
It looked like a crazy emoji. I never seen that.
Okay. What's the next hashtag?
2 B's.
Do you know what that signifies?
Big business.
All right. And what else does the rest of it say?
Many more blessings and riches, I say.
And is someone tagged?
I don't know who that is. Oh, there's somebody who made some clothes.
All right.
Real feel. I don't know who that is.
Okay. And what else does the rest of the post say for the record?
Thank you for this exclusive ass hat and for this crazy ass one of none hoodie.
And then someone else tagged.
Somebody named Marilyn is totally responsible.
Okay. And when was this post posted?
2020.
All right. Now, the verse that you quoted, your verse, what song is that from?
Dang, I forget about it. For another sample. Dang, I don't even remember.
Okay.
I really don't. I think, is it What a Love at?
And was that a song that came out before 2020 or in 2020?
It probably came out in 2020.
Okay. And in looking at this picture, do you know where you and Mr. Stillwell were when you took
At
it?
the studio.
All right. And do you have a particular studio that you used to go to?
No,
Okay. Where was this studio located?
I can't remember by heart, but it looked like, geez. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I remember.
All right. That's fine. Course indulgence for one moment. Ms. Westmoreland. What does no slime left behind mean?
I think that's just what it means. No slime left behind. Let me see.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 37 and admitted, excuse
Oh,
me.
that was my mixtape name. OG Boo.
And who is that?
Shannon.
All right. And can you read for the jury the caption?
Read his caption.
Yes.
Said ain't none more. Said ain't none more compatible than a trench. A carbon while in the trenches.
And then is there a hashtag?
Hashtag no slime left behind. Hashtag 2 B's. life size.
And is there another hashtag?
Court for an opportunity to or that first slip up by this witness. There may have even been a document right there on the witness stand that should have been pulled from the state of Georgia from that witness stand so that this could have been avoided. So, Your Honor, we are joining in that motion as well.
Oh, hang on. It's all right. You just didn't know, but we'll let you know when to come back in, okay?
So we join in that motion, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and I just want to briefly add that it is painfully obvious that the state is not prepping their witnesses. You can tell by the way when the witness spoke the first time and he said, oops, am I not supposed to say that? Like, oh, I had no idea, which makes it obvious that the state had not spoke to him, had not prepped them. And this has happened repeatedly. It's happening over and over again, Your Honor, and we're just not going to be able to unring 100 bells.
And finally, Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey, we all have, it's been established that that his nickname is Quay.
Okay, isn't there going to be, I mean, we talked today about, isn't there going to be a stipulation that references to Quay, at least at some points, are not either Mr. Nichols or Mr. Huey? I mean, we did.
Yes, you're right. And that's a few things. So one, Your Honor, it was not intentional because we clearly.
Okay, but it was sloppy because I presume he's reading from the document that you handed him instead of reading from the screen.
And we should have instructed him to read from the screen, but.
Or you
when
should have presented him with a document that had that part redacted.
issue-
It's just sloppy.
The issue came while he was on the stand, Your Honor. So the issue did not come prior to. Ms. Westmoreland walked up to me while he was on the stand and said, "I'm going to have an issue with that. Can you redact it?" That is when the state became aware.
Then
Well,
it should have occurred to you, you know what? I'm handing him a hard copy of this document that is unredacted.
but not if there's multiple quays, Your Honor. If I don't know which quay that.
Hang on. Can we stop having people come in and out when I've asked the witness to step out and every time the door opens, they can hear what we're talking about? Please, just for a few seconds. I'm not asking anybody who's in here to leave. God have mercy, y'all. Huh?
The state is in charge of the witness and they're supposed to be guiding the witness to the wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there seem to be.
And so that is the point in which we learned of it is we redacted it on here. Ms. Westmoreland brought it up here.
Yeah,
when
and you
came back-
didn't read it. I mean, so the
But I
jury
said-
didn't see it, but now the jury has heard it. I don't think it is really that, much of a crisis because there is going to be this stipulation that Quay is not always either of these defendants. So, nor is it obvious to everybody that free whomever is such a quote about who knows, everything these days. And so it doesn't necessarily indicate that whomever Quay spent time in jail or in custody or in prison or anything. I mean, they say it about, Hollywood stars who are in a breakup. It's not so obviously, oh, this must mean this person was in prison. But also we were already saying Quay isn't either of these people. So let's just,
And
whether this was one of these people or I don't even know who it did refer to.
And we don't know because it's not his post. He was reading someone else's post. So it could be a multitude of
Okay.
quays.
You talked to his attorney
Yes.
earlier, right?
Yes.
And did you get any kind of an indication? I don't know if this
It
was
wasn't
one
an
of the
issue
things you
ear-
were gonna, but it's an issue now. And you said before lunch that you were gonna ask Mr. Rubin.
Yes, we did ask.
Do you know at this point whether the free Quay referenced, this wasn't even his post, was it?
It wasn't, and there wasn't an issue until Ms. West. So when I talked to Mr. Rubin at lunchtime, this wasn't something I was going to address with him because it wasn't I did not realize it was an issue. Mr. Rubin found out for me that Slat Quay is not either of these two quays.
Okay, but this isn't Slat Quay, this is just Quay.
Right.
I know. So why doesn't everybody, well, they don't know how it's spelled. They only heard it. Why doesn't everybody just enter into some sort of a stipulation that the free Quay or the reference to Quay just now isn't either of these people?
I don't know if it is, so it was.
Whether it, okay, so,
Your Honor, the state can enter stipulation that we weren't referencing any, we as the state of Georgia.
okay, that is not a reference to, if you would prefer that.
I don't know what the poster is referencing. 'cause-
I don't
but we-
honestly really care what the poster was referencing. What I'm trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
Yeah, we can come up with this.
Okay, do it now. Y'all work on that. I'm going to take 5 minutes.
Hey y'all, change of scenery. I'm home now. I have someone coming looking at my roof today, so I'm waiting on him to get here. And I think that's him right there. I'll be back.
What have y'all come up with? All right.
Wait, hold on, Matthews, before you say we have a stipulation. F, Judge, once you ruled on our mistrial,
Right.
on my motion for a mistrial.
Okay, so are you asking, what kind of a mistrial are you asking for?
Your Honor, I believe that we were goaded into the mistrial.
Okay, well, I do not believe that, because if you had seen Miss Hilton's face when that came out of the witness's mouth, she was appalled. And I do not believe that they are purposefully trying to insert error into this trial to make y'all ask for a mistrial so that they can try this case again. I think it is continued, and I am sorry, y'all have, this gigantic, ginormous universe of evidence that maybe if you narrowed down, you would not be making these kinds of mistakes. But I believe that to be a mistake.
Your Honor,
So I'm going to deny a motion for a mistrial with prejudice. That one, I don't believe that the facts bear out. Would you like a mistrial without prejudice?
yes.
You would? Who else would? That means, of course, that the state would be free to try every one of y'all again.
Judge, just a moment.
Sure.
What do you guys think? You think that she's gonna call a mistrial? It sounds like she is. We'll see. Let's check out the lead and AV for a little bit until they get back. The court starts back up.
Oh no, let's just take it right now. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. They're not gonna run it back. No, they're gonna run it back. What do y'all think? Let me put a
It's a unique opportunity for them too.
yes, let me put it. Do you accept a mistrial without prejudice? Yes or no? That's the big question. And it's a hard question, guys. That's why they're still out. They're still huddled. The defense counsel is still huddled together because they are kind of winning. Yeah. But we think they're winning, but we never know. What if you don't accept a mistrial and this jury comes back guilty 30 years? You're going to want to shoot yourself in the fucking face because you could have got at least a new jury, or maybe the state doesn't even run it back, but they're going to run it back, right? But you never know. What do y'all think? Do you take the mistrial or do you like, no, let's keep going? Because I am shocked that Whitaker put that damn thing on the table. Like, do y'all want it?
Both were like, she was just like, well, do you want one without prejudice? And they were all like,
what?
Who are you?
Okay. Thanks. It's like on the first date when she like, damn, leader, I ain't gonna have sex with you. It's the first date, but I'll suck you off if you want that. I mean, what do you do?
Do you take it?
What do you do in a position like this, guys? We are still we're still waiting right here. But somebody, what is and some of y'all are like 50-50. What are y'all saying in the polls? I hate the way YouTube shows the polls. You can't really see the whole thing. Oh, there you go. It is 43 to 57. 57 of y'all say do not accept the mistrial.
Wow.
43 of y'all are like, yeah, let's go on and try to wrap it up. Let's go on and take it now. They might not run it back.
Keep voting. There's 7,000 of y'all. We only got 1,000 votes.
Yeah, everybody vote. I'm gonna lock y'all. You know, I'm gonna make y'all fucking vote. I'm gonna make y'all vote. Everybody fucking vote. I did not know only 1,000 of y'all have voted. This is a real fucking. I'm gonna lock y'all out until y'all vote. I want 2,500 votes.
I'm so done with
Shout out to AV. AV's like, why aren't y'all voting? This is a real thing right here. All right. Shout out to the members. Shout out to the members. We know y'all are voting. I got some lazy motherfuckers in here. Y'all don't even want to vote.
It's not even a belt. He went outside and got the switch.
Okay. Y'all don't want to. Okay, shit. That's what Biden needs, because a lot of y'all are like, oh, fuck Biden. Biden's like, I need to take the switch out of y'all black people, boy. Shit, y'all black people are not fucking with Biden, especially you black men. Black women, all right, y'all want Kamala, but y'all black men are like, fuck this. Like, we going to Trump, goddammit. Oh, so what do y'all think? We're waiting on it right here. We're still waiting, guys. But this has been this is a crazy, crazy, crazy turn of events.
Insane.
Let me check. How I can't see how many people voted. Oh, yeah. So y'all are coming up. Y'all are voting by 18. Man, y'all are 50-50 on this thing. And if y'all are 50-50, imagine how these attorneys are. So that's why, they're huddled up. We're waiting for them, but they're still deciding. They're still deciding what the hell's going on. So shit, man, this is a tough one. And I would need some time, but I really do think that they're winning.
Yeah.
The judge said prosecution be done by December. Defense is only going to take a month or so. I can have Thug home home.
And he can start working again.
Yes, put out a new fucking album, right? Invite me and AV. Shit, put us on the front row. We need to. Don't y'all think me and AV? Don't we need some front row tickets somewhere?
God,
goddamn it!
On the slime the other day.
Oh, look at it. Yes,
we need tickets.
you need a green hat. That's what you need. You need a green cap. Yeah. Don't do that because then you'll get arrested. All right. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Betty, snatch your ass right up.
I was always afraid to bump into her at the nail salon or whatever. Because I used to wear my merch that said, "That was cute."
That was cute. Oh my God. So what do y'all think? Do you take the mistrial or do you not? What does Dub say? Dub says take the damn mistrial. Costs too much to run it back. Tainted. Ooh, now Dub, listen, shout out to Dub. Somebody write Dub. Everybody in Georgia is tainted. Everybody, this is a great point. How are they going to find a jury?
Everybody knows about it.
Yeah, for the first jury, guys, they called in thousands of people. This was before the case. They called in thousands of people. Now, the biggest case in Georgia state history, this could absolutely be the longest running case in the United States history. This case is gone. I mean, it was indicted in 2022. This case is insane. So what does he say? He says, cost too much to run it back. Tainted jury pool, and the election is right around the corner. I'm taking my chances. It should be with prejudice. The state should have redacted. Dub is making some great points, guys. If they try to run it back, where are they going to get the fucking jury from? Where? We've all heard about this. I assure you, everybody in Georgia has heard about this case.
What a day for it to happen too. So apparently, I have Fanny's birthday invitation here. It looks like there is a Hawks game tonight and there's a birthday tip-off thing for her there.
Oh my God.
So tomorrow there's a women's empowerment lunch at her house. And then there's going to be a party at Tyrese's house.
Party at Tyrese's house.
So this is like for it to happen today.
Today. Shout out to Michael Love. Somebody write Michael Love in the damn chat. Gifting 10 memberships. Big contributor to my channel. Big contributor, huge contributor to AV's channel. A humongous contributor to the community. Thank you. Big shout out to Michael Love. If you got one of Michael Love's memberships, please tell him thank you. And don't just say thanks, nigga. No, say thank you, Michael Love. Put a name on it. Y'all hearing in my voice, I'm from the South. You see it right here. You see the emblem, state of Georgia. You see the emblem. Where is state of Georgia located? It's in the South. Where do we have Southern hospitality? Please put a name on it. Say thank you, Michael Love. The names must be named. Big shout out to Michael Love. Guys, we are waiting for the judge to come back. Is it going to be a mistrial? Put yes if you think it's going to be a mistrial. Put no if you think not. I don't know. Dub said take it, goddammit. Nigga like Lee, like, man, I don't know, man. I think we're going to win this goddamn thing. And here's the thing. And let me tell you what else, guys. This is why it's taking so long. This is very important, so let me say it. The judge asked the attorneys, do you want a mistrial? It's not the attorney's decision. Whose decision is it? It's Yak's decision. It's SB's decision, AKA Shannon Steelwell, AKA Shannon Jackson. It's his decision. It's Jeffery Williams' decision, AKA Young. Tell you the pros and I can tell you the cons. In fact, that's my job. I have to explain it to you, the risk versus reward. But at the end of the day, this is your case. So now it's not like the attorneys have to sit there and decide. The attorneys have to explain all of this to their clients. What do you want to do? What do you want to do, SB? What do you want to do, Yak? What do you want to do, King? And King has to sit there like, God, I wasn't even expecting this. I was barely paying attention. Let me tell it. Now I have to decide, and Steele is like, these are the pros. These are the cons. What do you want to do, King? And he's like, shit, man, I don't know. What would you do, Brian?
Like Doug has a few kids too.
He's got kids. Yes, we're still waiting. But guys, this is why this is taking so long, because it's not just the decision, it's the explanation. You have to explain it to these YNs, and they got to sit there and ponder. They have to consider. They have to deliberate. This could be the biggest decision of their lives. What do? We've been in for so long. We've been in for 2 years. We're not going to get another bond if they run it back. Are they going to run it back? Dub says no. Where are they going to find a jury? Everybody in the state of Georgia's heard about this case.
And they're not fans of it.
No. Golly, this is a tough one, man. Shout out to Michael Love. Thank you. We're still waiting. Go ahead, AV.
They have hit the threshold of 2.5.
All right. So y'all, all right. So let me check. Let me see what y'all said. Thank you. Damn, y'all, I locked y'all ass out. It's 50-50. 49 yes, 50 what? So y'all see how hard it is. Pause. Jesus Christ. This is a tough one. Let me let y'all back in. When y'all come in, I want to see forget Yak for a second. Forget the YN. Forget SB. I want to know, when y'all come back in, what do you think Jeffrey's going to do? Is Jeffrey going to say mistrial or no mistrial? When you come in, say mistrial or no mistrial. What is Jeffrey going to do? This is really the question. Is his fucking case? Jesus. I'm struggle streaming. What is Jeffrey going to do? Come on in. And thank AV for I'm going to end the poll right here. You see it, it's 51-49. The vast majority of y'all are saying Jeffrey's going to want a mistrial. Well, now it's starting to even out. Golly, man. This is a tough one. Most of y'all are saying Jeffrey's going to want a mistrial. Most of y'all are saying AV's right. Jeffrey's got these damn kids at home. Jeffrey want to be home with his kids. He's sick of eating these goddamn honey buns. He's sick of eating these goddamn soups. He wants to go home with his family. So y'all, let me slow the chat down a little bit, but man, big shout out to Michael Love. Thank you so much, Michael. We are on mistrial watch. We're on mistrial watch. Steele is explaining.
Yeah, and this is probably over 40 motions for mistrial. She has, from when she's taken over since Glanville, this is the only one she's entertaining.
Yes. Big shout out to ZZXXZZ. Somebody write ZZ in the damn chat. He gifted 5 memberships. 5 of y'all were freed when y'all were locked out because y'all weren't hitting my damn, y'all weren't voting. Y'all some lazy, just vote. But I'm so glad y'all did, because y'all got to see how hard it is. 49% said yes, take the mistrial. 51% said no. Y'all were even Steven. So what is SB gonna do? What is Yak gonna do? What is King gonna do? These are three. Who are the other three on trial? Do you know?
Marquavius Huey.
What is his name? Is that Obama?
No. Quay. I think it's
Oh,
Quay.
shit, Quay.
Both Quays.
Are there two Quays in here?
Yes, Quay in the front, and then Westmoreland's Quay in the back.
God damn. What is Quay gonna do? What is Quay gonna do? Are there two Quays? Are they gonna see eye to eye?
And this is really about them. This mistrial is about the Quays.
It's about the Quays. Which Quay are we talking about? Oh man, this is exciting right here. Shout out to Rod Factor. Big shout out to Rod. Thank you so much, guys. Somebody write Rod in the damn chat. One of the co-sponsors of this stream, along with Vintage CB and the Innocent Bystander channel. Thank you so much, Rod. What does he say? He said the longer this trial goes on, the less chance Fannie will win next month, right? It's so political. God damn, let me write Rod's name in the damn banner as being a co-sponsor. Guys, if you want to co-sponsor a damn stream, this is the one right here, because the whole damn trial might end today. And Rod Factor. Shit, me and AV, we might have to transition to the Puffy damn case, or the damn bitch zipping up the nigga in the suitcase. This might be it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rod. Goddamn white women zipping up people in suitcases.
Sarah Boone is crazy.
Jesus.
She took the stand yesterday.
Somebody write Rod in the damn chat. Thank you. Thank y'all for shouting out Rod. Man, I tried to slow the damn chat down. Y'all are blowing it up. Oh man, we are on mistrial watch. They are still not back. I want to make sure that we are caught up to speed. I don't want 1 second of TiVo, because I had 5 minutes of TiVo the other day and y'all fucked it up. Y'all like, oh, he's gonna get 5 years. Y'all spoil it. I cannot let y'all spoil shit.
Yeah, you know what they do? The spoilers go to Law and Crime, and then when Law and Crime's on break, they come back over here.
And then they tell, oh, let me tell you what is gonna happen, Lee. You're fucking up the damn show.
Then you and I have to act like we don't see it.
I know, like, oh, for real. Lee, Motu got 5 years. You well, thank you, nigga. So we on trial watch, but I gotta make sure. I gotta make absolutely sure that y'all don't be like, no, there's no mistrial. Yes, there's mistrial. I want to make sure I get it.
They'll be like, denied. And like, we're like, and why do you even do that?
For real.
And come back to tell us what's happening.
Oh my God, here we go, guys. Here we go. Big shout out to Rod Factor. Thank you, Rod, man, for supporting so much. I think you are exactly right. Man, we need to stay up to speed with these spoilers for real, old boy. Y'all fucked that whole Moontook shit up.
I know, people are so excited. They're like, you got 5 years. You got 5 years. We're like,
well, shit, why even watch it now? I just cut this bitch off. Big shout out to Rod. Thank you so much, Rod. And we're gonna read all these super chats. We're gonna get to some more, but man, let me pull this one up. Shout out to DC. Shout out to DC. Huge supporter of AV. Huge supporter of me. Thank you so much, DC. Huge supporter of the community. Let me add DC to the banner as a co-sponsor. Man, we are on mistrial watch. She is this is a she, right?
yes.
She is amazing. She is co-sponsoring along with Vintage CB and the Innocent Bystander channel and Rod Factor. What does DC say? It says, oh shit. I left the dentist and walked into this, okay? Saw Hilton running out, and she's so right. Shout out to DZ. Did y'all see Hilton run out? Hilton was like, God damn, get fucking Fanny on the phone. Fanny, I know you're getting birthday dick, baby, but no, you push this nigga up off you. Get him up off you, Fanny. Come down to the courthouse. It is going down. There's about to be a mistrial of the whole fucking case. Shout out to DC. She's exactly right. Says, saw Hilton running out of the courtroom. Wasn't Hilton the one that was crying? Who was crying? Do you remember at the beginning?
Yes, it was Hilton.
Oh, was it with Woody? Who was she cross-examining?
Woody.
She was cross-examining Woody, and Woody wasn't cooperating. Hilton bursted out in tears. Hilton really cares about this case, guys. So when DC says, I saw that chick running out the damn courtroom, she's exactly right. She burst into tears because she couldn't get Woody to say what she wanted him to say. Woody was the damn star witness. And he was, I don't recall, burst into tears. DC says, all this excitement because of some, I don't know how to read emojis. I'm too old. What does that say?
All this excitement caused for some ones to be raining up in the chat. TLA, you take yin.
You take it. I feel like Whitaker. I'm too old. Plus, I can barely see. These damn emojis, I never use them. I don't know if I ever used emoji in my life. For the smiley face, I still put the colon.
He's so old school.
I am. For the
He does it.
for the smile, I still put the colon and the little parentheses thing. I don't know how to use these goddamn. I don't know how to use the emojis.
Just hit the button and then you can pick one.
I don't see a button. I just see the colon and the parentheses.
I know why. I've always wondered for years why you do that. And you just told on yourself.
I don't see a button. I be raw dogging it. Big shout out to damn DC, man. She's exactly right. She peed Hilton running out of that courtroom. Go get love. Go get goddamn Go get Fanny, man. I know it's her birthday. I know she getting dicked down by Nathan. Get this nigga up off you, Fanny. It's about to be a mistrial of the whole case. You know, how many people are indicted? Over 30? RICO, racketeer influence, and corrupt organization. The damn picking a jury took how many months? 9 months or some shit? Called in thousands and thousands of people. All these judges are recused. Attorneys getting incarcerated. Hand-to-hand drug transactions in the middle of the trial in court. Man, so much has gone on with this case. And DC's like, yeah.
Brian Steele almost getting locked up.
Yes. Yes. DC's like, hell yeah, I saw that girl run out the courtroom. She was going to get Fanny.
Well, the other thing too is the woman sitting next to Angela, when the judge was like, so what do y'all want to do? Do you want it with prejudice or without? The woman next to Angela was like,
We were all like that.
She was shocked. You saw her face. And her and Angela were looking at each other, just trying to decide what to do for Ryan.
I mean, I don't think it mattered with him because he's already been convicted. He got life anyways. Like, they don't give a shit. But yeah, what's gonna happen? What is Thug gonna say? Oh man, let me add DC to the banner. Thank you so much, DC. Oh man, is a Fit Lawyer in the house, man? Fit Lawyer, what would you do? You should hit the link. I don't want to drop the link. It's too many people up in here, but man, we are on trial watch. Let me make sure we down to the second. Ain't nobody front running this. Oh man. The whole damn thing could be a mistrial. Big shout out to DC. Big shout out to Rod Factor. Thank you. Shout out to Keita, another attorney. Keita, what would you do? Oh, Keita responded. Keita is an attorney. What did she say? Keita says, man, I would take a mistrial at this point. I can see the jury either being hung or vote guilty, true. I don't know about the guilty, but definitely hung. They are checked out 100% true. And they might just vote based solely on their biases. Let Fanny go figure out her next move. Yeah. A lot of y'all are like, yeah, man, go and accept it, Lee. Go and accept the damn mistrial. Stop being greedy. You don't know what's going to happen. It's all a risk. Imagine you don't accept the mistrial and then you go and get convicted. 25 years to life. Right? Shout out to Keita G. Like, what do you do? It's tough. It is tough. Oh, y'all know who it is. Y'all know who it is. The Little Gaming Channel, one of the principal supporters of the entire channel. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. Not only not only an amazing content creator, but an amazing human being, high value man through and through. What does he say? He says, man, white woman Whitaker told the prosecution, you ninjas are sloppy with this case and I'm tired. How many passes do I have to give? I'm pissed no one took my $100 bet. Yeah. Yeah, the little gaming channel put $500 on the line. So I said, please, somebody bet me. This case is not making it to a verdict. It is not. Let me add my man, the little gaming channel, in the chat. If one of the mods could drop the little gaming channel's link. We are on verdict watch. We are on mistrial watch, guys. That's what we're doing right now. I got us all up to speed. Oh my goodness. What is the little, let me drop the little gaming channel in the banner. Thank y'all for shouting out the little gaming channel. Somebody write TLGC in the damn chat. And the little gaming channel. This man is sponsored individual streams. This man is sponsored entire series.
Yeah, trials.
And exactly, such a huge supporter out there in California. They got that long money out there. Their little gaming channel doing it up, and TLGC. This is a real streaming sponsor right here. This might be the end of the whole damn thing.
Wow.
Man, so what's going on right now? The attorneys are explaining to Quay. They're explaining to SB. They're explaining to Quay. They're explaining to Yak. They are explaining to the YN. The young nigga, they are explaining to King Slime. These are your options, son. It could go this way or it could go that way. This could happen or that could happen. The jury could say this or the jury could say that. Do you just want to cut ties right now? Fannie has invested millions in this case. Maybe she doesn't want to do it anymore, or maybe she does. She's the RICO queen. Maybe she'll run it back, have your ass sitting in jail for another 2 years eating honey buns. Do you want to finish it out? You probably winning. You could not be, but you might be. What do you think, guys? That's what's going on right now. That's why we're watching right here. We're not able to see all of this, of course, is attorney-client privilege. We're not able to see these communications, but that's what's happening. These attorneys are explaining to their clients what the hell is going on. What is the Fit Lawyer ATL saying? Again, guys, Fit Lawyer ATL, she's an attorney down here, practiced for many, many years in this same courtroom, in this same courthouse. She has gone up against Fannie Willis's DA's office so many times. The Fit Lawyer ATL says, I'm in court, can't jump on. She's in court. That's why I love Fit Lawyer ATL, always checking in. She says Brian Steele has said he does not want a mistrial, 100%. This is going to be interesting. I guarantee you the attorneys are not on the same page. Yes. Oh, we got some head action. Oh, let me make sure. I 100% agree with everything that the Fit Lawyer ATL said. There is no way that the attorneys are on the same accord. That's why they're taking so long. Shout out to the Fit Lawyer ATL 100%. Shout out to Keita. What does Keita say? Keita says you guys should cover the Karen Reed retrial. Is that a retrial?
Yeah, it start January 27th.
Who is Karen Reed? I thought that was the suitcase lady.
No. Karen Reed is the other woman who shot a Boston cop.
Oh my God.
Yeah, or it's not shot a Boston cop. Sorry, it's a shot. That'd be bad. She was dating a Boston cop and he was murdered. Very, very suspicious. Not even murdered. He died suspiciously.
Mm-hmm.
Now her trial was, I think it was in the middle of this year, and it resulted into a hung jury. So they're going to retry her case. They're trying to say that she murdered her boyfriend, but it looks like some of the other cops that were involved might have like covered it up or something like that, because like he died he was found in the snow. But it's really interesting. It was really popular. Emily did numbers on that one.
Emily's killing it. She's crushing it with that damn suitcase thing. She getting 200,000. Emily she's the fucking queen.
Yeah, Emily did super well in that case. DUI guy was covering it. Everybody was covering it, really. I think we were the only ones. And, everybody was leaving me comments like, you're from Boston. How come you're not covering it? I was like, we busy. We on hell.
For real. We Are the Major was rocking this one. 8,000 people in the chat. What does the little gaming channel say? Says if it's a mistrial without prejudice, will they get bail? See, that's the thing. No. They're probably going to, just like with Karen Reed and the retrial, they could just retrial the case, keep them in. Keep them in. And that's where it's like, oh, what do you do? Because it's not like, it just depends on how they want to do the case. But the state could absolutely keep these people in and then retry it and run it up again, and then they don't get a bond. You can't really give King Slime a bond. The charges are too outrageous.
Yeah, and how many judges do we have left in this courthouse? We had Krause, we had Ingram, we had Glanville, and now we have this judge. Can you imagine if Scott McAfee presided?
Oh my God. The odor of mendacity. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. Oh man. This is a lot. Shout out to YB2 Easy. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. We're gonna get to all of your super chats. We on trial watch. Fuck trial watch. We on mistrial watch. Shout out to Keita. What does Keita say? Keita says, they accused Karen of backing into him, John, with her car and left him for dead, but he got beat up in that officer's house and was dumped on. I have no idea what this means. I'm missing so much of the context.
That's a big one. Honestly, we should look into.
He had no injuries from the neck down.
Yeah.
How do you get beat up with no injuries from the neck down?
Yeah, it's crazy. There's protesters outside of the courthouse. Like that case is a big deal. That and Diddy are probably the biggest cases of next year.
Damn, shout out to Keita. I need to look into this case. Those are some weird facts.
And if we do it, I can go to the courthouse and report back.
Oh my God. She gonna be recording live from the courthouse.
Yeah.
Shout out to Infantry. Excellent. Excellent. Shit, I'm blanking out. I'm excited, man.
I know, supporter.
For real. Excellent content creator. Excellent YouTuber.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. If one of the mods could drop my man's link to the channel in the chat. And an excellent man, excellent human being. Said, Lee, you know the judge isn't going to grant it even without prejudice. She's calling their bluff, maybe. But I'll tell you what, though, Infantry Mindset, we have been out for...
Ooh, we've been out for a long time.
We've been out for 40 minutes. No, this judge ain't wasting 40 minutes for nothing. She's really considering it. This judge ain't putting on a show. This judge has been all about time. She's not gonna, especially in the afternoon while the jury's waiting. This is a real one right here. This could absolutely be the damn thing.
Look who it is.
Oh, look who it, oh my God. Oh my God. We got Roy. Shout out to Roy. Roy, man. He be like, God damn it. Oh, if you know, you know. Big shout out to Roy, blessing the entire community. God damn. Listen, guys, y'all see the seal right here. Y'all know where I'm at. I'm in the state of Georgia. It's in the damn South. If you got one of Roy's memberships, please tell him thank you. Who got one? Man, everybody got one. Somebody write Roy in the damn chat. Meg was gifted a membership from Roy. The UR girl got a membership. Andrea got a membership. Andrea, you better tell this man thank you. Sigrid got a membership. Yaddy's got a membership. Unita got a membership. God dang, Donnie got a membership from Roy. TK, Jennifer, C Sharp, Kimberly, already a member. Shout out to Nikki G, got a membership. Are y'all telling Roy thank you? I'm gonna lock this whole damn chat up. Y'all ain't telling them thank you. D. Cole got a membership. Brian got a membership. Aaron got a membership. Cheyenne, Kobe got a membership. Thank y'all for shouting them out. So many of y'all got memberships. Gemini got a membership. So many people got a membership from Roy. Big shout out to Roy Williams. He is the sponsor. Huge supporter of AV, as we have come to find out. Huge supporter of the league. All right. Thank you so much, Roy. Blessing me, blessing AV, blessing the community. He is the new stream sponsor with 50 damn memberships. Everybody write goddamn Roy in the damn chat. Thank you, Roy. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate it, brother. All of the stream sponsors, but when you go out way out like this, geez. And this is the stream to sponsor, guys. We are on mistrial watch. And Roy is like, all right, I'm going to sponsor this stream. We're going to see what the hell it do. Roy, what do you think? Do you think it's going to be a mistrial without prejudice, or are they going to keep the show going? Thank you so much. Guys, thank you to all 8,000 of y'all. Thank you for shouting out Roy, man. 50 memberships is humongous. Absolutely humongous. So let me write my man Roy's name as the new stream sponsor. Thank you. Supports me so generously, supports AV so generously. Thank you. God damn. Big shout out also to Gina Carter. Hits me with a $20. Says, you have me in tears, holding my heart. Shout out to Gina. Thank you so much. Sending me $20 on the Cash App. Shout out to Rog. Rog Marley sends me $25 on the cash. Says, lead, pop another perk, my man, and go dick Fanny down. What?
What?
He said, Nathan ain't doing it right. Nathan ain't doing it right. Shout out to Rock. Shout out to Yoki as well with the $20. Says Georgia got them boys scared. That here only in GA. Yeah, that witness is here is for real.
Oh my God, yeah.
Big shout out to Yoki. Big shout out to Rog. Big shout out to Gina. And shout out to YSL Lola. Thank you so much for the 5. Says the maintenance man is still there. Guys, we are on trial watch right here. Y'all see it. We are all caught up, man. We are just waiting. The judge has been out for exactly 44 minutes, guys. Has let them know, what do y'all want to do? And oh, man, really longer than that. Then the judge has been out for an hour. Guys, we've been doing this for an hour. We are on mistrial watch. Somebody said rename it mistrial watch. I should. I got to write my man Roy in here, though. AV, do you have any cash apps?
I do. Huge shout out to DC who hit me with $50. She says,
yes.
Pup cup for Luna and that fancy drink you get. Thank you so much, DC. And that does it for me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Let me write thank you, Roy Williams. Jesus Christ. You so much, Roy. And thank y'all for shouting Roy out. Oh shit. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh shit, where we at? I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Oh, they teased us. Come on now, let's go. They pulled us up. Let's go now. Cut the damn camera on. Oh man, I thought we had it. God damn it.
I was about to stand up and watch.
For real. For real. Oh, big shout out. Got Roy down there in the banner. Also, if you want to support AV, her Cash App is linked down there as well. Guys, big shout out to the beautiful Amy E. Somebody write Amy E in the damn chat. YSL Amy. Says Joshua 1:9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened and do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Amen. Somebody bow your head. Shout out to Amy. Thank you so much, Amy. There's a lot of praying going on right now, a lot of consternation, a lot of consideration, a lot of debating. Should we take the mistrial without prejudice, or should we continue on with the case? We're winning, probably, right? We're going to get a not guilty verdict, probably. What?
Thugger Daily posted, he says Miss Love is crashing out, according to Miss Sylvia.
Oh my God, somebody called Miss Sylvia. I might have to go on her goddamn. Miss Love is crashing out. Shit, but honestly, shout out to Miss Sylvia. We might need to stream her shit because she's actually in the courtroom. Hold on. Let me pull Miss Sylvia's shit up, boy.
She says Love is blaming Wooney Lee now. Shake my head.
No, but listen, no, don't shake your fucking head. I told you guys this. I think Wooney Lee did this shit on purpose.
You did say that.
That's what I've been telling. I think Wooney Lee did this shit. Go rewind it, guys. I said I think Wooney Lee's trying to cause a fucking mistrial. And Love is seeing it the same way, apparently. I swear to God, it's just weird. I have had y'all on the stand for 20 years. You guys don't act like that. You don't. When I have you on the stand, y'all are regular people. Y'all never think about mistrials. It would never occur to you to think about a mistrial. Y'all are just trying to answer the fucking questions. Him be, oh, did I cause a mistrial? What did I say that I shouldn't have said? It's like, come on, Wooney Lee. Somebody put Wooney Lee on game. But let me go to Sylvia right quick. See what the hell. Oh, she's not streaming. We were absolutely going to stream her shit. Somebody write Sylvia in the damn chat, boy. She said, all right, so what is it? What else does it say on Thugger Daily?
That's so last 3 posts from their team include they are as surprised as we are. Hang on.
Where Doug Weinstein?
I checked his feed too. He's not saying nothing.
Call this nigga. Call him up. Say, Doug, what the hell's going on?
Ashley just texted me too. But
Oh, he's not in the courtroom today, is he though?
Doug, I haven't looked at Shannon's table today.
I didn't see Doug on the damn thing, man. So, I wish we had an in. I wish somebody called Dennis Byron. Is this nigga on the line?
Dennis is live on Twitter right now, I think.
What is he saying?
Let me click. He does what Sylvia does. He has exactly what we're seeing right now on the screen.
I want to know, man.
DM him. I was talking to him the other day.
Is Love crashing out?
Is Love really?
Dude, I would. That's why. And shout out to DC saying your girl ran out of the courtroom, and I said it too. I said she ran out to get Love, and I said she ran out to get Fanny. When shit goes down, then it's all hands on deck, guys. Golly, we are on it. We are on mistrial watch. This is like the biggest event of the dang trial thus far, along with Brian Steele getting incarcerated. That was crazy too. Oh, we got some movement.
All right,
here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh, snap.
Ms. Westmoreland,
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach?
you may.
Oh, man. Shout out to Amy E. Thank you so much, Amy. They're back in the courtroom. Go ahead.
It sounds like we might have a decision, because if she's going to approach, then maybe some of them are divided on this one. But she
Yes.
the judge know where they are.
Oh, man. Here we go. Shout out to Now What Now. Said my patients regarding rooting for slime. My patients are rooting for slime, okay? They know I'm not doing any more today until we wrap this thing. We are watching this together, all right? She got her patients like, no, ain't nobody in treatment. We finding out if there's a mistrial or not, goddamn.
Listen, everybody's watching with anticipation across the country, across the world, all the truckers that watch us, listening intently.
Yes.
Barbershops. All the people that
Yes.
watch us in groups.
Everybody. Oh my God. Thank you so much. What now? What? Full drinking and half thinking up in here. gives the what's that, a devil emoji?
Yep.
Yes.
And the eyes.
Shout out to Full Drink and a Half Thinking, excellent content creators. If one of the mods could drop the link to my man's channel in the chat. Shout out to Little Gaming Channel. It says, Fanny telling Wade Nate to wipe me down. I gotta go. All right. Cut the damn ceiling fan on and let's get the fuck up out of here. Wipe me down. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. 100%, man. Let me make sure I am all caught up. I don't want to miss a second, guys. This is a huge, huge development. Westmoreland and the other defense attorneys are meeting at the judge's bench right now. Oh, man. Shout out to Keita. Keita says John's face was pulverized. Okay, she's talking about the Karen Reed case.
Yes.
Says he was very, wait, how can his face be pulverized when I thought he didn't have any injuries from the, from the waist down, from the neck down. Oh, so all of his injuries were from on his face. Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Says he was very drunk, so I think he got knocked out. There's no way a car hit him. He has no broken bones or bruises. Please cover the case. I watched it when Emily streamed it, but wish you guys did. Yeah, we'll check it out.
Yeah, I think we should. I think that's going to be a big one. Trial of the year next year.
Yeah, this case, shit, it might end today.
We got to have our plan B.
Golly, well, we got to have the contingencies. Thank you so much, Ada. What's
Sylvia
up?
says that the jury is excused for the day.
All right.
She has two channels. She has the trial feed channel, and she has, yes, a verified from Thugger Daily. The jury is excused for the rest of the day.
All right, so the jury is excused. Okay, that's fine. That still doesn't let us know whether there's going to be a mistrial or not. Shout out to Joshua. Joshua says, "Can you?" I don't want to rewind it though, because I don't want to miss it.
I got my guys clipping it for y'all. We will have this ready for later if you want to watch it back.
I would Gauge Reality rewind it, but I think they're going to come back any second. So that's the thing. But I absolutely would. A big shout out.
Matter of fact, let me make sure they're clipping it now. Oh, yep, he's on it. Editor's on it. He's on standby.
Guys, this is insanity. Insanity. What do you guys think? Shout out to Kat. Oh, we got Kath K in the house. Says, or I hate YouTube. It's what?
She says, I hate YouTube. It's infamous Miss Sylvia's channel.
Okay, y'all. I don't know how to read all that stuff. Thank you so much to the beautiful Kath K. Thank you. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. Thank you. Said that was a quickie. All right. They popped in and out just like I did this week. Hello.
All right.
Hello.
All righty then.
A Little Gaming Channel on point with it, boy. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. Thank you so much. Shout out to Mo to Love. Says, does everybody have to take a mistrial for the case to be granted? I mean, if the judge says it's optional, then no. Some people can take their mistrial and go home, and other people can continue on with the case. That'll be interesting. The judge didn't say it had to be unanimous. Shout out to Brian. Brian says, take it. Looks bad on the election. Too much taxpayers' money spent. Yeah. Kelly Kale says, tell a ninja what happened. Yes, that's what we're trying to figure out. Shout out to Vincent Dickey with the $5. Thank you so much. Shout out to Luis in the house, became a new member. Thank you so much, Luis. Basquetelles.
Pronunciations with the lead attorney.
For real. I don't know how to say that one. That's a new one on me. Shout out to Luis. Muchas gracias, Luis. Muy amable. Shout out to Critical Conversations HR. Hits me with a $10. No comment, no question. just the pure love of the game. Thank you so much. Shout out to Talisha. Talisha Baker has become a new member. Big shout out to Talisha Baker. Talisha Baker. Put some respect on your name. Shout out to Lord Have Mercy. Lord Have Mercy 77 became a new member. Big shout out again to Roy Williams, hit with the 50 memberships. 50 of y'all saved. Thank you so much. All right, KW on the other side says, man, pass on the mistrial. This case should be infinitely appealable if there is a conviction. True. A lot of appeal stuff going on. Shout out. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, here we go, guys. Everybody's up at. What the fuck? They keep teasing us.
What's happening in their chat?
Come on.
What's happening?
Stop teasing us. Let us know what's happening. Oh, man. Shout out to CEO. Wait, what?
Adjourned for the day.
What the fuck?
Hold on.
They cut the camera?
Let's verify. Adjourned for the day is what their chat is saying. Let's go to the sources.
I know they didn't do us like that, man. I know they didn't do us like that.
Okay, Kathy Rawson, she's the managing editor at Law and Crime. She's got people in the room. I'm watching.
Shout out to El Señor Leche.
Yes, according to Kathy, who's the managing editor at Law and Crime, she says, well, the judge just adjourned for the day.
Ah, they killed the feed. Look, when you see live view, that means they killed the fucking feed. Oh, man, why they do us like that? Someone write bullshit in the damn chat, man. This is bullshit. Man.
Somebody said I got blue balls like a motherfucker.
Right, somebody write blue balls in the damn chat. What the fuck? How they gonna... No, man, how they gonna do us like this? Hell no, man.
Anticipation.
Oh my God, why?
So mean.
What is Sylvia? Check out what Sylvia says. Let me read this. It says, if you want a great breakdown on Karen Reed, get Turtle Boy on. He's covered the case the whole time. Dude was going so in-depth, the cops who are suspected of killing the victim arrested him and have been trying to silence him. God damn.
Is he in Boston? Maybe I'll have to take him to coffee.
Is he a YouTuber? No, that's crazy. Turtle Boy. Thank you so much, Ballin. Baleen. I'm sorry. I don't got my glasses on.
According to Thugger Daily, he says, ominous ending with zero extra info. Judge ends court for the day. Yes, the feed's audio was cut off in the beginning. No idea what's happening next, but looks like we aren't finding out today. I'll tweet anything if anything that gets filed. So we've probably got a lot of motion action that's probably going to be happening tonight. We've got people on deck to collect all those motions.
Put infamous Sylvia's other channel in the back chat.
Okay. Let me pull that.
She'll probably go live. Let me see to find out what the hell happened. We're gonna try to find out, guys. Give us 1 second, because infamous Sylvia was in the courtroom.
Okay, so her main channel is not the one. We need to find the other one.
What's her other channel?
I'm trying to look for it myself.
It's like Sly something, right?
Yeah.
Sly Sylvia or something.
Sly Sylvia.
Infamous Sly. Okay, yeah. Here. Oh, she's live right now.
You got it?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Thank you, Keita.
She's live right now. She ain't saying nothing. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me pull this up. All right, let's see what Sylvia says. She's in the courtroom, guys. Let me pull this up. So shout out to the infamous Sylvia. If one of the mods could drop the link to her channel in the chat. She's in the courtroom.
Who's that?
I don't know who that is. There's infamous Sylvia right there. There's no sound. Let me make sure my sound is up. The volume is up. Oh, is this what? Oh, okay. Is this when they were huddled together? When they were trying to decide? Let me see. Let me go back to see. Let me see if I can go back to see.
So, and it wasn't an issue until so when I talked to Mr. Rubin at lunchtime, this wasn't something I was going to address with him because it wasn't I did not realize it was an issue. Mr. Rubin found out for me that Slack Quay is not either of these two Quays.
Okay, but this isn't Slack Quay. This is just Quay.
Right.
I know. So why doesn't everybody, well, they don't know how it's spelled. They only heard it. Why doesn't everybody just enter into some sort of a stipulation that the free Quay or the reference to Quay just now isn't either of these people?
I want to get to the good part, guys. Hold up right quick. I recognize Whitaker's sign anywhere.
So the thing is I guess the way Sylvia has to do it is because while the proceedings are happening, she can't commentate, so she can only chat.
Yeah. Damn, Sylvia got the production on deck. She got 3 different camera angles. Okay, so this is when the attorneys were told, I believe, given the option to do the mistrial or not, and now they're, what the hell? Got the balloons? Shout out to infamous Sylvia. She is, all right, here we go.
On my motion for mistrial.
Okay, so are you asking, what kind of a mistrial are you asking for?
Your Honor, I believe that we were goaded into the mistrial.
Okay, well, I do not believe that because if you had seen Miss Hilton's face when that came out of the witness's mouth, she was appalled. And I do not believe that they are purposefully trying to insert error into this trial to make y'all ask for a mistrial so that they can try this case again. I think it is continued, and I am sorry, y'all have, this gigantic, ginormous universe of evidence that maybe if you narrowed down, you would not be making these kinds of mistakes, but I believe that to be a mistake.
Your Honor,
So I'm going to deny a motion for a mistrial with prejudice. That one, I don't believe that the facts bear out. Would you like a mistrial without prejudice?
What? Look at them. They're like, what?
You would? Who else would?
What?
That means, of course, that the state would be free to try every one of y'all again.
Judge, just a moment.
Sure.
Shout out to Miss Sylvia in the courtroom action. Look at her looking around like, did that just fucking happen?
That's one prosecutor that just walked by. Let's see if we can get Simone's moment.
Is that your audio? No, that's Sylvia's audio. There's Simone walking by. Oh, that's audio in the courtroom. Sylvia got 3 cameras up in that damn thing. She killing it. Oh, is that what? Is that Love? That's Love and Hilton. And Sylvia said Love was crashing out. Now there go the attorneys. The attorneys are walking out to discuss the pros and the cons of the mistrial.
Also verified through Dennis, who's in the courtroom too, that Miss Love is freaking out.
Oh, Dennis said she's freaking out.
Yep, verified.
Hold up right quick, guys. I think I got another trial plan. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was the feed from
Law and
the
crime.
the law and crime. So let me bring up Miss Sylvia's thing again. All right, here we go. So now, and it makes sense, guys. It makes sense that they, this is a big fucking decision. And so really what the attorneys want to do is get themselves together, see if they can get on the same page. They will not be able to get on the same page. But then they're going to have to go talk to their clients at the jail. Because this is a heavy decision, and a conversation like this could easily take an hour, easily an hour, 2 hours. So they're going to have to go to the jails this evening and talk to their clients about, hey, this is your case. What do you want to do? Do you want a mistrial? Do you not want a mistrial? Let's see if we can pick up any audio from Sylvia's. And according to Sylvia and Dennis, Love is crashing out. Assistant District Attorney Love is crashing out over this.
Also, we're getting updates that the jury is not coming back tomorrow.
Really?
So this is going to be the forefront of the day.
Wow. So they're going to argue this. Let me see if I can fast forward a little bit, see if we can get some audio. It looks like Sylvia's cut the audio. Let me see if I can get when they come back in. Shout out to infamous Sylvia. If one of the mods could drop the link to her channel, man, this is high class production. Got 3 damn cameras in the damn courtroom. She's killing it. Let me see if I can get when all right, she got more audio. There's Westmoreland. Let's see here.
Ms. Westmoreland,
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach?
you may.
There's Westmoreland approaching the bench. There's Bruce Harvey approaching the bench. There's Brian Steele approaching the bench. There's Max. Yes, Max Sharp approaching the bench. Oh man, what did they decide? Let's see here. All right, so they're at the bench. So bench audio is cut. So Sylvia cut the audio off. And then Sylvia just killed the feed. And now she's packing up. Man, I want to see. Can you text Dennis to see if he wants to come on?
Yes.
Or somebody text Sylvia or text Sylvia, see if Sylvia wants to come on to let us know what happened. While AV is doing that, big shout out to KCAF. Sent me $25 on the Cash App. Thank you. It says Infamous Slide Channel is the YouTube. Thank you. And also shout out to Littening for $5. Says, I'm gonna miss this community when this trial is done. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. We ain't going nowhere.
The community gonna stay, but this is gonna be a crazy case. Yeah, while you try to do that, AV, let me give a humongous shout out. Somebody write Classy Beats in the damn thing. Big shout out to Classy Beats. Thank you so much, brother. Excellent content creator, guys. Excellent, brother. Excellent human being. There are 9,500 people in the chat. Somebody write Classy Beats. All of y'all should go over there and subscribe. If y'all like this content, y'all will love his content. I am subscribed over there to Classy Beats, just an amazing, amazing YouTuber, amazing broadcaster, amazing content creator. Thank you so much, Classy Beats. Super generous to you. Thank you so much for your encouragement and support, brother. What does he say? He says, court out for the day can mean only one thing. Judge Whitaker is on the phone with Fanny right now. Fanny, your folks are fucking up. All right. No way there's a mistrial because I need the YouTube guys to keep running me my YSL checks. Okay. Salute to TLA the GOAT, AV, Cat Not Williams, and my beautiful Amy. All right, Amy. Spoken for. We having some love connections. Absolute love connections. Let's go back. Y'all were asking me to rewind it.
Before you do that, Dennis is confirmed and is waiting for the link. If you're good, I can just grab a link from the invite and drop it into the Twitter feed right now.
Is Dennis in the chat?
He said, I just jumped in my car. Send me the link.
Oh, excellent. Let me, can you get the link?
Yes.
How can you get the link?
On the bottom.
Oh, because it's the damn thing. All right. Yeah. Send it to Dennis. All right, guys, listen. All right, listen. And shout out to Infamous Sylvia. Shout out to Dennis. Y'all know those are the biggest frenemies on on YouTube, but they're both excellent content creators. This is Dennis Byron. He's had a long-standing relationship with TMZ. He's always in the courtroom, always getting excellent footage from the courthouse. And so I believe he was in the courthouse today, and he's gonna fill us in on what the heck was going on. All right, so big shout out to Dennis Byron. And shout out to Infamous Sylvia as well. We were looking at her stuff. And but I really don't want to gloss over Classy Beats, man. Thank you so much. This is super generous of you. And Classy Beats is one of the main ones covering this, guy. So if y'all like my content, y'all will love his content. Just an excellent broadcaster and just killing the game on so many levels. Big shout out to Classy Beats. If one of the mods, again, could drop the link to my man's channel in the chat. There's 9,000 of y'all up in here. 9,000 of y'all need to be going over there and supporting, because again, it's the same topic, but he puts his own spin on it, and he has an amazing perspective. So big shout out to Classy Beats. Thank you so much. Is Dennis in the chat?
I think I just saw him in the chat. Dennis, if you're here, I sent you the link on Twitter.
Yeah, so Dennis Byron, shout out to Dennis Byron. I'll send him the link right now. Dennis, just
Okay.
give me 1 second. I'll put the link right here for you. I just put the link in there, Dennis. Thank you. Let me pin it for you. This is only for Dennis Byron. Thank you so much.
Look at our teamwork, production teamwork.
Facts. Facts. Big shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. You know who it is. Man, I just cannot say enough about this, brother, guys. Y'all support me so much. Y'all support AV so much, the community so much. And I am so thankful and appreciative. But there are just a few of y'all, man, that go way over and above what could be considered even reasonable. And the Little Gaming Channel is one of those people. Shows so much love and support and encouragement for me. Really just leaves me speechless, guys. He's been over here for so long and contributes so much. And not only in terms of the super chats, but the commentary. His commentary be on point. He has come up on the stream before. Such wisdom and experience. You could hear it in his voice when he talks. And you could also read in the comments. He ain't fucking around. So big shout out to a Little Gaming Channel. Definitely going to make you one of the stream sponsors. I'm going to do that again with Classy Beats as well. Somebody write the Little Gaming Channel in the chat. His content is amazing. I love it when he does that Call of Duty stuff. He does so many types of games. If you like that, guys, please go over and subscribe to him. I'm subscribed to him. I watch his content. Just an amazing brother. So let me add this man to the banner as well as Classy Beats. Well, look who we got, and we got Mr. Fly right here. We got our man Dennis Byron.
Yo.
Within here, excellent content creator, but an even more excellent journalist, right? Media personality, but there's no one on YouTube, especially in this space, but no one on YouTube that takes journalism more seriously than Dennis Byron. He has been doing it for decades, way back even when the OJ stuff was going on. There's no one more professional than Dennis. And Dennis, hold
on, Lee. You got to say hello to Big Bertha. Big Bertha has covered some of the most iconic shots in history. So, Big Bertha, thank you for being with me today.
Shout out to Big Bertha. And Dennis, right quick, we got 9,000 people in here. Let everybody know where they can find you and where they can find your work.
Well, I tweet regularly, as you know, on @Mr. Dennis Byron on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube at Mr. Dennis Byron, and that's MrDennisByron. So you can follow me on all platforms. You can catch me on Court TV this Friday. Hello.
All right, my man on Court TV. He's been on Court TV numerous times, and he's going to be on Court TV again today. And you see why there's no one that covers trials like him. So, Dennis, you were in the courtroom today. Is that right?
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
I was streaming. I was waiting for Wooney to come out so I can get that classic shot. I like to get unique shots, but I was following the stream, and obviously you saw there was 2 motions for mistrials today. And again, Judge Whitaker does what she does and denies them.
I hear that. Are you at the courthouse?
I'm literally a block away.
Wow. Were you in the courthouse when all this was going on?
No, I was outside, and I'm on another trial as well, lead. So we watching the stream, but we have another trial that I'm covering as well.
All righty. Well, I'll be honest, what we really wanted was some inside information about what the hell happened. This is the craziest ending to a court date that we've had in this entire case. The judge asked all the attorneys if they want a mistrial without prejudice. And then they huddled up and they made us wait for an hour. Then they came back in and then they huddled up again. And then they dismissed the jury. And now they've dismissed all the attorneys. And so apparently the jurors are not coming back for tomorrow either. So we're trying to figure out what's going on. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, this is the closest we've come to a mistrial. This is the very closest we come to a mistrial. And the judge said something, and I don't know, Lee, if you caught it. And when she had spoke about the mistrial initially, she said something about the jurors have been in for 12 months, but that's not the basis on why you should not have a mistrial. If any of the parties does something wrong, the judge has to call them as she sees them. She can't factor in that they've been there for 12 months, 2 years. If there's a mistrial that was created based on something that one of the lawyers did, she has to make the right call. She can't just base it on the jurors have been there for that amount of time. Because if we want to be quite honest, the jurors also was there when Judge Glanville was doing some let's just say questionable things.
100%. 100%. It's been reported that Attorney Love was freaking out. She was crashing out in the courtroom. I guess Sylvia reported that because I guess she's in there. Do you have any, or with your contact or anything, or were you able to talk to anybody that was inside the courtroom?
I can make a quick phone call, but I had to respond to the immediate urgent DM, so I did as I do.
I appreciate that.
I'm literally on the side of the road. I'll move in a second, guys.
He said, I'll move in a second. All right, well, listen, thank you so much for coming up, Dennis. Really appreciate it, brother.
I want to let you know, my membership's paid up. I think I'm going to pay up for the whole year. I support what you do. I love you, my brother, and I'm here for you.
Really appreciate that. Shout out to Dennis Byron, guys. 9,000 people in here. Y'all go check him out. Excellent journalist. There's no one on YouTube that takes their position as a journalist more serious and more professional than Dennis Byron. So thank you so much for coming up, Dennis.
All right. I appreciate you.
No problem. Shout out to the Dennis Byron. All right, guys. Somebody
I'm trying to get a hold
Somebody
of her.
hit up Sylvia.
I'm trying to get a hold of her. I'm like, hey.
Sylvia, because we got Dennis, and Dennis always has contacts going on. Dennis always has his ear to the ground. But man, we want somebody that was in the courtroom today. This was the day to be in that damn courtroom. All right, so AV is trying to do that. While AV does that, what we're gonna do, guys, is go back, because some of y'all were asking us to rewind it. What happened? What was the infamous question that led up to this? So let me pull this up so we can all get on the same page and see what the hell was going on. Let me pull up that that link there. This was today, right?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna because I heard it, guys. When it happened, I fucking heard it. The fact it was like he was trying to cause a mistrial. But let's take a look. Give me 1 second here. Let me pull it back up. All right.
Thank you guys for helping out. Tag me or get to me on Twitter. That's why I'm doing all this work right now. Y'all like, get this person, get that person. Hit me over there. But I'm trying to get her on that side.
All right, so this is the brother that testified. This was the start of it all, guys. This was the start of it all. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Wani Lee.
This is Wani Lee.
W-N-I-E. Last name Lee, L-E-E.
And good afternoon. How old are you?
25.
And are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Music.
And when you say you do music, what do you mean?
I make music.
What type of music do you make?
Hip hop. Hip hop.
Do you have a name that you perform under?
Slime like shouter.
Use the microphone, brother.
And are you signed to a record label?
Yes.
What label?
Alamo Records.
And when did you first sign to Alamo Records?
2018.
And I should ask, how long have you been in the music industry?
Since then.
Since 2018. Have you been signed to any other label besides Alamo?
No.
Where are you from originally?
Atlanta.
And what part of Atlanta?
Southside. Cleveland Avenue.
He got the whole neck
And
tattoo. He's tatted up.
did you go to school?
Yes.
Where did you go to school? Elementary, middle, and if you went to high school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary School.
And someone tell Sylvie to come on over.
Somebody just sent me her number. I'm about to text her.
Okay, call her.
Yeah, High School.
Call her from the Google Voice number.
After leaving high school, is that when you started your music career?
During high school, like my last year in high school, or like 11th grade or something. I didn't get serious till after high school though.
You said you didn't get serious until after high school?
Yeah.
And that was around that 2018 year we just talked about?
Yeah.
Okay. As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
I heard of it growing up. I didn't know if it was a gang or what it was, but yeah, I know what it is.
And how did you know about Rock Crew?
Because they had popular songs.
What were some of their songs that they had that were popular?
I don't know by heart right now. I just knew like there was music back then.
Do you know who were some of the artists who were with Rock Crew?
One of them, Big Boo.
And was he performing as a hip hop artist?
Look at that hair.
Anyone else?
Women, would you sleep with a dude with that hair? Just the women. Would you? Golly. Kind of satanic.
It was some younger people too, like my friends and stuff.
Who are some of the younger people?
They locked up or dead.
Do you have names of some of those individuals?
Let me see. My partners who locked up right now, twin, they used to rap.
Do you know their given name or
The first and last name?
or their first name?
Nah.
Anyone else outside of Twin?
Rudy. He rapped too back then when we was younger.
Anyone else you can think of?
As of right now, yeah, that's it, I think.
Now, you just spoke about Big Boo. Did you know his given name?
His real name? No.
And did you have your own personal relationship with Big Boo?
Yeah, when I got older.
Now, did there come a time when you were younger that some members of Rock Crew began calling themselves YSL?
Mm-hmm.
You said, mm-hmm.
You asking me that, or
Yes.
you what?
I'm asking you.
Can you say it again?
Sure. As you got older, were there members of Rock Crew who then became members of YSL?
Yes.
Who were those some of those individuals?
Everybody, because YSL music took off and rock crew music died, or just I don't know. Boo got old, so I don't know.
Shout out to
who are some of those
Caballo
people?
Lobo
You say
Loco.
everybody. So who's the everybody?
Were you able to
who's
get
part of
her
the music?
or not?
Basically, everybody.
I
from
called her
my
and I
neighborhood.
sent her a text, so we'll see if she responds to the text.
Awesome. Thank
Everybody
you so
from
much,
your
AV.
neighborhood was doing music.
There's a lot of people from doing music from my neighborhood though, but not everybody was doing music though. I'm just saying like everybody in the whole.
We're gonna try to
a lot of
get
people that was
Sylvia
actually
over here, guys. She was in the
doing music or
courtroom.
supported the music was on some YSL stuff now. Like it
And
wasn't
AV, write, send her a
rapping
text and let her
rock
know that we
crew
got like 9,000
under
people in
that
the chat
name.
if you didn't
So
already.
tell me some of the people that we're talking about.
Me,
I
myself.
did, Lee. She knows.
Awesome. Thank you.
My friends who I just told you about. Jeffrey. I can't think of everybody's name.
And what does YSL stand for?
Here we go.
It has multiple meanings.
Tell me some of the meanings.
I say it has multiple meanings, definitions.
Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking.
So
Shout out
tell
to
me some of the
Trina.
meanings.
Young stoner life, young slime life, young successful lifestyle. I think that's all I can remember right now.
Why y'all going in on Sylvia, man? What is up? Like, god damn. Ain't nothing
When do you
wrong with
distinguish
Sylvia, is
between
it?
stoner life,
Jesus.
young slime
She
life,
just
and young
responded.
successful
What'd
life?
she say?
She, I think, already
when?
had
Did
a
I?
planned
Yeah, how do you
members
distinguish
chat.
between the two? When do you
She says, "Hey, my audience wants to hear what happened today. I'd love to invite you all on my channel to discuss. It would be a good moment to have."
We got 9,000 people over here. We can't all go over there. Oh, Sylvia. Now I see why y'all talking shit, man. God, hey, Sylvia, that's okay. Shout out to Sylvia, man.
Slime part is just like the lingo of it. Like we'll just call each other or something. You wouldn't call your
Yo, like
friend or
told you.
something. Stoner, what's up, Stoner? You just say like, "What's up, slime?" or something. So that's how I think young slime life is used.
She wants y'all to go subscribe
Young Stoner
and do
Life,
the members only stuff
from what
over
I know,
there.
was I'm just say like a way of life as far as music. Or I mean, not the music, but like getting high, or like a hippie, or I don't know.
And outside of the music.
Man, y'all are
does
hardcore on
YSL
Sylvia.
gang?
Jesus
You say
Christ.
outside of the music?
Yes, sir.
Some people
Come on
treat it
now.
like that.
What do you treat it as?
I treated it that way before.
You treated it as a gang before?
Yeah.
When did you stop treating it as a gang?
I don't know. I
And
don't remember. I don't know.
You said you don't remember. And when you say you treated it as a gang, what do you mean?
I do want to say this though, and y'all know I teach you guys how to do YouTube and things, and then we're gonna watch this to see why all this shit hit the fan. But there's over 9,000 of y'all over here, and some of y'all haven't seen Sylvia, some of y'all haven't seen her content. This will be a great time for her to come over, introduce herself to y'all, and to make new fans. But instead of wanting to make new fans for her community, she don't want to come over because she's got a members only chat that she wants you to subscribe to before you find out who she is. This is not really the way. This is not really the way you want to do it. You know, but whatever. Shout out to Sylvia. But for all of my students, you know, who want to learn how to do YouTube, if somebody with 9,500 people in the chat and over 400,000 subscribers is inviting you onto the channel, just go ahead and go, right? And get new people, right? They'll be like, oh, that's like if Kevin Samuels asked me to come over to his channel, I'm like, no, Kevin, send me your people. Like, why? No, of course I'm gonna be there. Like, how does that work? You know, Advent preacher like, lead, come over. DJ Vlad is like, lead, come over. Of course, I'm gonna come. Like, why be like, no, Advent preach, send your people over to me. That's not the way you should really do it. But anyway, let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going. Just for the people who want to be new YouTubers, that's not the way to do it.
I don't know how to answer
Y'all in the chat are crazy. All right, here we go.
YSL the gang.
Oh, now again, guys, this is Mooney Lee, and he doesn't have immunity, but he signed a plea deal and he has to testify. And he is going to be one of the main people talking about how YSL is a gang. Let's listen.
I don't know how to answer that.
How old were you when you joined YSL the gang?
The gang.
Can you tell me what you mean by like join? Like, are you talking about?
What would you consider joining?
I'm saying, like, do you mean join like, because like to get in the game, you join the gang, like you get beat up or something like that?
How did you become a member of YSL?
My music got popping and I became a known face in my neighborhood. And I started coming around and going to studios and stuff.
Facts. Shout out to Lil Gamer
You
channel.
became a part of the gang YSL, or that's how you became affiliated with the music of YSL?
I'm gonna say that's how I became affiliate of the music of YSL. But as far as joining a gang or something like that, I never like joined. We just all grew up together. There was no time to join or when I joined. We just all know each other from school and grew up together and stuff like that. But I mean, I came around like 20, I forgot, was 2019 or 18, one of those years, when I came around as far as like officially being YSL.
How do you become officially YSL?
Just coming around more and rapping.
Exactly, practitioner. Exactly. That's exactly right.
That is affiliated with, and I'm talking specifically the gang YSL, rappers?
Some people.
But not everyone?
Some people rap. A lot of people rap, but everybody doesn't take it serious. Some people just rap just because they want to rap, because they want to follow the trend.
I definitely understand that, but I want to ask specifically, is everyone who's a part of YSL a gang trying to rap or rappers?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is everyone who is a part of YSL the gang rapping or try to be rappers?
I don't know. I think so. Everybody try to rap.
And I do want to say this. This might be the first witness that the prosecution has, remind me if I'm wrong, AV, that has come out and said, yes, YSL is a gang, like one of the members of it. You know, Woody didn't want to do it. Moon Tunk didn't want to do it. The guy with the fine girlfriend and the sickle cell, he didn't want to do it. This gentleman, Wooney Lee, I think he's the first one that's like, hell yes, YSL is a gang. And I was in it. I think you're muted, AV, but.
It was signed. It was number one. Remember, we reviewed this with them 2 days ago.
Say that again. You were muted.
I said, and that's the first thing. It's one of it's one of his first factual acknowledgments in his plea deal.
Yes, yes, he is like. So this is a big thing for the prosecution and for Attorney Love. This is the first member who's come out and said, yes, YSL is a gang, and I was in it. Let me tell you about it. Let's go. So you know Thug ain't really rocking with this dude.
Is there anyone in YSL, the gang, who's not trying to rap?
Yeah. Okay.
Now I'm going to ask if you know a few people, okay? Do you know Marquavius Huey?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know him?
You guys are saying that he didn't say it was a gang. Y'all are missing the fact that he pled to it. This was in his plea agreement, guys. Some of y'all might have missed it. The first thing in his plea agreement for the special conditions is YSL is a gang. You're muted again, AB. Struggles breathing.
All right, I'm looking at it right here. It literally has his initials right next to it.
And then he says it again in another place that YSL is a gang. So he is definitely on record. And he keeps saying it over here. YSL was a gang. How old were you when you joined YSL the gang? What are the requirements to join YSL the gang? This man is telling the jurors that YSL is a gang and he was in it. Let's go.
I didn't know his real name until this trial, but how do I know him? Me and his little brother went to school together. Me and his little brother was in the same class. And I always just knew he had a big brother named Quay. And seen him a couple times, stuff like that.
Raphael said a rap gang. A rap gang.
Yeah, I think that's what his name used to be back then.
And you said you went to school with his little brother. Do you know how old he is? Quay.
Quay, how old he is?
Yeah.
No.
Did you ever used to hang out with Quay?
When?
At any time?
Not growing up. He came to the studio with me a couple times. That's it. We never hung out outside of the studio.
When did you start seeing him around the studio? About, if we're in 2024, how long ago was that?
Shout out to Kath K. You were exactly right, Kath.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Thank you for the cash out.
If you just identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
You said identify what?
Identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
He next to the lawyer with the brown. I think he got on brown too.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Huey. Do you know another individual by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
Yeah.
Or another Quay?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And how do you know, how long have you known Quay?
I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just knew who he was. I was younger than him though.
And do you have a friendship or a relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
And do you see him here today?
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
And you identify him as well.
I can't see what he got on. He just got the dreads up
Okay.
in the air.
And, all right. Is he towards the back of the room, the front of the room, or
To the
somewhere
back.
else? Is he sitting in between anyone?
Yeah, I think his lawyer.
You're right, let the record reflect that he's identified.
It's really not, that could be a couple of different people.
There's two lawyers right there. He right there, and there's a lady next to him on the left side of him.
Right now, let the record
All right,
reflect.
it'll so reflect.
Do you know someone named Shannon?
Yes.
And do you call him Shannon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you call him anything else or just Shannon?
I think I just say Shannon. I don't know.
Shout out to Fashionably Fit.
How long have you known
Life
Shannon?
says Tick and DK testified on the stand that it was a gang too. I missed that. Look at him move the whole thing. Y'all see him move the whole thing? Look at
I
him.
met him.
The whole thing moving.
Is
I'm gonna
it
get me
longer
one.
than you've known Quay, the two Quays?
You with hair
Turn
like
your
that?
volume down. Turn your volume down.
Okay, you with hair like that would be crazy.
For real.
And what is your
In a
relationship
suit.
like, if any, with him?
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we were cool.
Thank you again, Fashionably
still
Fit
cool
Life.
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. Well, I ain't supposed to say that.
Disregard.
That right there. Let's stop it right there. Let's stop it right there. Y'all never. I think he did that shit on purpose. Let's go back and listen to what he said.
He's been locked.
Let's talk about before now.
And we need context for this because y'all got to remember the first thing about Detective Gaither. They asked a photo. They asked Detective, not Gaither. They asked Detective Dennis to identify a photo, and Detective Dennis said, "Oh well, yeah, that photo was taken when he was going in and out of jail." And the shit hit the fan. The judge was irate. The defense counsel was irate. They asked for a mistrial. The judge was close to giving it. The judge excused the witness, Dennis, and wanted to bring him back just to scold him, just to talk shit to him in front of everybody. The judge was like, "I'll bring him back." And everybody, the defense counsel was like, no, you don't need to do that. The judge was irate. Why? Because Dennis let the jury know that he had been in prison. And this was a couple days ago. And it was this close to being a mistrial. Now listen to what this dude says. Listen.
Like, if any, with him.
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we were cool.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. Well, I ain't supposed to say that.
Come on, man. Come on. I was supposed to say that? I think he's trying to. He's like, listen, are you cool with the lead? Oh, I don't know. He's been locked up for a couple of years. I just asked if you were cool with him. I didn't ask where he was. And this just happened with Dennis a couple of days ago.
Crazy.
And I promise you, I've been doing this. I've been practicing law for 20 years. When you guys are on the stand, y'all never, I wasn't supposed to say that. Y'all just be talking. Y'all never think about it causing a mistrial. This dude has been watching the damn tape. Somebody put him on game. Let's go.
And just listen to the question that I asked you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
He's trying to cause a
Do you know
mistrial.
someone
Somebody
by the
gave him
name of
3,000.
Yes.
How long?
I got a question.
Do you need to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something.
Come on! Come on! Wait, stop the damn show. Come on. He stops all of the testimony. Wait. Judge, did you hear what I said? I wasn't supposed to say what I said. Did you hear it, Judge? Come on. Y'all gonna tell me that shit wasn't intentional.
You even said to him, do you need to speak to your lawyer?
And he said, no. He said, I want to know if I was supposed to say that or not. Come on, y'all. I just been doing this shit too long. That is not a thing.
None of y'all testifying would say that if it wasn't planned. None of y'all. Look at him stop. He wants to reverse it. Listen to what he says. He says that he was in a jail. The judge says, don't worry about it, move on. The prosecutor asks him a question. He answers it. The prosecutor asks him another question. He stops it. He says, wait, I have a question. The judge says, do you need to speak to your lawyer? No, I have a question. Was I supposed to say that thing back there? Did y'all hear it? Come on, listen to it. This shit is planned, guys. Watch this. Let's watch the whole sequence. Listen to me.
About before now.
Oh, we're cool.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. What, I ain't supposed to say that?
All right, that's the first thing. If y'all are like, well, I don't know, lead. I don't know. I can tell you as a 20-year attorney, none of y'all would say that. But I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that y'all, this is a mistake. Fine. And this is not an attorney, guys. This is not an expert witness. He doesn't know. He should not know how to cause a mistrial. He should not know what to say and not to say. But fine. Let's just assume he doesn't know. Okay, fine. All right, let's keep going.
His words. He's been locked up for a few years. What? Am I not supposed to say that? 'Cause
Exactly.
Remember all these other mistrials were over points where defendants were mentioned that they were in jail. Like that Gotti.
This just happened.
He knew. You're right.
That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. It just fucking happened. Listen, so he's like, oh, I wasn't supposed to say that? Okay, here we go.
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. What, I ain't supposed to say that?
Disregard.
So the judge...
Did you see his mouth? He said...
Right? So the judge says, listen, just disregard it, move on. All right? I've been cross-examining y'all for 2 decades. 100% of y'all, if the judge says move on, you would just be like, fine, move on. All right? The judge tells him to move on, and he moves on. Let's take a look. The judge says move on. Here we go.
And just listen to the question that I ask you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Yak?
Yes.
Now they're talking about Yak. They moved
How
on.
long?
I got a question.
Do you need to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something.
Come on! Come on! Somebody paid this dude $3,000 for a mistrial. Do y'all see what I'm saying? Or do y'all agree or disagree? I will put a poll. Do you agree or disagree that this was intentional? Do you agree or disagree that this was intentional? Right? I mean, I see it intentional all day long. Yes, intentional. Right? Or no, a mistake. But y'all would never do this. Y'all would never be like, hey, judge, stop the trial. I got a question. I wasn't supposed to say that back then. I've cross-examined y'all for too long. Just a simple mistake. I'm doing this damn. Y'all answer the poll. I want to know. When I first saw that, I was like, this is not how y'all act. I've been cross-examining y'all for too long. Put if you think it was intentional. Put if you think, oh, it was just a fucking mistake. All right, but let's go. This is crazy. Right? Shout out to the cross-examination Bible, science, and techniques.
Move on to the next question.
How long have you known Yak?
I don't remember when I met him. I don't know. I don't remember.
Is it longer than you know any of these other people? The first 3 people I asked you about.
Oh shit! I'm watching it. Y'all ain't even watching it. I'm sorry. Y'all want me to run it back? I'll run it back. Just real quick. Here we go.
I may also have a courtroom source.
Are they coming on?
If we're still on in 10 minutes, they said they can do it. It isn't a YouTuber.
Were they in the courtroom?
Yes, verified.
All right, excellent. Send them the link. We will. All right, guys, we're going to get a courtroom source thanks to AV. Someone who was in, go ahead.
I was going to say someone that is verifiably in the courthouse, and thank you to you guys because y'all let me know. Her name is I'm Not a Lawyer, but she's been covering this case as well. She was in the courthouse, has verified that she was there, and she says, hey, I'm in the car, but I can be available in 10 minutes.
All righty. Yes, send her the link. We will definitely be here in 10 minutes. We're going to get the scoop, guys. Shout out to I Am Not a Lawyer, but. All right, here we go. Everybody pay attention to this intentional shit.
The two quays
No.
shorter than that.
Yeah.
And I did hear
And what
that,
is your
Sam.
relationship like?
Right when he asked the question, it was like,
If any, with him.
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we were cool.
Are you still cool now?
That's true, historian.
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. What, I ain't supposed to say that?
Disregard that.
And just listen to the question that I asked you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Yak?
Yes.
Now they moved on.
How long?
I had a question.
He gonna bring it right back.
Do you need to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something.
Come on,
Don't
man.
worry about it, just-
Come on.
All right.
How long have you known Yak?
I don't remember when I met him. I don't know. I don't remember.
Is it longer than you know any of these other people? The first three people I asked you about.
Not longer than I knew the Quays.
Okay.
I knew them when I was younger.
Okay.
I probably met Yak when I was about 18, 19, 18. When I started rapping seriously.
Next, Jeffery Williams. How long have you known Mr. Williams?
Like the same thing as Yak.
Okay. And then Rodalius Ryan.
I've known him since a kid.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know how much older you are?
Not exactly. A couple of years though.
And do you have a nickname for him?
I can't hear you.
Do you have a nickname for him?
A nickname that I have for him?
Do you call him something?
Oh, Leroy.
What is your relationship like with, just generally, what is your relationship like? Good, bad, indifferent? What is your relationship like with Little Rod?
Right now.
Just period.
Oh, good relationship.
And do you see Shannon, Diamante, Jeffrey, and Rodalius in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Appreciate that. So that's stipulated too.
All right. Do you see Diamante? Just describe him by the article clothing he's wearing.
You said, do I see who?
Yeah, or Diamante.
Yeah.
What is he wearing?
Like a trench coat.
Is he sitting next to
A
him?
yellow, tan. I don't know what color that is, but a trench coat next to the lady.
Y'all let the record reflect. Is he sitting between two ladies?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see the other lady right there.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified Diamante Kendrick.
Okay, the record will so reflect, and I don't know if jury, y'all been explained what a stipulation is. That just means everybody agrees, so you can accept that as a fact. That as to Mr. Stillwell, that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Stillwell.
Did you see Mr. Williams?
All right. And so it is now, you can accept as fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Williams.
And then last, Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
And where is he seated and what is he?
In the front row, next to his lawyers.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified. Is he sitting on the right side of his?
Right side.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Ryan.
We need to probably do a little bit better than that with the identification.
What is he wearing?
A suit.
All right, and so you can now accept this fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. All right, just a few more people. Do you know someone by the name of Trontavia Stevens?
Yes.
All right. And do you have a nickname for him?
Talking about Slug.
Is that what you called him?
Oh yeah.
All right. How long have you known Slug?
I don't know. Like 2018 or something, I think, when he got out.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
Do you know someone by the name of Darius Ford?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when he was living, how long had you known him?
Like all my life.
Did you all grow up together?
No.
How did you know him all your life?
My brother was best friends with his big brother.
Okay.
And they played sports together, so I always knew him when I was a little kid.
What about Christian McMillan?
What about him?
Do you know him?
Yes.
All right. What you call him?
Christian,
How long had you known him?
since a kid.
And what about Durante Beebe?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We grew up together.
And then last, Demekion Garlington.
Who?
Demekion Garlington.
You asked me how long did I know him?
Do you know him?
I know him. Yeah, I know him.
And how do you know him?
I don't even know how I know him.
And does he have a nickname?
D.
Now, do you have any tattoos, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
And specifically, I want to ask, do you have any tattoos with the wording Rudy?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Rudy?
My little brother.
Is he your biological little brother or someone you call your little brother?
I just call him my little brother.
Thank you so much, Carrie L.
And your tattoo with Rudy, what, if anything, does it say?
Long live Rudy. Long live.
And within the Cleveland Avenue area, do some people call themselves the Rudy Gang?
You said there's some people who call themselves that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not really a gang though.
What's the significance? Tell the jury about a Rudy Gang.
His family made that for him. They're just showing that they for him. Like they doing it for him. I don't know. They just said gang.
Now, do you have social media?
Yeah.
And specifically, do you have Instagram?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. What is your IG handle?
Slime light shopping.
How long have you had that Instagram handle?
I don't remember.
Okay.
When I made it, I don't know.
We're in 2024. Did you have it last year?
Yeah.
You know what, let me ask you a better question. From the time you got into the music industry in 2018, have you had that Instagram handle?
Yeah.
What is your primary purpose of using Instagram?
My primary purpose is just social media. I think I would have had an Instagram whether I rap or not. So it was just social media.
And have you used IG to post photos?
Yes.
Have you used IG to direct message people?
Yes.
Have you been in group chats on IG?
Yes.
Right. Have you been in group chats or had DMs on IG with Jeffery Williams?
Yes.
What was his Instagram name?
What is his Instagram name?
Mhm.
Jeff. I don't know. What's his Instagram name now? You said what was it then?
Yeah. When you were communicating with him using your IG, what
I think it's the same Thugger.
is it? Thugger or something else?
I think it's Thugger. I think that's his Instagram name right now.
Have you ever used the handle Thugger1?
I think. You said, have I ever used it?
Have you ever messaged him using that handle Thugger1?
Yeah, I think so.
Trontavious Stevens or Tick, did you ever IG him? Or excuse me, direct message him?
Yeah, I think so.
Big shout out to
Do you
Daddy
recall what
Dame.
his
Thank you so much, Daddy Dame.
was?
I don't remember by heart.
Have you ever heard of the handle _1slug?
Yeah, that probably was it.
Christian McMiller, did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
I'm not sure.
Have you ever direct message the Instagram 035 or 05 Eaton Drive Slim?
Ocean Drive Slim.
Was that Christian McMiller?
Yeah.
Darius Ford. Did you ever IG or direct message him on Instagram?
Yeah, I think so.
And was his Instagram at real1_FR?
Yeah.
And what about Demikian Garza? Did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
From what I've seen in the indictment, yeah. But I don't remember his Instagram.
And then Shannon Stewart, have you ever Instagram him or direct message him on Instagram?
Yes.
And do you recall sending here what his Instagram
Not by heart.
Have you ever IG'd him on his Instagram handle OG.GOOL?
Yeah, I think so.
Today, have you had the opportunity to look through or look at some of your Instagram records in preparation for your testimony today?
Yeah.
Permission to approach your honor. You may.
Big shout out to ZZXXZZ.
I'm showing you the mark that's 31 NN, 30 NN, 30 NNA, 32 NN, 32 NNA, 33 NN, 34 NN, 34 NNA, and 35
Yeah, you showed me it.
All right, let me stop it right here, guys, for a moment. We have the one and only I am not a lawyer, but in the house.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Ciao.
It is so, can you hear me okay? Can I hear myself okay? Let me turn myself up.
All right, because your volume is nice and healthy here. First of all, we got not almost 10,000 people in here. Introduce yourself, introduce your channel, let everybody know where they can find you.
Thank you. My real name is Melanie. I go by Mel, but I am known on the internet streets as I'm not a lawyer, but on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all the things. And I've been covering this trial.
Awesome, awesome. So if one of the mods could drop the link to her channel in the chat. Also, do you have like a cash out where people can support you for all your great work?
Yes, sure.
Listen, was all right. Shout out to I am not a lawyer, but, and I think I heard one of the YSL attorneys, Doug Weinstein, was shouting you out and talking about how great you were. So guys, this is a real content creator, a real heavyweight up here.
Trying to be.
So great to have you here.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
tell us about how you started in this, how you started getting involved in this case and your coverage and things like that. Just kind of give us some context.
Yeah, I'll give you the short-ish version. I have generally just always been interested in trials and things like that. And what happened is I got laid off from my job, and I started making TikToks, and people seemed to like them. And so I had always been interested in this case anyway. I went to Spelman, so I was in Atlanta for some of what they're talking about. And so as the, jury selection was chaotic. And so as that was happening, I just started making videos, and then I committed and haven't been able to stop.
Awesome. Well, if y'all want to follow Mel, I've pinned her YouTube channel to the top. So y'all go subscribe. She has been following this case. So talk to us. Were you in the courtroom today? Kind of what kind of, tell us what happened today in the courtroom.
Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. Listen.
Oh, yeah. So I actually came.
Wait, before you do that, AV, can you get her cash app again? Because I don't think it was pinned.
It's Melanie Goolsby. It's my first and last name together.
Okay, can you send that to me on Twitter just so we can get it right, and we'll make sure we put it in the banner. I'll do it while y'all talk.
Okay.
Yes, and again, thank you guys so much for supporting Mel. It is always great to have content creators. And listen, she told you guys that she started content creating after she got laid off from her job. And I have been telling you guys this, like social media, even if you're not 22 or 24, even if you're a little bit older, it is absolutely a viable way to earn a living. So and it's so much better than working a real job. It really is.
I spent 6 years at Netflix, and I got laid off when they was laying off folks. And so this has 100% become a new thing, and I like it.
I love it. All right, so talk to us about, today and kind of give us a little context too. I don't know if you were in the courtroom when Detective Dennis made his comment and there was a mistrial motion there. Do you know what I'm talking about with that?
Yeah, I was in there for that. That was, I was not in the courtroom for that. Let me context. I actually live in LA, but I came to town for Spelman's homecoming this weekend. And so because I came to town for homecoming, I was like, oh, let me give myself a couple days to attend the trial in person. And so I got in early this morning and decided to go after lunch. I was like, I'm not going to make the early session, but I'll go after lunch. So all of that to say, I was not in the courtroom. I was watching when the situation with Dennis and Yak Gotti standing on that car and him saying he had been in and out of jail. So there was, that intense moment.
Right.
And so today, right, I go in, it's after lunch, and Wooney Lee, right, is called to the stand, who is a co-defendant, who has a plea.
make out one of them being a woman, but I could not. I mean, it was like, it looked like a legal tent, right? Like a legal tent, you know, the tent that's you good with, but then you go past it and you in trouble. It felt like that. Like, I'm like, I can't make out really. I also didn't pay a ton of attention. It just was like, oh, that's the jurors and I can't see who they are.
Like a window tent, like a dark window tent. Got you. All right. And do you think they could hear well? Like, are they surrounded by this? What is it? Is it glass or what type of material do you think it is?
Like glass, mate. I couldn't all the way tell. What is not clear to me is the area in which I was sitting. So it's behind and kind of to the left of the state attorneys. Like it's kind of back and to the left of them. So what I cannot see is if there is a glass in front of the jurors as well, or if that is open, because the only people that would be in the sight of, if that's open, the only people in sight would be the witness and like the judge. But I couldn't tell if I don't know if it was, glass there or not. Got you.
Okay. So you're in there and you're checking out how everything is laid out. It's a lot different, you say, than how it appears on YouTube, I guess, from the feed that we get from the courtroom, right?
For sure.
And then what else happened? What else did you see?
And of course you see all the defense attorneys, which is really cool to just see. And I had run into, past a few of them and some state attorneys, to be honest, in the hall. And so it's just cool to be like, okay, we've been watching you guys and to see you in person and see what's about to go down, So it was exciting leading up to the moment. And then Wooney Lee is called in. And I should also add the area, of course, I didn't have a Rule 22. I just was in town, so I'm going. So I'm sitting, it's the first couple of rows are like media and family. And then the very last row is like regular folks who just spectators.
Were there a lot of spectators or were you one of the few?
It was me, one gentleman to my right, a woman to my left. That was pretty much it as far as that one.
No, just 3 spectators in this entire case. And I think a lot of the family members have showed up sometimes, Young Thug's mother, father. Did you see any family members there supporting the defendants?
Yeah, I saw, Gotti's mom was there, Miss Tasha, she was there. I believe there were some family members for Shannon Stillwell. A woman there was there for him. Someone else was there for Little Rod. Somebody else was there. Actually, I think that's about it. I actually think that kind of takes it.
Got you. That's interesting that it's such a big case and only 3 or 4 spectators show up to watch it, right? But I mean, it has been going on forever, so I get that.
Day 150.
Yes, that's exactly right. Day 150. And so what else did you notice, or what kind of else happened when you were there?
It's so funny because we always get such good, well, not always, but we get good eyesight into Paige's reactions. I wanted to see more of her face. The position I was in didn't allow me like the best view. I wanted to like read Shady. I want to see Shady Whitaker, but you did.
Shady Whitaker. All right. So you really couldn't see her face from where you were sitting? Okay.
Yeah, I really couldn't. But I mean, other than that, it was fine. It was like, okay, we're going to go. And they didn't, waste a ton of time. They kind of got to it. She's call your next witness. And so, like I said, Wooney Lee comes in, he takes the stand and they kind of get to it.
All right. So yeah, tell us about that, because this is a witness that the state can really use to help prove that YSL is a gang and they have done criminal acts in support of that gang, right? Based on some of the things that he signed in his plea agreement and the special conditions. That's interesting. And so, there was some pretty big fireworks that happened later on in the day. Can you kind of set that up for us and then tell us what you saw?
Yeah, I can. But can I also, let me just say, because I'm looking at your chat, I probably shouldn't. I say Shady Whitaker in like a hilarious, like comedy way. I think that she's hilarious when I say that. That was not like, I'm not negatively saying that. I just think her commentary is funny.
100%.
So yeah, he comes to the stand and, early on, there's this setup of who do you know in this courtroom, right? It's the who is that and what do they have on, and who is that and what do they have on, and he's giving their, you know, the state is saying their birth names, but he's also giving the nicknames that he calls them. And so the first incident was asking him about Shannon Stillwell. Are you from, you know, Shannon? Yes. Is that the name you call him? Yes. And then there's this, it felt surprising to me. I think everybody was genuinely surprised when Woonie Lee's reaction to her question of, what is your relationship now? And then Woonie Lee responds, well, he been in jail. And she kind of immediately, her hands go up and she's kind of like, no, right?
Oh, is that what Hilton does?
Yes.
So Hilton throws her hands up.
Yes. Like Hilton is like, no, like she is reacting. So you could tell it was surprise, right? And we're all, you know, it's like, oh shoot.
Well, let me jump in because I thought that when he said that, especially because what had happened with Detective Dennis and how Dennis almost caused that mistrial, I thought that Woonie Lee had seen that. And then he said, I'm going to do it myself. And I'm going to mention that that this guy that I guess Shannon was or somebody was in jail, right?
Yeah.
But and so that's why he was like, oh, well, you know, I shouldn't have said that. But now that you're saying she threw her hands up, maybe he was reacting to that and it was like, hold up, should I not be saying so? Okay, so that makes
so
sense.
she is like this, right? And you could tell there's a reaction, and that's why he responds with, should I not have said that? And they're kind of brushing it like, let's just move on. And then he says, I have a question. Should I not have said that? And the judge, of course, Whitaker, is like, let's just move on. Don't worry about it. It was this moment of, she was obviously not, no one thought he was going to say that, but also he obviously wasn't prepped not to say that.
Do you think it was intentional? Because now with the whole throwing the hands up and because I thought it was intentional that he said that based, number one, on the context with Detective Dennis, but then number two, him like doubling back and, hey, are you sure I shouldn't have said that? Because, you know, Dennis almost got the whole trial knocked off the rails. But now I can understand why he was really paused if Attorney Hilton is throwing her hands up and making a big deal about it. That makes sense to me.
I personally didn't take it sorry if you hear this beeping. I personally didn't take it as intention on his part. It came across as not prepared, and not aware that this is something I shouldn't say. I'm not saying it again. It could have been intentional. Maybe he watched it and he knew what he was. I don't know. But the way it came across was, it seemed like absolute surprise to Attorney Hilton. Absolute.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So I bet Hilton, I guess she felt like she escaped that one, right? Because it was kind of close.
Very.
All right, so then what happened after that?
And then 10 minutes later, you know, what happens is she has these exhibits, they're Instagram photos. And what had previously been agreed to was a redaction. Okay, there are these things he's reading. I should ask her to turn this off. There are these things he's reading, and there is a free Quay hashtag in the description that is supposed to be redacted. It's redacted on the screen that we can see. It's not redacted in the physical paper that is given to him. And so
that Hilton gives him.
That Hilton gave him, the actual exhibit. So he's not reading from the screen that we're watching. He's reading from the paper. He actually at one point said, are these mine? Am I keeping these? And she says, yes. So he is reading from the document that you handed to him. So it wasn't redacted on the paper. And so there's the moment of her saying, sorry, can I just want her to turn this beep off. Is that okay?
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Listen, and shout out to Mel from I Am Not a Lawyer. But if you want to go subscribe to her, guys, her link is pinned to the top. And also, y'all have supported me so much, supported AV so much. If you want to support her as well, her Cash App is at the top. It's pinned to the top. And she is about to give us the real details about what happened today. She was actually in the courtroom when all of this went down.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So she hands this, and it was so interesting because it was clear that he thought, it seemed, that he was only reading stuff related directly to him and that he wasn't supposed to read the whole, like everything on the paper. And she's like, okay, and then what does it say? And then what is the hashtag? And so he reads this hashtag, which again is not redacted on the document that he has, which is free Quay. And so, of course, then there's this motion. And I think what was so interesting that the Nicole Westmoreland pointed out is in that earlier questioning, Attorney Hilton made him go through everybody he recognized in that room and what he calls them, right? And so when you are making him say, I call him Quay, I call him Quay, you know? So at one point, the state is trying to say, yeah, but we are going to introduce that there's another Quay. And sometimes when we say Quay, we don't mean these two Quays, we mean some other Quays. But Nicole Westmoreland is like, you made him say, those are the Quays. So how do you point that out and then make him read something that says free Quay?
Right. Free Quay. That's terrible.
Yeah. So it was.
And so then Westmoreland made a motion for a mistrial based on the fact that he read the free Quay and the jury was not supposed to know that. Is that right?
Yep, exactly.
All
and
right.
I will say, Hilton's face when he said that free Quay was again like, like
really?
You can tell in that moment she's like, we didn't effed up again.
Right. Shout out to Attorney Hilton. They can't keep it together. And the judge herself was saying, you know, this is so sloppy.
Sloppy.
This is so bad. And so we were watching the stream. You were in there live and we were watching it. And so many times, you know, they'll cut the stream off or they'll point to the seal on the wall and we're just kind of there waiting. And so there was a motion for a mistrial. And then at some point they come back and then the judge says, well, you know, this didn't rise to the level of a mistrial with prejudice to end the whole case forever.
Right.
But it could rise to a mistrial without prejudice, right? Did you hear that part? Were you in there for that?
Absolutely.
Talk to us about that.
Yeah. So, you know, the Nicole Westmoreland is arguing that we feel like we are goaded into a mistrial. We feel like they are doing things intentional to make us have to do this. We don't want to do this. But, and again, to the point you're making, the judge calls it sloppy. But I think that the point that's being raised is, when does sloppiness become more than that? When does a mistake become intentionality and become who you actually are? Like, how many times do we have to experience this? And I just want to say, because yeah, I watch the stream and make the recaps and do all of that. And as a person who watches, it felt different for me being in there, right? Because you are amongst people who love and care about these defendants. You are amongst people whose lives are actually impacted by this.
Wow.
And so calling someone sloppy or saying it's a mistake and dismissing that in a way that means that my loved one still has to be in jail. You don't hold these people responsible. And the impact is my people still got to be locked up.
You are so right.
When do they have consequences? Our people are suffering when do they have consequences? And so for me, I have to say it was a moment of, wow, like, you know, again, it's content and whatever, but being in there, you really feel the impact of these decisions. Saying it's not being goaded means that these people could be tried again if you do a mistrial. You know,
and Mel, real quick, sorry, it's hard to get a word in when there's three of us, right? I'm so happy to finally talk to you because I know we've talked to each other for months in comments and things. So I'm really happy you were able to join us. This is not your first rodeo with this case because your YouTube channel has been in some of these legal documents.
Yes,
and that's
Has it really? Wow.
Wow. That's a notebook in court today, my Exhibit F notebook.
So I was hoping to see, like, you know, like, because obviously the state knows who you are as a creator, but I was really interested in hearing that, you know, like what that was like as well. Like if Miss Love walked by, I was like, oh, there's that girl from the internet, you know?
I will say that on my way in, I'm trying to find the courtroom. It's my first time. I'm like, I don't know where I'm going. And I see one of the prosecutors. And I see them and I'm like, I'm going to follow them because obviously they're going back to the courtroom.
Which one was it?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Okay, all right. Something good about having. Okay, we listening.
As I'm walking in, the prosecutor says, I love your content. You're doing a really good job covering this. And I was surprised because I do try to be neutral, but to hear a compliment from the prosecutors and then walk into the courtroom and hear compliments from family and loved ones of the defense as well, they were like, and so to hear that from both sides it was rewarding for me because I do, try to be fair. I just want to tell you what happened. Right. And as I was leaving, that same prosecutor had another comment. They was like, "Do your recap. Don't just be nice. Be nice." So yeah, it was evidence that they were familiar and apparently watched a couple recaps. So yeah, it was.
That's amazing. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure, like, throughout this conversation that part came up because I've seen you and your husband do really, really good work. And, there's not many, channels that I would recommend covering this case, but yours is absolutely at the top of that list. So I'm so excited that we were able to get you, like I sent the DM and you were,
I was in the car like, yeah.
That is amazing. Yes. And if y'all want to follow her channel, again, it is pinned to the top. And if y'all want to support her, her Cash App is pinned to the top as well. You mentioned being in the courtroom and actually seeing the defendants, seeing the family, and it's a different feel. And, you're more connected with them and their rights. And I mentioned this myself. I kind of got sidetracked when I was covering it today because there was a motion made for a mistrial. And Judge Whitaker said, well, this is kind of sloppy or this or that, but I'm trying to save it because we've been doing this for 12 months and I'm worried about people's time. People's lives have been dedicated for the last 12 months. And I said, fuck the jurors 12 months. What about Young Thug's future? He could go to jail for 30, 40, 50 years. What about all these people's future? What about them? Yeah. She's worrying about her time. She's worrying about the prosecutor's time. She's worrying about the jurors' time, making $25 a day for the past 12 months. Fine, worry about them. Yeah. But their future doesn't hang in the balance. 12 months is nothing compared to 20, 30, 40 years, right?
It's true.
When she said that really struck me the wrong way. Even not being in the courtroom, just watching it. Her priorities, it seemed like, were not really where they needed to be, thinking about the court's time as opposed to these young men's future and constitutional rights.
Yeah, for sure. I was a little taken aback when she said that. And what is interesting is Judge Whitaker presents this. Are you saying you want a mistrial without prejudice? Because essentially I'll entertain that. And then there's this, we want to talk. And it's quiet, they go outside and we're just kind of sitting and waiting. And then the defendants had stayed in when the attorneys had huddled, and then they come back in. There's all these conversations.
Did you go outside there? Did you go outside with them?
I went and grabbed a water.
Oh, I would have been out there too. All right, what we gonna do, guys? What we gonna do? Are we doing a mistrial? Are we not? What's the deal?
I said, I know I'm not a lawyer, but can I join the lawyers?
Yeah. I love it. Okay, so they were out there huddled up. Okay.
So they're huddled up and they're, doing all their conversations, and some of them come in and you see some of the defendants at the same table and they're also beginning to engage in this conversation. And again, I'm just having all these moments of how meaningful this moment could be for them. Like, what do we decide? Like, this is our life. This trial has been going on. I can only imagine, right? This trial has been going on a long time. This hasn't been fair, but they could retry us. What if they do? What if they don't? And then thinking about Jeffery Williams' speedy trial motion. The consequence for him could be a little different than everybody else. How do you, there are people who obviously have longstanding relationships with each other. They know each other. And now here we are trying to come to an agreement on what to do in this moment. Like, how massive is that? How heavy is that?
Yeah. One of our subscribers, a Fit Lawyer ATL, just dropped an amazing super chat where she says the tea has come in that the entire defense team is at Fonnie Willis's office right now. And it is likely that they are negotiating plea deals. So
wow.
I tell you what, I walked out that when I went to go get the water, then I came back and I got some more water. There was an attorney on the phone whose face was a state attorney whose face was very intense. And then even when they finally come back and they go up to the child, there was stuff I can't all the way expose, but there was
Expose it. Listen, you a YouTuber. Expose it.
he has been waiting for the tea all day. Like, look at his face. He's excited.
Expose it.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. It seemed like it was headed that way. Like it seemed like they may be on the verge of saying, yes, mistrial it, and what you gonna do? And so there had to be some considerations that had to go into that.
The entire defense team is in the lobby
I
of
believe
the DA's
I should
office.
stay out.
Right? Let's go. Let's go back. Let's go. Let's figure out what the hell's going on. Oh, because you know they were calling Fannie when the mistrial thing came up. You know they were trying to. The state was trying to get a hold.
In that courtroom, I said, "Wait, what? Where'd you come from? You wasn't in here." There was people walking in as that all these discussions are happening. There's people walking in for sure. Even family members were showing up.
Really, the family was showing up.
I saw more people. The people I listed in the beginning, that's who was there at the beginning. More people showed up.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I think someone was saying that Attorney Love was kind of crashing out over all of this. Did you see any like intense reaction from the state?
There's always a lot of conversation about Attorney Love. Nothing was standing out to me, is what I will say. It seemed like she was just trying to be, what's happening? She was at the bench and then she came around and got a little closer to make sure she was hearing, but it didn't seem like she was like punching the air, right? Like it wasn't those vibes. It seemed like everybody was like very intently engaged in this conversation and trying to figure out what's about to happen.
Wow. Wow. Did it seem like did it seem in the courtroom that the judge wanted a unanimous decision, or did it seem like the judge was more open to some people accepting a mistrial and other people not accepting a mistrial?
With nothing really to base my answer on, I'm going to say it seemed like she was open to a combination of answers.
Got you. Did it seem like the defense attorneys, were all on one accord, or did you? I know you weren't really listening to the conversations, but could you tell if there? I've heard that. Could you tell if there was some disagreement, or some people felt one way, some people felt another way? Because I'll tell you, when all this went down, I don't know, we had about 10,000 people in here, and I made a poll, and I said, who would take a mistrial without prejudice? Would you accept it or would you not accept it? And it was 51 to 49%. It was split. So I would imagine that the defense counsel, some of them may want a mistrial, others may not. And so it's interesting. If they don't have to get on the same page, then that provides a lot more flexibility. But if they all have to come up with one answer, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, and it seemed as though the defense attorneys were huddling and the defendants were huddling, and it seemed like even amongst them, there was intense conversation, which led me to believe, based on the way it appeared, that there could be disagreements about what each person wanted.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Are you going to go back tomorrow?
We might have to call you back.
For real.
We're gonna be like, hey, Mel, it's
Where
time.
you at? All right, about to change your flight, right?
So I'm staying I was already gonna stay till Sunday, but I heard
offers plea deals and the defense counsel accepts, the defendants accept, what can Fannie go and say? What can she say? She can say, I brought the biggest RICO case in the state of Georgia and we won. We got a conviction. Maybe we didn't get
before
all
the election.
right in front of the election. She's going to be down at Big Bethel, right? Talking about her 98% conviction rate because a plea is a conviction. And these people will be pleading to felonies. And they will be convicted felons, and Fannie can go around in all these black churches and all of these award ceremonies and talk about how she got convictions, how the money was well spent, how she's tough on crime, she's keeping criminals off the street. So she can get her conviction. And then on the other hand, if you're the defense, do you really want to plead guilty to a felony? No, right? Because you need guns and this and that. But at the same time, you eliminate all of the risk. The case is closed, so you don't have to worry about a mistrial without prejudice. And now Fannie wants to come back and you don't get a bond, and there's another 2 years. You're incarcerating these damn soups and honey buns. You don't have to worry about a conviction in terms of going to jail for 5 years, prison, 10 years, 15, 20 years. You plead out like the Fit Lawyer ATL says, get time served. You're done. You go home tonight. You got kids. Go home. You ain't been home in 2 years. So this is interesting. This is absolutely not what Attorney Love and Hilton wanted. They wanted to go the whole stretch. And I don't think anybody was saying that they were going to win, but they wanted to go for some reason. But now this could be a blessing in disguise for them, because at least if there's a plea deal, they can say, we got a conviction, we won, right? So what are you going to show up tomorrow? Or is there any indication about what's going to happen tomorrow? Is the judge basically giving the defense and the prosecution more time to negotiate?
Yeah, it seemed as though they wanted to continue talking. Because at some points, right, the defense attorneys, while they were talking amongst themselves, at some points they were talking to each other as well. They were in and out the door and on one side and on the other side. So it was clear that conversations are being had. It felt the way that court ended. She just said court is adjourned. So it felt like they needed more time. They haven't come up with what they are deciding. And so tomorrow may be that. That's how it came across. I could be wrong. That's how it came across.
Oh, that's interesting. And shout out to the Mushroom Podcast says, Lee and AV, you two mean so much. I am not a lawyer, but gained about 1,000 new subscribers.
Actually, almost 2,000. I've been watching it.
Almost 2,000. That is amazing.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you have your phone, but what we do over here, we really are gracious to people who send us super chats and cash apps. So I don't know if you've gotten any cash apps, but if you have, you're more than welcome to shout the people out who have supported you.
Loretta Harvey, thank you.
Shout out to Trillions, baby.
Erica Gaddis, Nancy Shaw.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Holland. Shout out to y'all. This is Tasha Johnson.
Look at our community.
Tyrone Glover, Carolyn, Carrie, Julian, Antonia, Louisiana lady, Scott, JJ. Thank you. That is so gracious. I appreciate that so much. And for y'all for having me and allowing that even to go down.
Thank you so much. This really is the best community. And y'all support AV so much. Y'all support me so much. Y'all support the guests so much. So thank you so much. Yeah, it's going to be interesting tomorrow to see what happens. So many times these judges, all right, judges are like y'all guys. They have a job to do, just like you have a job. And judges don't want hard days. They don't want a hard job. They want an easy job. If Whitaker could snap her fingers, there's no way that she wants to continue this case. She wants it over. She would love to do just a day of pleas and get this damn thing over with. She doesn't like having these excellent attorneys question her. By excellent attorneys, I'm talking about the Brian Steeles. I'm talking about the Bruce Harveys. I'm talking about the Matt Sharps. I'm talking about the Mr. Adams. I'm talking about all of these attorneys, Westmoreland, amazing attorneys questioning her, saying, hey, you made this decision, it's wrong. We want to save this for appeal. You made this decision wrong. She doesn't want all that questioning because some of these attorneys are better than her, guys. We have to remember this judge was an attorney herself.
Yeah.
And she's presiding over this case, but Steele has always been a better attorney than her. And so now she's in the position where Steele tells her this is the law, and she's kind of like, I don't think so, but how the fuck do I know? I mean, he's saying it. He's biased now because he's representing someone. You don't want that pressure. Just get the case over with. And so by allowing more time, she will give these people 2 weeks. Y'all just negotiate something. Come back at the end of 2 weeks. Bring me the plea deals, and let's just get this damn thing over with. You guys do not admit it. You guys do not want a hard day at work tomorrow. She doesn't either. She doesn't want to fight with the sloppiness of Love, the sloppiness of Hilton. She doesn't want to try to fix their errors. She doesn't want to go against the great minds of Adams and Doug and Brian and Westmoreland. She wants an easy case. This is one of the most complicated cases. This might be the most complicated case in the entire state right now. She doesn't want that heat. So she will absolutely give these people time to negotiate. And if Brian Steele calls her office and says, hey, we're talking about plea deals for these people, it's going to take a couple of days, there just won't be no court. There's no way she is going to try to force these people to go to trial. She wants these people to reach plea deals. And according to the contact that the Fit Lawyer ATL has, the whole defense team is in Fannie's office right now. And shit, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Well, I failed them.
All right. So if they're in there for a reason. Yeah. So this is going to be amazing. You said you are able to go tomorrow to kind of figure out what's going on.
I sure am. I'll be there. Scheduled my Uber already and everything.
Oh shoot! I'll come and pick you up and take you over there and make sure you don't miss it. Okay. Well, listen. Thank you so much for coming up. Somebody write, "I am not a lawyer," but in the dang chat. We would love it if you could come back tomorrow. Let us know if you saw anything. I don't even know what time to stream tomorrow because working out these types of plea deals, because it takes a while just to knock out one plea deal, but there are at least 6 people. They all have different types of involvements. I would imagine that the toughest plea deal for Fannie to negotiate is going to be Brian Steele's or King Slime's. Mm-hmm. Number one, because Brian Steele is so good. So he's going to try to negotiate and get the absolute best for his client. But then on the other hand, Fannie recognizes or believes that really Young Thug is he's the ringmaster. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And so she's really going to want her pound of flesh from him. So that's really going to be the crux of it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yes, if you could come back tomorrow and let us know from inside the courtroom kind of what you saw, that would be amazing. Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
okay.
Listen, everybody write Mel in the dang chat. Thank you so much, Mel, for coming up. Really appreciate it. Y'all go subscribe to her link and her Cash App is pinned to the top. And we really appreciate your time and coming.
All right.
Mel, so nice meeting you.
Same. All right.
All right. Thank you so much. Shout out to Mel and shout out to y'all for supporting her in the Cash Apps. Almost, what'd you say, AV? Almost 2,000 subscribers.
2,000 subscribers.
And y'all sending all the Cash Apps. And listen, I shouldn't even say this not to put too much. I ain't even gonna say it. I ain't even gonna say it. All right. But I mean, golly. So shout out to Mel for being available. Thank you so much.
It's also our community as well. Y'all are awesome. I'm over here working on Twitter trying to work this out, and so many of you guys were like helping me out to get in touch with Mel. I have great rapport with her already, so that was a great call, and I actually think that worked out the best.
Yes. If he would have shot, oh yeah.
I mean, it kind of slipped out.
AB with the damn shot. Shout out to AB. And big shout out again to Rod Factor, becoming a co-sponsor. Thank you so much, Rod Factor. Really appreciate it. Thank you. What does Rod Factor say? Somebody write Rod in the damn chat. Thank you so much, Rod. What does he say? He says a plea will hurt Thug if he takes it. It's open grounds for lawsuit from the victim's family. Interesting. Now, for the victim's family, it's I don't know about that. It's certainly grounds for the shooter. Do we know who is the state saying is the shooter? I don't know. It was 4 of them in a car, 4 or 5. Who are they saying? Does anybody know who is the gunman?
They were saying that Shannon did it.
They're saying that Shannon did it.
Shannon.
So if Shannon pleads guilty to killing Nut, then absolutely. I mean, you already pled guilty. What are we even talking about? Now, are they going to sue Shannon? Does Shannon have any money? Is he a rapper?
I think so. I know Yak is for sure, but hold on.
Yeah.
I think we see the Thugger Daily in the chat. They're like ChatGPT.
You guys be knowing. I mean, Rod is exactly right in the sense that because Thug has the deepest pockets, because he's, he can get money, he can get loans from all these record labels and stuff. I mean, Rod is right in that there's going to be lawsuits. I don't know if they can win, but I mean, how much money has he already spent on attorneys? And think about it. If Young Thug gets a plea deal and he gets out, let's say he gets out on Friday, is he going to get back the $2 million, $4 million, $5 million that he's paid? Brian Steele? He ain't getting that back. He ain't getting it back. So when people come out of the woodwork and sue you, you do have to spend money. Even if you win, you still have to spend money on your attorney's fees. So Rod is right about that. But I will say this man has been in prison already 2 years. He's thinking about his freedom. He's like, y'all can have the money. Y'all can have it. I'm in debt already. I'll make more songs. I'll go out and I'll go on tour again. But I got to get out of this goddamn, I got to get out of this cell. Right. And then when you think about going forward, you think about 5 years to serve, 10 years, 15 years, 30 years to serve. If you're looking at 30 years to serve, man, you can have it all. You can take all the money. Just let me be out. Now, you could argue on the other hand that he's winning. Put winning if you think Young Thug is winning this case. Put losing if you think Young Thug is losing the case right now. Right now, as it stands, if the jury had to decide today, does Young Thug win or does he lose?
What do you guys think?
What do you think? I mean, has the state proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt? Has the state proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt? We're in day 150. Right? So it's like, I am not a lawyer, but was kind of just telling you about the risk and reward, the pros and the cons of accepting the mistrial. But big shout out to Rod. I think he's exactly right. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. And the lawsuits might be a-coming. That is exactly right. I didn't see him, but shout out to Thugger Daily in the chat. And AV, I don't know if you have any cash apps that you want to shout out as well.
Okay. Oh yeah. Wow. Oh wow. All right. Coming up, we haven't read these in quite some time, so sorry guys. All the way 343. Shout out to Lightning, who sends me $5, says I'm gonna miss the community after the trial, guys. Listen, we're not going anywhere. We are trial streamers. Shout out to Rob Dragnet. He sends me $50. He says for that special drink that